Would members of the Licensing and Standards Committee please come to the chamber for quorum? Thank you.
Members of the committee, please come to the council chambers. We need a quorum to start the meeting.
You have quorum, Councillor.
Great, we have.
Councillor Kirigian.
Okay. Please take your seats. Well, welcome back, everyone. And I'm calling this meeting to order, and we'll continue with the list of speakers. We stopped yesterday at number 34. I'm going to call in batches of 5. The next ones are Kuljit Singh, Alan Burke, Sajid Mughal, Hillel Gudes, and Lino Lombardo. Kuljit Singh, Alan Burke, Sajid Mughal. Good morning, sir. Good to have you here.
Good morning,
Please,
Mr. Chair and
You
committee
have
member.
5 minutes.
Thank you.
Please enjoy it.
Mr. Chair, it's not fair. You took all of my crowd yesterday. If I was speaking yesterday, I had a full crowd and nobody's there today. It's not fair with me. What's that? Yeah. I thank this committee and chair and the staff, executive director and her staff, for all hard work. Mr. Chair, the report we have in front of us is not the report the industry was expecting. And the industry is of the opinion that report is, including myself, that the report is not coming from executive director's office. This report is landed, most of the part, especially dealing with the PTC section, has been landed in the executive office from somewhere. This is not her. She is a great lady. She has a good heart and mind, and she is for the shift drivers. If you want to see her, what she is, then go and read the 2014 report. That's what she is. And that's what I asked this committee, that you should adopt 2014 report. I was here pretty much yesterday for a whole day. I did not hear anything. Most of the industry participant or deputant were asking or concentrating on one thing: the consumer protection and the public safety. If somebody is transporting any customer from point A to point B, regardless which umbrella they belong to, they are in the transportation. And if the one section or one company is abiding by the same rule, some rules, everyone should abide by the same rules and regulation. There is no if and buts. I think yesterday most of the deputants make this committee job very easy, that just concentrate on the safety and the consumer protection. Safety includes that all vehicles should be inspected from the same facility, not from someone is going to a certain place and the other one is going to other places. If the safety is the matter, then everybody should go and follow the same rules and regulations for the safety. Cabs are bound to go to DOT place, the city-approved facility, and I have the document in my hand. When we go to the DOT place, there are 2 sections that we go through. One is called physical, and the other one is called mechanical. Mechanical includes almost 74 points, And the physical includes about 28 points, altogether about 100 some points just for the cabs. On the other hand, somebody needs just maybe 50 points to achieve and serve the public. It's not fair for the public, and public is not safe. So if you want the public safety, please let the entire vehicle go to the same facility to pass the inspection. Camera, I fought for camera in 1998. Most of the industry was against this camera, but since we have camera in the cabs, almost 70% crimes have been dropped in the cab. And it's not the safety for the drivers, it's safety for the passenger as well. Insurance, there is a vague language in the present report. Let me be very clear. The insurance is not same for the PTC and for the taxes. It's two different things. And if you want to read, there is a report, recommendation number 58 and 78. These two recommendations will clarify to all of the councillor what the difference between two. They both are for 2 million, but one is for the personal vehicle, and the other one is for the commercial. And we want the commercial. Whatever was missing yesterday, there were two sections were missing in yesterday's a deputation. This report is eliminating the limousine section at all. That will be another disaster. That will be another disaster if you kill the limousine section at all. I want this committee to reconsider its position, delete recommendation 42, 47, 51, 53. Age of the vehicle should be as for everyone, like a taxi and limousine and PTC, whatever. Leave that the age for the limousines as well at the same time. Mechanical inspection have been removed for the limousines. Please don't do that. Make sure limousines, taxis, PTC, whosoever must go this DOT place and pass the inspection.
Thank you, Mr. Mugabe.
I will take this opportunity.
There is questions for you. Councilor Davis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mughal, and thank you for your many years of contribution to the debate about taxis here in the city. I wanted to ask to get clarification on a couple of things you said. One of them was you supported the 2014 reforms.
Correct.
And the 2014 reforms were to move to a driver-operated system, which was where this city was going since 1998. Would you characterize that as an accurate description of where the city was moving?
Yes, Ms. Councillor, yes, I can. Prior to 1998, the industry was disastrous. The cabs were falling apart. There was no rules and regulation. Owners, sections, few segment or few players, stakeholders was reaping, the cab drivers left and right. Some of the goal was achieved in 1998, but it was not enough. The city didn't want to take a drastic measure and resolve everything in 1998. They resolved almost 50-70% of the problems then, and then in 2024.
So 2014 moved to one tier, one license, the TTL.
Correct.
I know there are issues with the number of accessible vehicles and the extra costs associated with accessibility, and we need to solve and address some of those issues. You, I'm sure, agree with that.
Yes, I do.
But that notion of moving over time, I mean, some of us wanted it to happen faster, but moving to one owner-operated system, it was at the heart of the 2014 reforms. The second part that was to come next in that reform was licensing garages and improving the practices. Now, you talk about bad cars, also driver exploitation and those kinds of things that we've heard about. Those were going to be addressed, and they are in this report. Do you support those sections of the report?
This is the right way to go, and it's not me talking always on behalf of the cab drivers. I had a discussion with the fleet operators, existing fleet operators. I had a chance to talk to the brokerages. I think right now we are fighting the existing of the cab industry. The rules and regulation you want to make industry one-tier system, owner-operator, I did not see disagreement among the among the brokerages, among the fleet operators. They said, we want this industry. Doesn't matter about the rules and regulation, we will abide by.
Right, I heard that, and they said that yesterday. The licensing is something they support. Finally, on the issue of supply, I am struggling to understand this question of supply and what the outcome will be if Uber enters the market with a complete open entry and you have 100% competition. There was a report done in 2013 on supply in the taxi industry, and it concluded that the supply was just about right to serve Toronto. And I have to say, I went home last night, my goodness, there were lineups of taxis on the road last night. What does your experience say about supply in Toronto?
Last question. Let me give you an example. If the pie is good for 10 people, the maximum you can serve this pie to 20 people. But if you put the same pie to 100 people, everybody will be fighting with each other, and there will be a disaster. And if you, leave this thing open, it will be a disaster for the whosoever you will open this, open entry, they will be here in lineup tomorrow and asking you, we are dying.
They're lined up outside City Hall right now
Correct.
on Bay Street every morning.
Correct.
They're there this morning.
You will see more than.
36. Thank you.
Yes.
We also, and any other visiting member, we have Councilor Di Giorgio, followed by Councilor Carijanes and Councilor De Vermaker.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, your pie analogy is semi-correct. The understanding with putting a pie before 100 people is that 80 of those people will disappear, and it will in fact end up being a pie amongst 20 people.
No, that's not what I said. They will disappear. They will fight.
They will fight, but
Correct.
You're right. But from the perspective of Uber, they will disappear.
That's wrong.
Okay. Well, I hope you're right.
Yeah.
Actually, I've with respect to competition, how do you feel about surge pricing? Here is a company that, according to the brand that they try to promote, is that we've lowered costs and we've been able to give rides for a cheaper price. If that is their brand, why do you believe we should allow them to surge price?
The main pillar is here, the the public protection. If you leave this thing open, and suppose if you leave this thing open for the cab industry as well, you are not serving the public. You are serving me, and you are serving somebody else with the vested interest. What will happen when there's a rain, subway breakdown, there's a snowstorm? The public is on our mercy. I can charge $20 for the $2 ride. I can charge $50. I had some customer send me the receipt. From here to city of Vaughan, the cab cost between $70 to $80. And that poor fellow paid $551. And their notion is the customer is aware of the price before they take the cab. I am sitting in a bar. I want to go home. I don't care what they send me. I have no time to go through. When I go home, I will see what the hell. And that's not one case. Case after case after case. If your job is to protect the public, and the protection is, you can raise the bar as high and you can lower the bar as you want. But make sure everybody is treated equally, fairly.
Are you saying then that if surge pricing is permitted, it should be allowed to be carried on by cab industry as well?
If you have to live with it, I'm not supporting surge price at all, but if you have to live, make sure it's for both.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilor Janis.
Thank you, Chair. Sir, I'd like to go through a couple of items with you. Number one, thank you for all the hard work that you're doing and being here today. Would you agree or disagree that cameras should be in all kinds of vehicles transporting people?
100% agree, and I was agree at the time when the entire industry was against me. The industry, most of the industry was wanting to have a shield, and I said shield is not protecting.
3 minutes and I got a list.
Yes, I absolutely agree.
Would you agree or disagree that snow tires are a must in all transportation vehicles?
Absolutely agree.
Now, there's Aviva that has come up with a rider on people's private insurance, says that if you're driving for less than 20 hours, you can, we will cover you. So the question comes, somebody in the transportation industry that is not a cab that has a commercial insurance, is driving around for 19 and a half hours, and all of a sudden he gets a fare or she gets a fare, and they go over the 20 hours. And if they go over those 20 hours, what happens if there's an accident at 20?
What, God bless that person.
Would you agree or disagree that everybody should have commercial insurance?
Absolutely.
The other thing is that some of the UberX drivers might be picking up a fare, driving them, let's say out of the city, like to the airport. Once they drop them off, click off the platform, and then come back and get back on the platform. And that half an hour, 45 minutes that they get for them to get back here, they're not on the platform. So everybody should have commercial insurance.
Absolutely.
Mechanical inspections. Uber requested that they have the Ontario certificate, and away they go. And we've heard yesterday testimony from Mr. Vanitakis that he says that, listen, I got a garage, and I know of people that will give you a certificate, and the inspections that go on by the city and the inspections that the other mechanical shops do are not the same. Would you agree or disagree that mechanical inspections should be done by the city, continue to be done by the city, twice a year on all vehicles of transportation transporting?
Absolutely.
Age of vehicles. Should they be allowed to be 7 years old or 4 years old as you have them right now?
Well, if you ask me my personal experience, after 5 years driving a cab, this vehicle is not as good if you put the other, even for the same, within the same year, if you put the taxi on the road will be better than the taxi is driving, even though been inspected by twice already by the city.
You want to have it less than 4 years?
No, what I want, the DOT should be for everyone.
No, but should it be 4 years or 7 years?
I can live with 7 years.
Okay, would you agree or disagree that all the vehicles should be hybrid so we have less smog days? If you're going to have 20,000 cars on the road, and especially downtown, and especially if they're 7 years old.
I think this question shouldn't be even asked. Not only the city of Toronto, not only the Ontario. I think we should be, Canada should be a leader in the, the things. Yes, I am for hybrid.
I mean, for hybrid.
Correct.
Would you say that if the regulations are the same for all the transportation companies, that the cab industry will be able to survive and take on Uber?
Last question.
Yes, it should be same.
Thank you, sir.
The next member of council is Councilor Maker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much for coming in today. I just wanted to go over parts of your deputation. You mentioned the cameras that you've, I think, observed that since the cameras were installed in cabs, there's about a 70% decrease in crime or assaults. Did I understand correctly?
Absolutely correct, sir.
And I've heard that from many people. In fact, I've heard it from TTC drivers as well. My question to you is, do you know if that's documented somewhere that I've missed?
Unfortunately, I do not have, but let me tell you, in 1999, 1 and 2, there was a taxi cab advisory committee. Elected body was there, and one of the police officer was ex officio member of that committee. That police officer mentioned this to me, that since you guys have camera in the cab, even if it's, I think it was only 3 or 4 years at that time, our report shows that the crime in the cabs reduced about 70%. And that was his word. Unfortunately,
Yes,
I don't
I
have.
know that, and that was a while ago, but you're saying that was a police officer on
It's
the
a police officer sitting as an ex officio member at the taxi cab advisory committee.
And would I say then it's just your general impression as somebody in the industry that based on your friends and colleagues that there is less violence committed against drivers and passengers today than there was 20 years ago?
Correct. And let me tell you, Councillor, the company by the name Uber is not in this existence more than 6 years. And a sexual assault in the Uber cars is 100 times or maybe 1,000 times more than the cabs all over the world. All over the world, there is no sexual. I mean, there are some sexual assaults in the cabs, but You cannot even compare the number with the Uber car sexual assault.
Okay.
This is the safety of the customer. That's what your job is, to provide the safety to the customer.
Okay, and you, during your deputation, said there are certain recommendations you wanted us to delete or not support. Could you just say those again? Because you spoke quickly and I couldn't write them down quickly enough.
Before I go there, Councilor, I will take this opportunity to thank you for your recommendation in 2014 and last year about the snow tires. It's a great help to the cab drivers, because at that times the cab drivers was at the mercy of somebody who didn't want to put the snow tires on the road. And now the cab drivers are happy, and they said thanks to Councilor DBR Maker. And you were also speaking for the hybrid cars, and I think they are both great recommendation and must be in there. Now you asked for those some
You
clauses.
had specific recommendation numbers that you had concerns with. My time's almost up, so I'll just have to talk to you offline about some of your concerns, but if you could give them to us now.
Well, I mentioned few about the insurances.
Yeah.
I think you should read recommendation number 50 in the present report,
5-0, yeah.
50, and recommendation 78,
Yep,
and the recommendation 56.
56, yeah.
You should read these recommendations, and you will find what the difference is. It's just somebody's playing with the word that both have a $2 million insurance. That yes, they do have both. They both have a $2 million insurance, but it's a different category. One is commercial insurance, and the other one is inclusive per occurrence for bodily injury, death, and private insurance. They are two different insurances. One, and I can buy maybe $10, $15 extra what I'm paying for my personal insurance. Other one, I have to pay $5,000 just to get the commercial
With your indulgence,
insurance.
Can I ask one more question?
And
Please go ahead.
I just, sorry, because I'm over my time already, but you're suggesting that you don't support number 50, but isn't number 50 the status quo of what you
I
have?
support that.
Oh, you do support
I support
number-
that.
Oh,
What
you
I'm saying is
sorry.
that there's
You
a difference.
support 5-0.
Yes, what I'm saying is there's a difference between the commercial insurance, what we have right now, what has been suggested is in this
Number
report,
78?
and 78 is for the PTC.
Okay, we'll ask our staff about that
Correct.
as well. Okay, great.
And the other one, as I asked for, was in this report, they deregulated the limousine industry.
Okay,
And
I've got
it will be a disaster.
Okay.
Please don't do that.
Okay.
Thank you.
And be assured, and I'm sure all of our members have read these recommendations over probably 10 times by now, so we'll follow them down pretty quick.
Thank you.
Councilor Mamolidi is next.
So I think I know what I need to do as one vote and one member of this committee and one member of this council. But I'm not sure that at the end of the day, what's going to happen today or perhaps the council is going to be in your best interest. Because once all the motions start to come forward, and once they start to be deciphered and staff get a hold of them and decide on what they actually mean, it might be worse for you as an industry. Would you agree to that?
I agree to that. I know that. That's what I discussed with some of my friends
All right,
today.
so
We
now
don't
it's
know.
time to start talking a little strategy. We can hear from you, or we can talk as committee members about what needs to be done today and at council. So here's my question to you. Yesterday I tried to defer. And I tried to defer this because the best thing to do is send it back to staff, have some of us talk with staff to bring forward a proper amendment to what's in front of us that can please most of the people in the industry. Would you agree that that's the best thing to do right now?
It will take some time, Councillor, to answer this question. We realize both options, whether to defer this
I
item,
have two other options, so tell me what you think about this one first, because that's my option.
to defer it.
Yeah.
It should be deferred, but the things will not be in your hands once they are
Well,
deferred.
it would be deferred so that a group of us could sit down and talk to them and kind of find the language that fits into everybody. I know that not everybody would be happy at the end of the day, but that would be my intent.
I think defer or receive will be the option at this moment. if this committee wish to do that.
The second option is just to kill the report, and that would be number 2 on my list, to kill the report.
Go ahead.
The industry
Go ahead,
and
yes.
yourself would agree to that.
Yes, go
I
ahead.
don't know why Councilor Davis is heckling me again, but,
She was yawning.
and the third option is to bring at this meeting Uber up to the same standards that you are, so they'd have the same overhead, the same costs, the same kinds of restrictions that the rest of the industry has. That's the
Correct.
third option.
Correct.
Out of all 3 options, what one would you want us to push for today?
Kill the Uber, kill the PTC.
Today, we need to kill
Correct.
this report and
Correct.
kill Uber.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
By the way, Mr. Chair, I'll be asking everybody that comes up here the same question. Of the 3 options, which one do you prefer? Because I believe we need to kill it as well.
Thank you. The next speaker is Alan Berg, but I understand that he's going to be a little bit late, so I'm going to escape him at this point. Is Mr. Berg here? Not yet. Okay. The next one is Hillel Goodes, followed by Lino Lombardo, Davinder Brar, and Trudy Van de Ven. Hillel Goodes? Not here. Lino Lombardo? Please go ahead.
Good morning, Council. Hi, I am Lino Lombardo, founder of Pay Plus Corporation, a company who presently contracts 50% of all financial transactions that happen within the City of Toronto taxis. I also have a lot of major corporations and restaurants that I do transactions for across Canada and the United States. I guarantee that everybody here, at one point or another, used one of my terminals. Technology is constantly changing in aspect of business, but technology usually is geared to adhere to the existing laws that all place in order conducted business legally. I have never seen where any city even completely changing the laws to make new technology able to conduct their business. Uber constantly given the City of Toronto the middle finger and has done whatever they wanted regardless of the existing laws in place. They have built their business and infrastructure paid by the taxpayers of Toronto and gained the market by using the ladies and gentlemen as pawns. To get the public to download their apps where their objective was to get them out of the job entirely. I've never seen where laws and regulations have been changed accordingly to any new business in the City of Toronto to welcome new business and technologies to appear by the laws that are already in place. Sorry, give me a minute here. I was at Pearson Airport and ordered a beer via app, but still had to be 19 years of age to drink the beer. Still had to be licensed in establishments to consume the beer, and more importantly, still had to pay the excessive sin tax attributed to the beer. To allow a company to conduct business in the City of Toronto when 80% of revenue is being diverted to offshore business that they are conducting is being subsidized, and taxpayers in the city of, in my opinion, definitely not either ethical or borderline criminal. I would respectfully let the city councils know that they are on a very slippery slope and they will allow Uber to conduct business under the new guidelines if they approve the existing brokerages have the same ability to declare themselves as private rideshare companies, which would mean that loss of tens of millions of dollars in the city of Toronto, where the federal government is with the federal government's tax dollars. I feel that the will to stand up to the giants and let them know that they welcome the new business as long as they adhere to the same laws as all the places in each and everybody's business in the verticals. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Questions?
Sorry, I'm not very good at speaking.
Councilor Malidi?
The option I prefer as a member of this committee is to defer this, to give all of us an opportunity to talk to staff and put in the language before it gets to council that most people would want in the report. That's my first option. The second option, which failed yesterday, by the way, but it's not too late if somebody else moves it. Number two would be to kill the report completely. And number three would be to bring Uber up to the same standards as the rest of the industry. Those are the three options I see in order. Okay. Which one would you prefer? Today.
I say today, I say today you should kill Uber until they become legal.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions? Thanks, sir, for your deputations. Davinder Brar, next speaker. Davinder Brar. Trudy Van de Ven.
Hi, Chair. I'm not Trudy Van de Ven. I'm Trudy Van de Ven's friend. Happened to be married, but she's not here, and she wanted me to, if I can, if you allow me to speak for her.
Yeah, that should be okay. Please go ahead then.
I was here yesterday. I got emotional. I couldn't express what I think about this report. And I can only laugh at it. This is so far off from what we have been doing so far, coming forward, and now going so far back. One of the issues, like, suddenly we realize that the green initiative is not important anymore, just because we want to let Uber come in. Why does even Uber have to come in? Uber app is coming. It's a technology that's going to take the oxygen away from us. 10 years down the road, we have come so far that we realize how important it is, the environment for us. And now we're going backward, throwing it all away because they can give a service a few minutes faster. And the congestion that's going to bring us to the traffic that we're dealing with every day. We see every day how much more traffic there is, how much longer you got to be in the traffic to get home. I don't know what we're doing here. They are pushing their way in. Why do we have to let them in at this stage? There is a taxi industry here. There is a taxi industry here. They can come in. There are rules and laws that has been put up by the city council. They can come and play with the same rules. Why do we have to change them? They can come in. They can participate. Yes, we all change it as we grow, as we go ahead. There's nothing wrong with that. We followed with the same rules. We have come this far. Why do we have to go back now? Because they're better than us? Because they come from somewhere else? I don't know what's behind this. I honestly don't understand this. Very soon, with the way they're going to be compete with the TTC. You got to deal with that. You got to bring the TTC prices down so you can compete with UberX. Everybody is hypnotized. The poor guys that come and drive a UberX thinking that this is their life is suddenly changed. It's a better life now. They're living in a better world. They have the opportunity to come and drive their private car and take people here and there and make money. Why do they run away after 3 months? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Time's up. Questions, Councilor, is, okay. I'm sorry, please go ahead. It's my mistake. Please go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Please go ahead.
The drivers that come and drive for UberX, they won't last very long. We know that. There are other people that come in another 3 months, and then a new batch of people come in. It keeps on going, and they surge the price up, and they bring the price down to attract more people to come in as a customer. There is a yo-yo here going on. And they have the button to play the game. It's not in anybody's control. You're giving that power to them to do this. And they hire the best policymakers. They hire the best lobbyists. They have an army of lobbyists all over. They hire the best charlatans as possible to get their way. We are dealing with a monster here. I don't know, once they come in, how you're going to handle them, how we're going to handle them. They don't respect our rules right now. You're making the rules for them to follow tomorrow. They're making us change the rules today. How can they not come tomorrow and ask you to change it again? I don't know. I don't know what we do. They're making us change the rules for the insurance. The province is coming up changing the rules for the insurance policy to give them a part-time insurance so they can part-time be protected, part-time. Because some of them are working part-time. They're asking, we have a report here, they don't have to be licensed because they're part-time.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks.
Now we have questions from Councilor Davis,
Thank you.
Councilor Mamoliri,
Thank you.
Tufalo, and I'm going to ask the Vice Chair to take the chair for a second. I have an urgent meeting taking place in the back.
Thank you, Chair. I suspect you're going to get a question about strategy, and I wondered if you were aware that a motion to defer is only allowed once at a committee meeting, and that another motion to defer would not be allowed here. Are you aware of that?
It's too
Okay.
too hard for me to understand. I'm just a cab driver.
I agree. And are you aware that the procedure here is that a committee can only recommend to receive it, to kill it, to council, that a committee cannot kill it here? Are you aware of that procedure? No.
I don't know
Okay.
that stuff.
Okay, I just wanted, in case you're asked that, this committee can only recommend to council, so this report is going to council because it cannot no longer be deferred and it cannot be received here. It can only be received by council. So I just wanted to ask, if I could, this question about supply, which is what I'm struggling with. If there is a wide open entry, we've talked so far about Uber having unlimited, for people who don't understand, it means an unlimited number of cars are allowed to go on the road. If we then add limousines the right to have an unlimited number of cars on the road as well. How many more cars of limousines on the road? Do you know? I have not heard from the limousine industry so far, so I thought I would ask you.
Infinite?
Oh, yes, of course. But how many limousines are there now? 1,500, okay. Okay. So there would be then an unlimited number of limousines, unlimited number of Uber, and a very limited number, a fixed number of taxi cars in this proposal, with 1,000 new plates for TTL over the next little while. Okay. What I wanted to ask you, are you satisfied to move forward with the 2014 reforms?
That's what we have. That's what exists today. Absolutely.
Right. You're satisfied,
Absolutely.
including moving towards an owner-operated system and with licensed garages to deal with some of those issues that have emerged, and some changes
That's
to
a step
the accessibility provisions?
That's a step forward to
Okay.
the right direction. That's what we've come so far.
Thank
to
you very
continue the
much.
path we're going. And there's one more thing to add. Between the limousines.
Last question. Go ahead, finish, sir.
Okay. Between the limousines that you brought up, the subject here comes to my mind. Limousines and taxis, they've brought them together.
Yes, one
I don't know whether
license.
they've made them one license, but I don't even know that if the staff knows what it means tomorrow, that I have this car as a limousine or as a UberX, or whatever we call them, public transportation vehicle. In my app, I can have limousine app, I can be a UberX, and I can be a taxi or Uber XL. However, they allow me to put those, to qualify to be on those platforms that they have. I can see it's busy, the search price on UberX, I can be a UberX, or I can be a limousine. At the same time, same vehicle, same. It's funny. I don't know if I can put this question to the staff or not, but
No, sir, wrap it up, please.
okay. This is just the situation it is. Like the control, the governing body of Uber will have this authority to tell them what they can be, what they cannot be at any given time. And they can change it, but just like a split of a second.
Let's, I'll have to defer to ask Councilor Mamalidi for 3 minutes, please.
So there's deferral, there's referral,
There is no deferral.
and there's to kill, and there's to bring Uber up to the standards that everyone else has, in that order.
There is no deferral here.
Again, you know, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. Do I have to hear every time I speak Councillor Davis saying
I
something?
will ask,
I-
But your microphone doesn't have to be on. I hear her
Thank you.
anyway.
Thank you
Order.
very much.
Order. I would ask that we allow the councillors that ask them the questions, the decency for them to be heard. Thank you.
Sir, I know that
Recording
some
number
people
one.
don't, on this council, don't want to hear what I have to say.
I would love to hear what you say.
All right. Should we kill this report? Should we defer the report or refer to the report so that more time can go by, so there's more language can be put in before council that might appease the industry? Or do you want to take the chance at council where everyone's going to throw their motions in, including some of the other councillors that like to heckle, and some of them pretend that they're your friend, but at the end of the day will destroy the brokerages, they'll destroy the licenses, and they'll destroy everything else at the next council meeting. That's what's going to happen here. They pretend that they're your friend today, and at council they're going to destroy you. So don't don't look at the language that some of these councillors are trying to give you here, because at the end of the day, when they say, should there be changes, it's their blessing to go to council and destroy all of you. And that's a political agenda that's playing forward here. So my question to you, again, having explained my position on this, is would you rather us defer it now, back to staff, so that we can talk to them about language before it goes to council, so that all of us can come together and agree on the language? Would you rather kill it today to send the message right away? Or would you rather do what I think some other councillors are going to do here, of which I'm not going to support, by the way? I will not be supporting bringing Uber up to the standards, because what we'd be saying as a committee is that we agree with Uber if we do that.
Councillor, I'm not a politician.
No, you're not, but you're a stakeholder in this city who knows the industry.
Okay, time is against us. The politics aside, whatever goes on here at the council.
But it's politics. It is politics, whether you like it or not.
This is your
It's
last
here. It's
question.
in front of us. It's a political decision. So it's politics.
I don't know how to...
Refer, receive, kill it,
Time's up.
or bring Uber up to the standards
I will
that all
have
of
to
you
go
have.
to the next,
That's the decision that guys like
Councillor-
me have to make
Councillor,
today.
your time's up, sir. I will ask Mr. DeGiorgio to continue, please.
Can I get a response from him on that?
Go for it.
We just want to go on with our everyday life. We want to do what we do the best. That's what we're doing. We're serving the public. That's why you're here. All of you, regardless of what political views you have. Why don't you look at that?
I am looking.
Forget about what I think.
I'll be asking the same question of every deputant today.
Thank you, Councillor.
Okay.
Councillor DeGiorgio, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe, first of all, to answer your question of why is Uber here, okay? Uber was here simply because the industry as it existed in around 2014 was very fragmented. Notwithstanding that the industry is unified today, it wasn't unified back prior to the 1914 reform, or the 2014 reforms, okay? That's why Uber is here. They saw an opportunity. They came in as a broker, they saw a huge opportunity, and they jumped in with both feet. In return, and do you agree that in return for the notion of introducing new technology into the industry, innovation, and serving the public interest because they were able to provide cheaper rides, they want, in return for all of that, a very, very, very special plate that I suggested. It's a standard plate, and it's called a TPC. And that TPC standard plate gives them the right to put unlimited cars on the road. No other standard plate issued up to 2014 had that right. And they are looking for a very special right. This committee and council can make a decision very easily. Do they deserve that kind of a special standard plate? The answer is blatantly no. Would you agree?
Absolutely.
And should that kind of a standard plate even exist?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
not. Thank you. No need to defer. Make a decision, period. It's
Exactly.
been going on too long.
Exactly.
Thank you.
We don't have a leg to stand.
They don't.
Time is against us here.
Councillor, are you done?
I'm done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I have Olivia Marcinkonski, please? Olivia? Andy Reddy? Andy Reddy? Mohammed Mirza? Mohammed Mirza? Hold on, sir. Hold on a second, please. Can I ask council members of the committee to please join us in council? Can I ask Councilor Matlow to join us, please? Can I ask Councilor Mamalidi to join us so we can have quorum, please?
So we can kill now.
Sorry? Go ahead, sir. Thank you.
Good morning, good evening, good night, good afternoon. I don't know what I need to say right now. When I read this recommendation from our staff, so I feeling that way. Our well-known staff, the report giving front of us, so looks like they don't have any knowledge, but we know they have enough knowledge and everything. But maybe someone influenced them, or maybe someone written for them this report that's come in front of us right now. Otherwise, even the called consultation, I meet, I think, 2 of consultation, whatever we discuss, nothing is over there. But only thing is changed, during the consultation I said, even our councilor, they're saying, you need to make the new rule for taxi, for the limousine, and for other company. The company name I don't want to mention in here, because the illegal company, I can't say in my mouth as a taxi driver about this illegal company name in here. But that thing they changed when the report, when during the consultation around 10 times our staff saying sorry, still they're saying the same name when I object that one. So that means, looks like they are allowed to say that company name. Even in this report, once, they use this company name. And if we see the report, this report, the all kind of standard in the taxi industry, as a safety of the driver, safety of the passenger, everything gone. Looks like no need to sonotire anymore. No need to camera anymore. No need to any safety equipment in our vehicle, that's vehicle they proposed. So what happened? Please, sir, I mind about if you looking me that way. Please, I'm sorry to say you, I can't accepting that way you face to face looking me. Please, please. No, this is which way you looking to us? Looks like I'm scared. Believe me. So this new system they proposed, this system, this said without any equipment we can go. So what happened to when an incident happened inside the car, like an assault or any other things? So where is the proof? Why is not camera? There is any recommendation. Why is no need to camera for them? Then the same thing, this our honorable councilor recommended about the sonotire. We don't need sonotire. So I send my daughter to the car, which car don't have any safety equipment, which car have no sonotire. Are you accepting this thing? As a lawmaker, we are elected you as a protecting us. So I don't know why our staff
submitting this kind of report in front of us. So this report, if we accept, what happened then? It's coming over flooded. Finally will be tsunami and everyone gone. Because they opened the limo plate. They open entry for all kind of new system. But my recommendation, technology cannot be a class. Like someone called over the telephone, this is one class. Someone is called from the internet, this is another class. Someone is called from the app, this is another class. No. All they're doing the same job. They pick up from A and dropping to B. So no need to any new category. That's the enough category we have. We have a taxi system, we have a limousine system, that's enough for us. Now I come to the safety issue. Already one deputant said this morning, in our DOT system, they're checking in 74 plus 54 point. And the recommendation we saw, they are checking only 36 point. This paper with me. So how and why our staff think that safety is enough and once a year? When our DOT people, our city people, they're checking this everything for the customer, for the driver. Why the new category they proposed? They don't need to that far. Why they recommend it? No need to camera anymore. There's no explanation. So I hope our honorable, respected councillor, we giving vote, we are elected to you, elected this all council, betterment of our citizen, betterment of our driver. So please, I think, rejected this kind of report from the staff. Thank you.
Outside councillors, Councilor Burnside, please.
Okay. Thank you. Through the chair, I'm just trying to understand the various aspects of the industry. So could you tell me if you are a driver or are you a plate owner or a fleet operator?
I'm the driver. I'm 18 years driving.
You don't own a plate, you have no association with the fleet?
Yes, I am association. I'm the president of Bangladeshi Taxi Driver Association, and I'm the ambassador driver.
Oh, ambassador. Okay, thank you. So in terms of cameras and snow tires, the proposed regulations don't mandate those for PTCs, but what are your thoughts about the fact that they don't prevent people from doing it? So if individual drivers think that would add to their personal safety or those of their passengers, that they could still do that. What are your thoughts about that?
As a lawmaker, it's your job to making the law to you have it. If you give to the optional to the people is always ignored. Like it used to be when you're driving for the garage people most of time, they don't put the snow tire. What happened when we go to the road, the safety for me, safety for passenger. That's the reason that was added, we need to mandatory for the snow tire. That's saving us and saving customer. The same thing in a camera. Any incident happen, any assault happen, there is a proof for me, for the customer. So that's the reason I think this need to be mandatory.
Okay, thanks.
That's it. Councilor Mamalidi.
So there's a lot of things in this report, and it seems that some people want to focus on things like snow tires. And I think there's a much bigger play here, a political play here, to try to pinpoint the taxi industry and snow tires and, whether or not there should be flashing lights or, that sort of thing. When really the focus for me has been, do we want Uber in this city or don't we? Right? So I think some people are doing this on purpose. I think they're trying to focus on some of the negative things on the taxi industry in order to get what they want. There are three options. Refer it, defer it, which I tried to do. This committee voted against me to defer it. Kill it, kill the report completely, take it to council, and watch and see who your friends are and who they aren't in the industry. And three, bring the level of standards of Uber up to the same standards that you are. I prefer to kill it, but I want to know what you would like to do.
So that kill it mean this one you referring to the council to kill it, or you can want to kill it with this committee?
This committee.
Any way you want to, you can. If you can't, you do it.
So kill it.
Yes. Because what happened, this report is showing us like a lollipop. They're giving to lollipop each and every one, so we're sucking the lollipop and we stop.
Okay.
That's the technique they use actually.
All right. So some people say they don't want politics into all of this, when really this is a political forum. And yes, people have their own agendas. My agenda has been to support the industry as a whole. And that's been no secret. Okay. And to not include Uber into the City of Toronto. That's been my agenda.
That's my agenda too.
Right, but then there's other councillors that have different agendas. And you will see it unfold between now and council, and even on council floor. The people that say that you're friends of yours and you're a fleet owner, right?
No, I'm the ambassador driver.
Your ambassador?
Yes, the driver.
Okay. So the people who own the brokerages, fleet owners, license plate owners, which include yourself, I believe, watch closely, because some councillors are going to try and do away with all of you. Okay? And they may even try to bring in unionized driving into the City of Toronto. That's what could happen at the council meeting. Okay?
Okay.
And I see it all unfolding like a chess. It's like for me in my brain, it's like a chess game. Right? It's like,
Last
what do we do
question.
today? What are we going to do tomorrow? I need to warn all of you that the people that you think might be your friends
Thank you,
will
Councilor.
do you in at council.
Thank you, Councilor.
Yeah, I repeating again those things. For me, it looks like they're giving to lollipop everyone to stop. We're sucking that one. Like example, ambassador people, they say, okay, I can make a standard. The standard people, they say, okay, you can keep as many you want. That's the way they try to giving lollipop to everyone to just to sucking and not saying anything about this report.
Sir. Next deputant is Nawid Jalal. Oh, you got more questions? Okay.
I have one too.
Councilor the beer maker, and then Councilor Giorgio.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you, and thank you very much for coming today. I think Councillor Burnside was asking a very good question about why we actually mandated snow tires, and even though they're not mandatory, wouldn't people do it because it's a smart thing to do? And do you remember in those reforms that there are thousands of taxi drivers who don't own a vehicle, correct? Yes. Properly licensed, they don't own the vehicle.
Yes.
So we had drivers coming to us saying, I'm a driver, I drive for a living, but I don't own the vehicle, and the person who owns the vehicle is choosing not to put snow tires on because it saves them money. So as a driver, my safety is more at risk because there's a owner who's not putting snow tires on the vehicle, but I have no choice, correct?
Yes.
So the actions of a few were threatening the drivers and the passengers because they weren't following common sense safety precautions. So would you agree we made snow tires mandatory for a level playing field? All vehicles have snow tires and all passengers and drivers are protected.
I'm thanks you again that this proposal you forward that time. I believe this is mandatory for each and every car who transporting the customer.
So, and has it been your experience since we've mandated snow tires that there are fewer accidents?
Of course, not fewer accident and also even the prevent accident, I can say. Because when the snow time, when the regular tire you brake, is take time to stop the car. But when the snow tire is very quick, so that's prevent also the accident.
So then your submission to us is even though we required you to do something, you're an ambassador driver, you own your own vehicle.
Yeah.
We forced you to put on snow tires, and you're saying you're okay with that because it makes you safe and passengers safe.
Yes, of course.
And if one of your friends who's also an ambassador driver, who owns his own vehicle, says, you know what, I don't want to put on snow tires, do you think it should be okay for him not to put on snow
No,
tires?
it's not. Because this, as a lawmaker, your duty to saving customer and us. So that's best thing, mandatory snow tire.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councilor DeGiorgio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One of the deputants yesterday made a very important comment, in my view anyway, and he basically said we should be introducing smart regulations. That's what we should be doing as legislators. And let me make it very clear. As I understand this complicated industry, and it is a complicated industry, all the deputants that have come before us have said, we do not have a problem with Uber coming into the industry. All we ask is that Uber abide by the same rules. All we ask is that they don't get any special consideration. They don't get a special plate that allows them to get 20,000 cars on the road. Just play by the rules. And take the brokerage license, operate like Beck, use the cabs in the industry, and we have no problem. Is that fair? You don't consider that fair?
No, it's not open market, no.
I'm not suggesting it's an open market. I'm basically saying they get a brokerage license and they operate as a broker.
They operate as a brokerage is no problem. The problem is when is the X, like a number of vehicle coming is unlimited. That's the problem.
I agree.
But so far, you give the brokerage license, we don't see a single car on the road with that broker license.
That's right. This is about integrity. This is about people that have worked very hard in the industry and they just want honest rules that everybody has to abide by. That's what this is about.
That's okay, yeah.
It's not about who's got the interests of the cab industry at heart and who's going to betray them. Thank you.
You're welcome.
But there will be.
Thank you. This is the last call for Alan Burke. Is Alan Burke among us? Okay. Next deputant is Naweed Jalal. Go ahead, sir, you got 5 minutes.
Before I start my speech, I give the answers for the councillor. It's not a complicated industry, it's a very simple
This is
industry.
part of your 5 minutes.
And I give the answer for the Jenny Davis, she's not here. As you know that, and MLS officials, they know that, whenever they need something, they introduce the new category of the license. There are 4 categories of licenses: cab driver, and the second one is the cab owner driver, a limousine operator license driver, and then the limousine owner license driver. Why you don't fit all these Uber drivers in the 4th category? And she was asking about the limousines. Limousine drivers, they pay $1,200 a year. It means $100 a month. On top of it, they have to pay $500 for the insurance, $600 they have to pay, and they run on the road. They bring their cars on the road. If you apply this category on the Uber drivers or introduce same kind of license, then what's going to happen with that? They will go out from the business, especially those drivers who come on the road whenever they have free time and they make the money and go home. They are killing us. Stop those drivers. You can stop those drivers. You don't stop those drivers. Why? I don't want to say that, but that's a corruption. Nothing else. Just tell me, the Revenue Canada asked the Uber, show me your data. Do you think that they will give the list of the drivers? Never. Do you think that the Revenue Canada will check their drivers? Never. How they drive? One of the guy I know that, he work in the factory, he work 3 days, and then he work 4 days. When he work 3 days, 4 days he come on the road, and he make the money. When he off 3 days, 4 days, then he come 3 days on the road and make the money. When the Revenue Canada ask him, What going to show? He showed his real job. What happened with that job? He's making $30,000 and $40,000 a month. How you stop that? That's your responsibility, sir. We elected you. It's your responsibility to collect this money. Go the money in the Canada bank account, not go somewhere else. Those directing you. I start my speech, sir.
You have 2 minutes and 30 seconds left, sir.
2 minutes. From where I start, sir? I have some... Yeah, okay, I start from the ride sharing. What is the meaning of ride sharing, sir? I'll tell you. People did the ride sharing in the past when the internet introduced. People chat on the internet, those live in GTA. 4 or 5% brought one car and changed their turn. In this way, the less traffic on the road as well as pollution. What type of ride sharing is that? Everybody want to bring the car on the road. This is not a ride sharing. This is a money making. Who allows them to use this cell phone as a Uber taxi meter? Everyone knows the name of the person. I don't want to say. Why Toronto is the worst city in the world? Most of the big cities, they ban this company, or if they are working, they have certain rules. Only this city, they are working freely. I don't want to mention the name of the person, you know. You know that. Now I have to finish my speech from where I have to go now. I have 2 minutes.
You've got 1 minute and 15 seconds, sir.
Now I have to finish my speech. Let me tell you what happened a couple of weeks ago. Around 1 o'clock a.m. in the night, in the front of Old Beer Market, there's one church and Esplanade. We stands over there, and beside us, Uber drivers were two. Police mobile came, they given a horn, and we moved from there. Couple of guys, and beside us, the Uber drivers were there too. I want to mention that. The police, they gave us given a horn, and we moved from there. The guys who were standing in front of the bar, they laughed. Even the police were laughing over there. I never seen the city like before. This is the way to run the city, sir. I want to ask you. I bought this plate in $200,000. It's my whole life saving. I spent 18 years to save this money. If someone make the money without spending a single penny, how I feel that? So just think about, if I sit over there, you stand there.
Sir, please wrap up.
If I sit there and you stand there, sir, and you spend the money like me, what will be your feeling?
Sir, I thank you. Your 5 minutes are up. I have councillors that want to ask questions. However, before we do, I was going to ask staff to my right, and especially the councillor, if they will pay attention to the deputies, because I think they're here to give us their ideas and suggestions, and for us to engage staff where they should be listening is not appropriate. I thank you. Councillor DiGiorgio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to pick up on a notion that you started with, and that is you talked about fees that people in the industry pay. For example, you talked about a license of $1,200 or $100 a month being absorbed by a cab driver, let's say. And they also talked about commercial insurance, which was in the neighborhood of $500 a month. So those two added together, you said, was $600 a month that before anybody gets a cab on the road, they have to absorb.
Yeah, that's for sure, sir.
Correct. So
that's for the limousine.
Okay, limousine or even, I'm sure...
for the cab too, a little bit difference.
So I want to just pick up on a notion that those people that drive for Uber, because they are driving only part-time, the notion is, why should someone that is only driving part-time pay the same...
And substandard living wages.
Yeah, and that induce substandard living wages for the rest of the people in the industry, why should they be charged a much lower amount?
No, sir, it's not like that. This industry is the drivers, those who want to work full-time. It's not industry, it's someone finish his job and come on the road, make the money, go home. He wanted to buy the grocery, and then he said, oh my God, open the app and make some money, go home. Make the money for the grocery. What will happen with us? Just think about that. It's not a way. It's not a part-time driver, let me tell you. There's a full-time job.
I understand, but the special plate, this TPC that is being given to Uber, if the recommendations go through, permit part-time drivers. And the question then becomes, does a part-time driver have to pay the same amount of commercial insurance on a monthly basis?
Definitely, if they want to do it. If you want to get rid of that, do that. They go out, definitely. You have to do that. Otherwise, no need to work, You already have a job. Why are you killing us?
Fair enough. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. I'll call second time for Andy Retty.
Thank you.
Morning, everyone, and my apologies. Before I come to the crux of the matter, I'd like to give credit to each and every one of you. In the bad old days, when we had the Empire in Eglinton, we had meetings that we came prepared, and we stood all day, and then we lost a quorum, and they told us we can go home. Thank you to each and every one of you that is no longer the case. Having said that, we still have a lot of problems, Mr. Chair. This is an admission of failure. This is a travesty. Everything in this report, we asked you, we begged you, we cajoled you, and now you come back, oops, we made a story. You were right. I do not have the time nor the desire to go over it point by point. But let me just pick up on the thread that this fellow, a brother, a comrade just told you. He spent $200,000 in a business that you are now ready to wipe out. For what reason? No reason at all, except money. There is a lot of money at stake here, and nobody will ever know the true exchanges of monies that have taken or will take place. Yesterday, Chair Palacio asked us to stick to the report. How do you expect us to do it when you have over 100 points, 60 pages of explanation, rationale? I'd love to do that. If I have anybody questioning me, I challenge you to ask me on any one of the points, and let me give you a response. But let's stick with the money. Items 73, 98, and 103. They kind of go hand in hand, interconnected. It's talking about inspectors. Inspectors of what? What do you expect to inspect until you get the right from the province to do inspections, proper inspections, not selective inspections? I've been coming here for over 3 decades. I've been in the business since 1966. At one of my deputations, Councilor de Burmaker thanked me for my service. I thank him for his recognizing that I served. But what did I serve? What did I get as a reward? So let's get back to the inspectors. Years ago, when I was still on the road, and I'm 74 years old, I don't think you really want me on the road anymore, but you keep this up, I'll have no choice. I remember when I was down at Royal York, there was an illegal out-of-town cab standing next to me. The inspector made a beeline for me and overlooked the illegal. I had attended Olivia Chow's limo workshop when the president of Rosedale Livery made the identical same claim that he had his limo on the Royal York, and there was an illegal next to him, and the inspector made a beeline for the legal one. So this whole thing is a joke. Bottom line, please, send this back to where it came from. Start from scratch, make it right, but do not, under any circumstance, allow the thieves to be licensed. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Councilor DeGiorgio, followed by Councilor Mamalidi.
Okay, very quickly, one of the reasons that I indicated yesterday that the deputants should confine themselves to the recommendations in the report is because I'm interested in knowing, not something blanket like this should be sent back, it's bad news. What I'd like to know is, are there one or two or possibly three recommendations that you think are good? Out of 103.
Of course there are.
Okay, well, that's basically what I like to hear. Which ones are good?
Well,
By definition, the rest are bad.
I'm sorry?
That means the rest of them are bad.
As I mentioned, I'm 74 years old. I learned that there is always two sides to everything, and sometimes even a third one. So what is good? Finally, you admitted that the standard plate should be grandfathered. Unfortunately, not before you devastated us, but I suppose better late than never. That's good. What is good? Your intentions of inspecting all this. Execution, a colossal F. What is good? You are trying to make all taxes the same. Right direction. Not really good, but in the right direction. What is bad? As the previous speaker said, you're giving Uber a license to put unlimited cars on the road. Forgive me for including this, but as long as I live, I'll never forget. One of the deputations that I made at City Hall in the bad old days had a bureaucratic statement that we are trying to take economic stewardship of the taxi industry. And I made the comment, do you go to school to pick up language like that? What the hell does that mean? So right now, economic stewardship of the taxi industry by flooding the streets of Toronto with 20 to 30,000 vehicles while you're killing us? So, yeah, there are not too many good things in your report.
For your information, what that means, that language means misuse of good common principles, business principles.
Sounds good to me.
Councilor Mammoliti, when you take your seat.
Are you ordering these?
No, I said, Councilor Mammoliti, when you take your seat to ask the question, sir.
You didn't say ask a question. Okay. So the same question that really I've asked everybody. There are three options here. That's the way I see it.
Forgive me, I missed it. I had to leave
Okay.
yesterday and I missed this morning.
Okay, so the first option was, what I tried to do yesterday was to defer it back to staff so that some of us on all sides of the spectrum can get together and figure out what tweaking needs to happen before council and bring it forward to council. That would have been the motive yesterday. This committee decided to squash that idea. Okay? My second choice would be to kill this report completely. Okay? That will bring it to forward to council, and you let that play out politically, and you'll see who your friends are and who they aren't. That's really what it amounts to. And the third one is to, which I think some people have motions to do here, which I don't think I can support, and that's to bring up Uber to the standards that all of you have. And the reason I can't support that is because you're just kind of saying, okay to Uber, come on in and do what you want, and we're gonna be trying to send out inspectors that we don't have to try and stop them from breaking the law yet again, in my opinion. Okay? So out of these options, which one would you prefer?
Well, naturally number one, but unfortunately, as you said, that is passed. The other option is to use whatever small window of opportunity for democracy we do have. A lot of people, perhaps even on this council or committee, are unaware of the fact that we do have a taxi advisory committee that arbitrarily was suspended by our current executive director. To my knowledge, and I followed City Hall for the last 30 plus years, it has never been legislated out of existence. My suggestion would be to utilize this democratically elected body and start pretty well from the beginning, have proper input, have proper vetting. This report has so many inconsistencies, so many ill-advised and ill-thought recommendations.
So if we were were to refer off to this advisory committee, do you think that we could do all of that before council?
Probably not. I mean, if it took you 7 or 8 months to come up with this report, it's very unlikely that you can come up with another one. But bottom line, if you're planning to license Uber, that means what I just said at the opening. This is an admission of colossal failure. You have rewarded the thieves with license, like what happened with the subprime mortgages in the States. The banks were too big to fail. What happened was when Uber came in first, there were only 5,000. Now it's 15 to 20,000. And you're telling us, oh, well, they're here to stay. We have no choice but to license them. At the same time, you're still going to get money from them.
So, last question, that's it. Please put it.
The only way that I would move a motion of referral to the committee that you're suggesting is to know that they would deal with it and make the recommendations to council, so we know what to do at council. If you say that's not possible, then in my opinion, the only other options are the ones that I've mentioned. Out of those, which one would you want us to deal with as a committee today?
Thank you, Councilor Mamalidi. Please, sir. Go ahead.
I would like to see reworking on this report, so when it comes in front of council, it has some of the more contentious issues removed from it. But of course, the basic premise is that our shill for Uber, our mayor, had said up front what he wants, and
Thank you, sir.
it's almost like that's a done deal.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. We'll leave it at that. I realize what you want to go. I thank I thank the deputant.
I was very polite.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Point of privilege, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
Would you please remind speakers that using language like...
Councilor, I did that to the gentleman, and
No,
I did that to the gentleman. Thank you, Councilor.
I didn't hear you do that, Mr. Chair.
You sit down. Thank you, Councilor. I'd like to call the next, we called this lady once, we're going to call her again, Olivia Markinkowski. Olivia? Okay. Next person is Imran Chowdhury.
What number is that, Mr. Chair?
We are at 46. Imran Chowdhury. Go ahead, sir.
Good morning, sir. Thank you very
Folks,
much. Thank you,
I would ask
here.
of you, please, sorry, just excuse me, I would ask of you, please, to give respect to the deputants as well as to the councilors. Thank you.
This is the heavy lobbying that's going on behind the scenes right now.
I've asked the people in the crowd, Councilor Peruzza, and I thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. I'm TTL driver. I think we are the most vulnerable stakeholder in this industry now. So just I want to go 2-3 years, back about. I like to say, I want to talk about the last reform was passed in 2014 by this city council more than voted 2/3 majority, and also. And 2014, they recommended to this system, licensing system, have to go from multi-tier system to one-tier system. And city staff also recommended, and also city council supported this bill, 2014, to multi-tier system to one-tier system. But all of a sudden, in 1.5 years, they're going back to reverse from one-tier system to again multi-tier system. In 2014, when as a TTL driver, when we applied for TTL, we are said, okay, you guys go ahead, rest of them coming before you guys. And in good faith, we signed to have a license, TTL license, and give us a gift to buy a vehicle, accessible vehicle for more than $60,000. And same time, the city allowed to UberX illegal operator. So let us to compete with them who can buy the car for $3,000 even, and without any license, without any operating cost, and And we've been working for the last 1.5 years with this kind of illegal, the UberX driver. So can you believe it? How you can compete with one hand, city gave us, allow us to buy a plate accessible vehicle for $60,000 to $70,000 at the same time UberX driving without any operating cost. And also even it will be very hard for this competing with the regular cab. So just as a TTL driver, just I like to focus on this recommendation. Just I'm mentioning here. On recommendation number 5, it is mentioned that license application and renewal fees are waived for TTL owner effective immediately and retroactive to January 1, 2016. But we would like to know that would happen to the application and renewal fees that were paid by more than 400 TTL drivers before January 2016, those who have been suffering to almost last 2 years in competing with the UberX and other regular taxi very unfairly. Second, on recommendation 15 and 16, it is mentioned that we require that the TTL be issued upon the sale of standard ambassador taxi is no longer viable, but nothing was mentioned about the TTL taxi plate or if it will be standard taxi upon the sale. It means our restriction is not removed yet, like the others. If standard ambassador taxi have option as to whether they can drive sedan or accessible van, why should we not have the same option? Is it not fair for and justified to all, even though is mentioned in this report that it is fair for everybody? On recommendation 23, it is mentioned that for standard and ambassador cabs, it can be no more than 7 years model, but it can be permitted to the license at any time within the 7 model years. But should that not also be the same for TTL? On recommendation 29, it is mentioned that it is not required anymore for non-accessible taxiway to complete initial and refreshment training program obtained. Anyway, I'm skipping, it's not very important, but I'm talking about the subsidy now. In light of the competitive nature of the taxi industry business, with any independent operator, it does not seem to be sustained without any proper form of financial subsidy or incentive. Beyond those for the driver to lift and secure and resemble assembled the wheelchair and scooter, ramp, loading, unloading, etc., extra time and physical energy consuming for providing this service. Just my assumption of the capital and operating cost of standard and accessible vehicle. To following table illustrate, like standard taxi, I don't know if I can show you this there. On the screen. Yeah, I can show you the standard plate taxi, like purchase price, 2,500, just as an assumption, and accessible taxi, 39,500, difference is 19,000. Conversion cost average, nothing, but for accessible taxi, $1,800, 18,300, and its difference 18,300. Financial cost, like it's a 1,025, 1,975, difference is 950. Altogether, total capital cost difference is 38,250, almost 40,000.
Thank you, sir. If you can make that page available to the clerk, because I would like to take a look at it as well, that would be very helpful. Now we have some questions for you. Councilor Davis, you're first.
Yes, please.
Are you okay there?
Thank you. In fact, we all have this, I believe. I see something here from the Toronto Taxi Drivers Forum, and it has this here.
Yeah, I have same thing.
So if you could put it back up. So what you're saying is the purchase price, the difference is 19, the conversion cost, the difference is 18, the financing costs, that's your interest,
Just financing,
interest
like
costs,
5%, 4%, whatever financing.
total capital cost,
Capital cost.
and then your annual capital cost. And then there's a second page. Could you put your second page up?
This is annual operating cost. Just a minute.
Okay, so your annual, the differences on you have found with the TTL?
Yeah, this is annual operating cost 5,100. Just this is annual. Also is mentioned combined additional annual operating and capital cost associated with operating wheelchair accessible vehicle is approximately 10,564 different. Additional we paying every
Right.
year. I'm saying, yeah, every year compared to the any sedan car.
And if you move it up, your next line
Yeah, next line it
says,
says, the combined additional 7 years operating and capital cost associated with operating wheelchair accessible vehicle, 73,949 in
Right.
7 years, if you compare to new
if
vehicle.
you, and if you move your paper up even more.
Yeah, so they move it
Could
below.
you move your paper up so we can see the rest of the page?
Yeah.
Move it up. Move the paper up.
Yeah, here.
There.
So $1,247 yearly renewal fees are waived in this new recommendation that it does not cover, it does cover only around 9% of annual total additional cost of the accessible vehicle.
Okay.
Then how will rest of the 91%, who is going to cover
Okay.
91%? What we've been paying for 1.5 years, this TTL driver from our pocket instead of government. We paying our, so can you believe
Right.
it? How you can compete with Uber X and how you compete with the regular cab? This very important issue, what is being ignored by this city. For last 2 years, we're sending this message about the TTL.
I understand.
And also, this is about, and also I don't explain so other things, but not enough time.
Yes.
I could explain.
I was going to ask you, what are the other things that you're experiencing? I understand there are issues around people not using the TTL vehicles.
Yeah, that's why do you want me to explain about it?
Yes.
Like about 400 drivers, more than 400 drivers on the street now. Some of the drivers, we start like more than 1.5 years already. We've been driving TTL. Meter on demand, I'm talking about just meter on demand. We should pick up accessible customer from the stand or the street hay. So far, some of them here already, most of them would not be here because they have to work more than 12 hours, these TTL guys. So a lot of them was here yesterday. But so far, from me, I have experienced myself. I got only 2 customers, wheelchair. One from the Union Station for $9 fare. It took me like 40 minutes. Only $9 fare because from pickup and drop off, but I explained some other work, we loading, unloading in so many things, the extra work.
Thank you.
Usually, compared to the
And
customer-
parking.
Thank
parking, so
you.
many
That was your
compared to
last
the regular
question.
customer, 10 minutes to 40.
That was your last question. Is any other questions, please?
So, is this report necessary, sir, do you think?
This report?
Yeah.
Yeah, this report, what I read, because I'm not expert on it, we don't have any expert representative on behalf of this driver, we are just driver. Because
Was this report necessary?
Is this report necessary?
Was it? I'm sorry, here's another visiting counselor who's just heckling.
No, I'm not happy.
Can you stop?
not
Seriously?
heckling.
But everybody can hear you, I got a microphone. It's Anthony Peruzza, by the way, everybody, so that they know who it is.
I'm not heckling. He thinks he's talking about his report. You're asking him about the report before the committee. I was just trying to.
Please,
clear up
Councilor Peruzza.
misunderstanding.
Councilor Peruzza, come to order, please. Please go ahead,
My
sir.
time has continued during
You
this.
have another 10 seconds. I'll give you 11.
He was acting in the public interest.
By the way, this is what happens when you do the right thing and your colleagues don't necessarily agree with what you're doing, okay? Do you agree that we should have done this report?
I'm not agree with everything, I'm agree with most of them.
You recall a few months ago when there was a vote in this chamber to get rid of Uber?
Yeah.
Do you recall that vote?
To
Do
get rid
you
of this
recall
Uber.
that some of us took the hard stand that we should just say no to Uber?
Yeah, we said no to Uber as illegal, as Uber X,
Right.
but we did not say but regulated Uber. We asked for the same rules, have to come under the same rules a taxi has.
Okay.
All the time, not, because most of us TTL driver are being suffering because of this Uber X.
My point is this.
Yes.
There were some of us that knew exactly what to do back then, and democracy played out. And there's people in here that voted to get this report, to send it back, and to look at what it says. some of those same people now disagree with this report, right? And now want to try to do something else.
I'm not disagree with all the recommendation. Most recommendation is good. I like it, this recommendation. But some recommendation in regards of TTL, they're making the two-tier system again. You know, they did not give us any options at TTL drive, but they gave us, everybody else has the option.
Okay.
You know, this we are disagree. Also our incentive, we have to pay, we need our incentive as soon as possible. We cannot wait for 1.5 years. But in regards of Uber, what I'm trying to say, like PTC, because we mentioned here in regards of commercial insurance, vehicle, mechanical and fitness inspection, police background, criminal check,
Sure,
PTC must follow the
I only get 3 minutes.
procedure we do.
Only get 3 minutes. I heard you. Okay.
Yeah, he wants to talk more than you.
Okay.
Councilor Perusa, first warning.
And so there, in my opinion, again, there are three options here. Defer, kill the report, or bring up Uber to the standards that all of you have.
Okay. If you explain me, if it's defer.
I tried to defer, but my colleagues said no yesterday. So my second on my list was to just kill the report. And the third, that some people are going to try to do here today, is bring up Uber to the same level you're at.
Thank you, Councilor Mamolidi. I gave you 33 seconds instead of 10.
I prefer it to
answer.
send it back to the council.
Just the answer,
Yeah.
sorry. Which one would you prefer?
Send back to the council.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Di Giorgio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The numbers that you had on the screen, some of us, when the recommendations of 2014 came up, where they were making licenses available, provided the TTLs that were being issued, the drivers would end up putting on accessible cars on the road. Some of us said there won't be a big parade of people willing to take this deal because financially the deal was not very viable, and that's basically what those numbers demonstrate. One of the recommendations that's being put forward that I think is reasonable in this set of recommendations is that there will be some subsidy that will be required to allow someone to, with a TTL and put an accessible vehicle on the road, they have to offset some of these incremental costs. And the city is recommending that the rest of the industry sort of contribute to the subsidy that's required. And that's a very good recommendation.
Yeah, that's I like this recommendation, but we don't wait too long.
I understand.
To get the report up until next year.
Understood. So I just want to make sure that I want to clarify. You started off your conversation or your deputation with, I think you said, and maybe you can clarify, prior to 1998, you said we had a one-tier system.
Yeah,
Is that fair? And in 1998, reforms were introduced to introduce a two-tier system.
Two-tier system.
Then we went to 2014 and reverted back to a one-tier system.
Yeah, two-tier system, one-tier system, and most industry stakeholders supported it, and city council supported it.
So this report, I want to say to you, this takes us back to a two-tier system. The reason I say that is because we will have our standard plate holders, the existing industry, most of them will have standard plates, but this new entrant into the industry gets a very, 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 very special standard plate.
You're talking about the Uber?
Yes, they get a very special standard plate. There's your two-tier system. So we're going, you're right, it's like a windshield wiper. One tier, two tier, one tier, two tier. We're back to two tier. And we found that a two-tier system, when it was introduced in 1998, was dismal. What makes anybody think that the introduction of a two-tier system today will produce any better results? That's where I come from.
No, my thinking is, my opinion is that most of the TTL driver, first of all, inside the taxi industry, we have to be, the city have to make the level playing field for the taxi plates, all kind of line system, level playing field. Need to be fair to everybody, first of all, among the taxi industry. If you don't find any level playing field among the taxi license here, then we'll go outside in the like PTC or anybody, because they are the different than us. They are the different than us because they cannot get the street hail or that like we do. They don't have any the roof light. They cannot do anything. But my understanding is that we are asking to the city to bring them the same rules all the time. Like, if you go with the same insurance, they have to go through the same insurance, commercial insurance.
Thank you, sir.
You know.
Thank you. Any other questions? We move to the next deputant,
Thank you very much.
Nicolas Tatsis, followed by Steven Hosak, Sikandar Kashmiri, Latif Goer, Reza Joseino, and Peter Mandronis. Do we have Nicolas Tatsis?
Good morning. My name is Nicholas Tatsis. I'm a cab owner. Dear councilors, it is very clear that this report must be scrapped completely. Why the mayor and some councilors want to deregulate this business, to destroy it? You know that this practice is destroying the taxi business completely. And if one is to be doing a taxi service, then you, the city, is not needed either. And if it is going to be the case for our business, then this concept should be extended to every other businesses and professions. Allow everyone to do everything without exception if you don't want to be discriminatory. You know that our taxes were worth $300,000 and more a year ago, and now they are worth less than $30,000, reduced by 10 times in less than a year due to the mayor's actions. And with this report's implementation, it will go to 0 and below. You know that the driver cannot make a living anymore. The majority of the councilors know that. Do they think that 5,000 taxis is not enough to serve the city, and we need 20,000 more Uber cars to come in and assist us? Of course, that is not the case. Why then the mayor and some councilors are so eager to bring them in? Could it be because of some special interests? We wonder. Companies like Uber, who dictate to the city what and how to do things, will not stop here. They will want to extend their hand to other businesses and professions. Uber is now worth $60 billion in a few years. Of course, when they are taking away our property values with the city's approval, and we, the naive ones, were told that it was our plates that were high enough and had to be brought down. The mayor and the city staff...
Excuse me, sir. I'm going to stop your time there. You have repeatedly, and yesterday, I don't know if you were here, but I was very clear. Please refrain from making any derogatory remarks that impugns the reputation of any member of council, including the mayor. You can speak to the item. I understand that you're very passionate there, but do not, once again, personalize your comments. I will not allow that. Please don't. Please go ahead.
In this report, it tries to look generous towards us at the beginning of the report by giving us some gifts and sweeten us by allowing us to incorporate, to own multiple taxes, get rid of the refresher course, CPR, etc. What happened to the slogan, owners are drinking pina colada in Florida? But the above gift is a little sugar to us in an attempt to sweeten us and bring Uber in and other private companies and individuals to grab the bite out of our mouth, as it is stated afterwards in this report. We have to have a plate which costs $300,000. They don't. We have to pay about $1,300 a year to renew our licenses. They don't. We have to convert our cars to a wheelchair-accessible vehicle upon transfer. they don't, and so on. If this is not illegal, unethical, and corrupt on the part of the city, then what is it? Good legislation? I don't think so. The debate is not about Uber not having snow tires, meter, camera, etc. Those things are secondary. It is about needing more taxis or not. It is about making the taxi industry an open market or not. It is about legalizing Uber or not. It is about continuing with the laws and regulations we have so far or abolishing them all together with the taxi industry. Unfortunately, the city itself does not obey their own laws, and it has shown in the way they treat Uber so far, refusing to enforce the existing bylaws and prohibit Uber from operating illegally. Okay, Mayor Tory announced as soon as he was elected that Uber is here to stay. That before and without consulting us, the taxi industry, to see what we had to say about that, and without first consulting with his own councilors, completely disregarding everyone. Who did they...
Thanks, sir. You're done. Questions? Councilor Davis. Oh, I'm sorry. I'll reset your time.
There. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I understand you had some other comments you wanted to make. Are there some important comments you want to make?
A few things.
What are they?
The most basic thing that Uber or anyone else must have in order to work as taxi is a plate with a number, which costs now $30,000 or anyone's guess. How come we have to have one? And if we don't need it, let's abolish the requirement to have one for everyone. Uber or anyone else who wants to work as a taxi, he or she know what they have to do. The laws are there and have been for 70 years. Go out on the open market, pay $30,000, whatever the price is at the moment, and buy a taxi, get the sale approval by the city, put commercial insurance, meter, camera, etc., and go to work, like we all have to do, unless they have their name on the list, which means that they will get one issue when their turn comes. And it is understood that whenever we and the city feels that more taxis are needed to serve the public, they have the authority to issue more plates from the existing drivers list.
Okay, so you believe that Uber should have licenses? Is that what I heard you say? Uber should be licensed?
Yeah, if Uber wants to work as the taxi, of course they can. They go in the open market, buy a taxi, get the sale approved by the city, put a meter, whatever, insurance, and whatever is needed, and go to work. These laws have been in existence by the city, enacted, and they are enforced.
Are you a standard plate owner?
Yes.
So in 2014, we approved moving further to an owner-operated system.
That has been done by Moscow in 2004, I believe.
Well, 1990.
One taxi, one plate,
We started
one driver,
with
one taxi.
ambassadors, and this moved everyone to one plate over, and to be phased in over time.
Right.
Would you say that you're willing to continue with that system?
Yes.
And with some additional taxis for accessibility
Last
and a new license for garages and fleets?
Well, the system that was in place was okay, even before Moskos changed it and did not allow.
He wasn't here.
Thank you. Councilor Burnside, you are next.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, in terms of the city regulating the industry, do you see the purpose of those regulations to ensure public safety?
Do I see what? Can you repeat that?
Yeah, my pleasure. In terms of city regulations, do you see the purpose of those regulations as it pertains to the taxi industry to ensure public safety?
You mean this present report?
No, just regulations in general, in terms of regulating the industry, whether it's now, 10 years ago, 20 years ago.
Of course, yes, of course. The city should be there and should regulate this business and every other business.
Okay, so, but one of the main reasons is to ensure public safety. Do you agree? Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see any other reason that the city should regulate this particular industry?
Of course, should regulate it, the prices, should regulate behavior of drivers, of appearance of cars, et cetera, yes.
So it's more than public safety?
Well, public safety and
well, prices
good service, et cetera, yes.
Okay. Okay. So let me rephrase that. So the regulation should be to ensure good service, public safety, reliability, that type of thing.
Yes.
Yes. Should the city regulate the industry in terms of competition, to protect the industry, to basically regulate the competitive environment?
No, we don't need competition like other companies to come in and compete with us. It's like saying the TTC should have another company competing and so on and so on. No, we have a whole industry.
So,
and there should be nobody else except this industry to work outside of
so
ourselves.
so you don't see, you don't think there should be any competition, additional competition?
No, I don't see a reason.
Thank you.
for it.
Thank you. Councilor Mamoulides next.
Sir, I'm frustrated. Do you know why I'm frustrated?
Yes, I know.
Do you know that I'm frustrated because we could have taken care of this months ago at a council meeting, and that this meeting is completely, in my opinion, unwarranted and not necessary?
Yes, I believe so.
Do you know why else I'm frustrated? I'm frustrated because the same councillors that voted against some of us that wanted to squash Uber back then voted in favor of this report and coming back and having this meeting.
Well, that's, I don't agree with it. I think this report should be killed, even though some councillors may not agree with that. But
Do you know why else I'm frustrated? Because the same councillors that forced, that claim to be the friends of the industry and who have forced this meeting and this report to come and surface today are now saying they disagree with the report and are pretending they're friends.
Point of order.
I'm frustrated about
Point
that.
of order.
Chair, would
yes.
you please ask the councillor behind me to refrain from making remarks, because I cannot hear Councillor Mamoulides. Constantly, there's just remarks coming constantly. So I'd ask.
I've been paying close attention. Councillor Davis, please.
Well, that's one of the other reasons I'm frustrated, because that's apparently one of the councillors that have brought us here and are 2 and 3 days long in this meeting to deal with.
right.
You said very clearly that you want us to kill it, because you know my question. I think you know my question, the 3 different options I think I have in front of me, and you'd prefer us if we killed this today.
Yes, I prefer that it's killed, yes. And if the committee has that authority, then they should go ahead to kill it.
And I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but I am going to provide for you a list of all the councillors that voted for this report at that meeting a few months ago, so that all of you have it, and you'll understand when they get up later on whether or not they in fact support the industry or trying to cripple it. Are you okay with me distributing that?
Yes, 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 yes.
Okay.
Sure.
And I believe, do you know that this is the case? I'm not sure if you do this, but I believe that some councillors are actually going to try to take this moment in time and destroy the industry. And I think the brokers and the fleet owners and the license plate owners all have something to worry about at this particular time, because I think something's going to happen between now and council.
Yes, unfortunately, that's the case. And I hope that from now on, councillors will look at things in a more rational way.
You realize all I'm trying to do is take the mask off of those councillors that have pretended.
Mr. Chair.
We are done with that.
Okay, thanks.
We are done with that.
Mr. Chair, point of privilege.
Point of privilege.
I believe a member is impugning the reputation of other councillors, suggesting that they are pretending something. There have been various members who have even all been advocating for even some of the same interests that are coming from different perspectives. But we can be respectful and not suggest that they're pretending anything or taking masks off anyone. And I ask you to ask members to be respectful with each other rather than suggesting that they're doing something nefarious.
Thank you, Councilor Madlow. I have indicated that yesterday, but this constant also points of privilege are becoming kind of redundant at the same time. And for one simple reason, I have made it quite clear that and this is for the public, to all the speakers, to members of council, visiting members, and members of the committee, not to make any remarks that are not appropriate, that they are demeaning, perhaps that they're debasing and degrading the reputation of any city staff, any members of council. And I'm paying close attention to that, Councilor Malo. I am, but I'm also responsible to chair this meeting and move forward.
With all due respect, Mr. Chair, you are not doing it often when these remarks are being made. I get no pleasure out of standing up on points of privilege.
Yes, you do.
But I feel compelled to. No matter whom are the subjects of this kind of abusive language. But it continues to go on, whether it be city staff, whether it be other members of council, even members who I have strong disagreements on policy with. But it's happening time and time again. And I just ask you to just be on it.
Thank you, Councillor. I don't need to be lectured. I understand the procedure by law, the ins and outs. I've been chairing this for 6 years. I understand what my position is, and I've been doing effectively, given the nature of what we are dealing with. But let's be mindful, members of council, that we're going to be here for another couple of days. I can see at the pace that we're going. I recognize you after Councilor Molina.
Yet again about comments that I've made in the chamber. Mr. Chairman, we all run on accountability. We all run in elections based on our word and who we are. I know full well, and if he took, Councilor Matlow took my comments out of context.
What's your point?
Well, I guess I'd be apologizing to Councilor Matlow because I know that his face has always been the same. The tweets against the taxi industry and for Uber have been regular. I get that.
If you're apologizing, please.
So if he took it against himself, it wasn't directed at him. It's directed to the last vote, Mr. Chairman, in this chamber. And people that voted to have this meeting today and this report should be brought up publicly, quite frankly, and that's what I want to do.
Councilor Mamolidi, I'm going to ask you, the last comments that you made are not appropriate, to either apologize or withdraw your remarks.
Which ones? Which ones?
I
apologize to Councillor Matlow. I understand he supports Uber. I apologize to who? The rest of council?
Please.
I just want people to know how we voted, Mr. Chairman, and why we're here today.
Just please refrain.
Okay.
Thank
Point of
you.
order, Chair.
Point of order, what's your point of order?
My point of order, sir, is that I'm going to ask you again to ask Councilor Davis to keep her remarks low enough that I can pay attention. Unfortunately, the remarks keep coming time and time again, and I cannot pay attention to the deputants as well as pay respect to anybody that's asking questions.
That's not the point of order, it's a point of privilege.
Point of personal privilege, sir.
Okay, I understand that, and I did ask Councilor Davis, please.
Well, you might want to ask her again.
And the next one, it will be my formal warning to the councilor as well. The Councilor Di Giorgio, did you ask your question?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
So first of all, in fairness to a comment that presumably
We need
the mayor
a
made-
deputant back,
Well, where's
Mr.
the
Tatsis. Mr. Tatsis, please come back to the mic. Councilor
Yeah.
Di Giorgio, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In fairness to the comment that you attributed to the mayor, as I recall, the mayor said, Uber is here to stay.
He did
Right?
so, yes.
Yes. Nobody doubts that he made that statement, but that is separate and distinct from Uber X is here to stay. Would you agree with me?
He did not specify, but...
No, he did not specify, but at the time, and this is very important, at the time when I think the comment was made, it was Uber that was legally operating. It was not Uber X that was legally operating.
Well, my personal opinion is that Uber altogether should be out.
Okay. but
And
that's not-
come in and...
That's
and
not the
work.
sense that I got from the rest of the deputants that have made a deputation. They said Uber, because Uber qualifies for a brokerage license, they have no problem with Uber operating as a broker and using cabs in the existing industry.
Yes, I don't have a problem either
Okay, just
if
to
that's
clarify.
what they want to do, dispatch orders
Right.
through a brokerage.
Now, I think some of us that were involved with the last set of reforms, and then we commissioned this new report that just is before us. At that time, the whole premise of the report was that there would be a level playing field somehow. And some of us back then said, forget about it. It's an illusion. There is no way you can have a level playing field with Uber X in the game.
That's
Okay.
correct.
And that's correct.
That's correct.
All right. So now the real question before us today is, given that we all accept now that a level playing field with Uber X in the game is not possible, it's an illusion.
That's right.
If a level playing field is not possible, then where do we go? What?
It's not only that it's an illusion. It's an illegal thing. It's an unethical thing. We have the laws here. They want to work as a taxi? Sure, of course. Pay the $300,000, whatever the price may be. Go get yourself approved by the city. Put insurance on it, camera, whatever is needed, and go to work. It's there. We all done it before. Why not them? Why they have to have a special legislation that would allow them, and if that happens, of course, 30,000 vehicles will come in the city, flood the city. They'll work whatever hours they want, do whatever they want, don't pay taxes, GST, PST, or federal tax or anything. And plus all the other problems that will accumulate after that, because they don't care. They're part-timers. They're not regulated. Nobody oversees them. The fact that they claim themselves they have a better service than we do is ridiculous.
Okay, one final
very
comment,
naive.
from me, a question, Mr. Chairman?
We are done.
Do I have a last question or not? No?
We are done.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Assis. Councilor Carigianis, you are next.
Sir, I realize the ultimate goal is to kill Uber, and there's and certainly this is something that we might have to deal with in council. But let me ask you a question. We have a report in front of us, and it was my motion, seconded by the mayor, that says we need to have a level playing field. And in this report, I don't see a level playing field. And I'm just going to go down a couple of things to ask you. do you think that to have a level playing field that both must have a camera? Yes or no?
As I said before, for me, there should be not allowed to.
Right.
But if the city is going to do that, well, they have the authority. We cannot.
But does a level playing field mean to you that both should have cameras? Yes or no?
Yeah, both should have everything. A plate, first of all, a plate with a number on it, like we do.
Okay.
And then the camera and
No tires?
and everything else.
All right. Insurance, commercial insurance?
Insurance, commercial insurance, which is not mentioned on this report, the word commercial.
All right. What
Just
about
an
mechanical-
insurance.
What about mechanical inspections by city?
Of course,
Okay.
just like all the other taxes.
What about the age of the vehicles? Should they be older than 4 years or not?
Well,
And should the vehicles
the
be
4
hybrid?
years or 7 years, that can be debated.
Should the vehicles be hybrid?
But I'm sorry, the 5 years or 7 years, if it is, it should be for all.
Okay. Should the vehicles be hybrid?
If someone wants to put a hybrid, right now, I don't see much benefit for it, because some of the newer vehicles have reduced emissions and that.
And the last question is, should English be mandatory? I mean, you people are the ones that are driving the tourists around, you're ambassadors to our city. Should the knowledge of English be mandatory?
Of course. Basic English is a must for any driver.
If we cannot legislate Uber out of work, and it doesn't matter what we do, they seem to not to care what we say or we don't say, and these regulations were to come at par, would you be able to compete as an industry against Uber?
No,
I mean,
because
if you have equal footing.
I don't understand what,
Okay.
if their legislation to work as the report states today.
No, if the report was changed that taxi cabs and Uber have to operate under similar circumstances, can the industry take on Uber?
Well, if they are two separate entities, the taxi industry here regulated by the city and them
Same
regulated
regulation.
so-so or
Exact
not,
same regulation.
not enough,
Exact same.
it's the exact same, there will be taxes with a number
Last
on it, a
question.
plate and everything. Then there will be no difference.
All right, sir, thank you.
Thank you, sir. I believe that we have another deputant that was called before, but, and that's Tekle Nguida. Do we have Tekle Nguida here? Okay, great. Good morning, sir. Please go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Yeah, I came here today to deliver my recommendation to save my tax industry and to save my families. As an association, we understood carefully Toronto Ground Transportation proposed recommendation divided in 8 parts and 102 recommendations. Now, especially Part 5, Private Transportation Company, PTC, recommendations alone in different way. 2-tier system totally. Tax industry, popular service for years off the street, city at worst. So, regulating right private sharing company, PTC, firms that cap industry charges hurt our business indeed. Report failed to recommend city for all vehicles for hire drivers must require commercial insurance for safety of consumers and drivers. Recommendations fail to regulate fares while all tax regulate meter rate. Fail to regulate establish all vehicles for hire drivers any cab or number PTC on the road. Fail undermining the livelihood thousands taxi drivers fail to maintain through PTC public safety totally. There is no input from public and taxi industry. It is only tricky and systematically proposed with one side. City fails the incentive to reduce greenhouse gas through environmental friendly and also more traffic congestion in our city. There is growing demand to reduce greenhouse gas in general with strong to push further restriction on oil and gas. But our city is in the opposite way. The other one, if Uber received its taxi brokerage license, city must be bringing the company under the same city rules as traditional taxi companies. If breaks the law, still breaks the law still since 2012, City of Toronto must take the company to the court, like UberX and its drivers still operating illegal like jungle rule. So finally, councillors must be respect our job. Don't treat us like trash or no one above the law. Equal right, equal opportunity to everyone. Technology is secondary. It is below the law. We taxi drivers not ready to welcome new style colonizing. New generation technology system welcome. No one oppose it. The rule must be required on it equal opportunity. When someone breaks the law and bribe and corrupt its Uber, like Uber, it is not keep it for long time. Truth will be surfaced on the day. That day is not far. So, councillors, please think twice before the vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Councillor Burnside, followed by Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just once again, are you just for my own knowledge, are you a driver, fleet operator, or a holder of a plate?
Yeah, I'm Ambassador 13, 87.
Okay, thank you. So I guess my impression is what you're saying is that there is not a level playing field. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Would you, if the city were to bring all the regulations for both groups in line, would you be okay then if PTCs were able to do street hails and cab stands?
No, I said it one-tier plan instead of two-tier plans. If Uber, for example, is such, it's not still legalized, but if the recommendation said, I supported only one-tier plan instead of two-tier plans. If Uber is licensed, the same like other brokers, be the same as rule in our city.
So if we were to license them, then they would, if we issued 15,000 licenses for argument's sake, then they would have the ability to do street pickups and stands. Is that correct? So you're okay with that?
No. Say 15,000 for what?
Well, whatever the number of drivers is. I guess the question I'm trying to ask is, if it were an unlimited number, if anyone could just apply for the plate that you currently have in the industry, to make sure they would have be subject to the same regulations, but they would also then, if I'm understanding the industry correctly, have the same privileges. And I just wanted to make sure that you're okay with that.
No. If technology.
Okay, thanks. My last question is, what do you think the city should do, given the fact that it's my understanding about 45,000 people per day use UberX, I believe it's UberX, and approximately 500,000 have the app. Is the horse kind of out of the barn on that one?
Still up to now, UberX or Uber, it's illegal. So this is underground business. They work still without any legality. So if means it's nothing for us, you know. If it's regulated in proper, like the same city, the same rule as everybody, like city already, Uber is, if you took broker license, it's the same rule as the same brokerage.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Davis. Next.
Thank you very much for coming. So I think I heard you say you think the safety standards that are in place now should apply to everyone in the industry.
Yes.
And I think I heard you say there should be regulated fares.
Yeah, regulate fares means it is unlimited. For example, it's not illegal now over still, but it's still using more than 23,000 cars in the road. So regulate means if...
I mean, regulate, I'm talking about regulating the price.
Oh, okay, fare, okay.
Fares.
Yeah.
Taxi fares.
Okay.
Do you think that the city should regulate fares?
Must. That's why I was support that one. If
including for Uber?
Yeah, for everybody.
Okay.
It's the same rate, starting 325 as...
So the city's offering that the brokers can discount rides for standard plates.
This is unfair.
Who pays?
Us, drivers.
You're an ambassador.
Yes.
Do you support the 2014 reforms?
Of course.
And do you believe that we should be continuing with those reforms to have TTLs and additional accessibility in the industry?
Yeah, there, in every city, it's not 100% TTLs.
Right.
But if it comes the same as, for example, in our interior or Toronto, if you need 35 or 25% TTL, it allows that one. I'll support that
and
one.
to find some way to distribute that responsibility for providing that level of access amongst all providers. I think that's some of the concern in setting up a committee, and I think that's part of what's here, to look at how we address the TTL issues. But, and finally, do you support the recommendation to regulate, to license garages and fleets while we still have that structure?
Yeah, nobody is above the law. If it's regulated by city, it's welcome.
Would you be surprised of just reading the Uber submission that they're even, they're not satisfied with just the MTO safety. They want to continue with their own 43-point safety check. Do you know that? Has anyone seen the Uber submission? You should get your hands on it. It'll be online sometime. It's online now. Would you be surprised to hear that Uber wants cars that are more than allow cars that are more than 7 years old?
That is at the bottom, the fail of our city. Just to be pushed on the law, you know. They do whatever they want now.
No, I'm saying this is their official submission.
Thank you. That was
to
your
us.
last question. Thank you. Any other questions?
I'm not support that one.
Thank you, for, Councilor Carichanes.
Thank you for coming, sir, and sharing with us some of the views that you have. Couple of questions for you. This thing came to council back in last July, and the motion that went forward by myself, seconded by the mayor, was that we create an equal level playing field. Do you feel this report, as it's written, is an equal level playing field?
First of all, I didn't support the two-tier plans. So if it comes the last one, I'm not supporting the last July. It comes proposed by our mayor.
Okay. Do you think that moving forward, the Uber vehicles should have a camera in their vehicles?
Yeah, that's why I said the same rule as because Uber is brokerage now. If a brokerage, they have to follow the same rule as another brokerage.
How many hours a day do you drive? I mean, you brought a question that Uber is a broker. How many hours a day do you drive out there?
Oh, me?
Yes, sir.
Average 12 hours.
24 hours?
No, 12.
12 hours. Now, Uber was given a license to be a brokerage, which means they must have cabs out there. Have you seen any cabs that have the plate on top, the light on top that says Uber?
No, at all.
Okay. I'm just wondering if you were talking to has any of your friends say to you that I've seen the first Uber cab out there, I mean, I don't even know if they got any colors. Have you or anybody that you've talked to told you that there's an Uber cab out there that has colors?
Oh, I see if you go to streetcar, King Street, I see more than taxis is over drivers.
No, but I'm not talking about UberX, I'm talking about Uber.
Uber, yeah, same.
Have you seen any Uber cabs?
No, no at all, no.
Taxis that have a light on them on top?
No, no.
So therefore, if you haven't seen it, I haven't seen it, I don't think anybody's seen it. Do you believe that there's an Uber, although that they have a brokerage license, do you believe that there's an Uber brokerage that...
Until now, if councillors, they didn't push rule, they do whatever they want. That's what I believe.
That's not unusual, definitely. They've been making a mockery of our system and a mockery out of systems right across Canada. I thank you, sir.
Thank you for your deputation. Now we'll continue with the list. The next speaker is Stephen Hosak, followed by Sikandar Kashmiri, Latif Gower, and Reza Hosseinum. Please go ahead.
Good morning, Chair and member of the licensing. My name is Mohammad Reza Hosseinian. Most probably everybody know me. Since 1993, we are coming to this place and raising our voice for drivers. The drivers who is sitting behind the wheels and driving for living. You cannot believe it. All these years I fight to improve the life of the drivers. These days, if you go out, you will be shocked how driver again back to before 1993. They are fighting for $5 fare in a street, and you are responsible for that. I'm sorry, it looks that none of the councillor has their own study. There is 5,500 taxis and 1,500 limousines working in streets. When the report in 2014 prepared, they promised us no limousine will sit 200 meters from the hotels. You go out and see all the limousines, they have the camped in front of the hotel. Where is the enforcement? Are you telling me if we put all this regulation they are talking, this enforcement going to force it? Oh, I'm sorry. My question is this report in 2016, is it fair? If it is not fair, kill it. Don't put any recommendation in this. And believe it or not, if you put any recommendation or any suggestion, this will be back again to you. It takes me from 1993 to 1999 to bring the reform. Uber in 2 years, monopolize here, bringing new system, new license. Oh my God, what is going on here? Are you telling me there is a democracy? Or nobody lobbying in this place? Nobody buying the people in this place? Oh my God. In 2014, we hired James Cooper. We paid this person to bring the report. How many taxi require or need for this city? It looks none of this councillor read that report, except Janet. Councillor Mamlati, time by time, attacking Councillor Davis. Her position is clear. Excuse me, sir.
I'm going to stop.
Okay, okay. I'm removing the remark. Okay.
Don't refrain. Please refrain from naming any member of council. If you do it, I will get you out. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Some of the councillors that their position is clear. They are fighting for a taxi driver. And if they didn't vote, they want to make sure this report will be fair, first things to the taxi driver, and especially to shift driver. So that's where they want to make sure that everything done well. And unfortunately, this report is there is nothing for shift drivers. It's a shame. So my question, Councilor Mamalati gone, my question, you can reject this report in this council and send it with the strong message to full council. Are you, the committee, ready to kill this report? Or there is all kind of games going on because you support all these people in 2014 against us. Now you are going against all of them. Don't tell me that you are going in support of that if you are regulating the UberX and giving the new license. And let me tell you something. If anybody telling you that this industry is going to survive, you are wrong, sir, because this industry is going to die. Yes. Thank you very much.
You have time. One more minute.
Councilor Davis.
Thank you, Reza. You are one of the ones that has certainly continued to be here and advocating for drivers.
I always, Councilor. Thank you.
Just to be clear, I'm not sure whether you understand it. Do you understand that actually deferral
I do understand.
Deferral is not an option.
I agree.
Referral back to staff is an option for this committee, and making a recommendation to council to receive, which means kill it, is an option, but that this committee cannot receive it and it goes away forever. It would go to council as a receipt motion.
Yes,
if
Council.
those are the options. Okay.
Council.
But I want to apologize
Yes,
that the politics in this circle has
It's
been affecting
amazing,
you. And
amazing playing with the life of these people.
Okay.
I mean,
I-
all of them, they've been
I'm sorry.
for them, and now there is nobody for them.
Okay.
That has to be clear here.
I-
Councillor, I am not.
Mr. Reza?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
I know
what was your question?
your emotions are running high.
No,
I
I'm
wanted to
controlling.
ask you, as someone who has seen through the various reforms over the years,
Yes.
do you support the 2014, first, do you support the 20, if
That is my
there is
baby.
going to be a,
That's my baby, Councillor. I worked for that I was young when I started fighting, and now I'm retired.
and so you support the 2014 reforms?
Absolutely.
Move to TTL, we have to fix the accessible pieces of it.
Absolutely.
It's a burden on the
Absolutely.
TTLs right now. That there should be, in the interim, though, licensing of garages,
Councillor, you give me chance.
improving
Now-
the working conditions
Oh,
of
of
drivers.
course, of course.
Getting better cars on the road, all of that.
Councillor, did you see the letter Iron Black put it out? How they are fooling people that in 3 months, they will make sure that the driver will make $4,000 a month. What happened after 3 months? When you sign 15,000 drivers in the city, they are fooling everybody, including us.
In fact, I've just had Uber's position. It's unfortunate that Uber
Oh.
didn't come here and allow us to ask them some questions.
Oh, they
Just
send
like
it.
everyone else has.
They make
Like
a
they did
drama.
in Ottawa, but to.
Councillor,
would you
in
be
2014, some people was making drama, they started drama.
What's your question, Councillor?
Would you be surprised that Uber wants to allow cars over 7 years still on the road, that Uber does not accept even the mechanical checkup of
Councillor, I agree
MTO,
with you.
that they want to continue to use their own Uber checklist?
Thank you. I will be surprised, Councillor.
Any other questions? Councillor Di Giorgio.
I agree with you. Yes, yes, I am the person behind the wheel, but I have more privilege than others. I am ambassador.
I'll reset your time, Councilor. No, try again.
Oh, it's okay. So,
Can I have a glass of water?
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I'm sorry. I cannot.
I'm sorry.
all right.
I cannot hear the councillor talking here, so we cannot focus on this thing.
Sir, please behave. You were ejected yesterday. Please.
But Councilor, they have a point. There is a meeting going. Why you were always against the okay, sorry. Can I have a glass of water here? There is no water?
Councilor Di Giorgio, study questions.
I apologize to the gentleman because I did not hear what it was that when he was involved in the industry. I understand he's retired now, but I didn't understand whether he was a driver, i.e. a shift driver his whole life, or whether he was an ambassador or had a standard plate. So
I am an ambassador, sir.
okay, so you
For fight.
were issued an ambassador plate
Yes.
back in the
2000 something, 2000.
2000 and something.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and are you aware that when we made the decision to go to that two-tier system and introduce the ambassador plate,
Yes, sir.
the effect in the marketplace of issuing ambassador plates was that, and because we restricted the number of standard plates, the effect in the marketplace was that the price of standard plates started to escalate. Would you agree with me?
Yes, I agree, sir.
Okay, so to try and curb that, to try and rectify that imbalance, we then took action with the 2014 reforms that we believed would have an effect of eliminating middlemen, reducing the value of standard plates, and in the process, the thrust of those reforms was to improve incomes for drivers, and in particular shift drivers.
I agree with you. I am the person who is fighting all along. Yes.
And I deeply appreciate your
And it has been improved, sir.
Yes.
Not
Well, it has been.
last 2 years. Last 2 years, their condition gone down.
Exactly, and that's what people are, well, I shouldn't say that people fail to understand that. They just accept that the market should determine who is available, who will make money driving cabs and who will not.
Absolutely.
So, do you believe that this license that is being offered to Uber, okay, has a very, very weird complexion because it is equivalent to, it's hidden, that by virtue of acquiring one license, Uber can then go out and literally give a plate to unlimited number of cars.
What's the question?
Councilor, that is the best question I ever heard. Look, what happens here, that either we should abolish taxi industry totally. There is no such a things in this market you can say, oh, Uber and taxi can survive. There is no such a things. So let's bring the committee from the taxi industry and bring the Uber. Let's see the program. I never see what they have a program in place. Why they are here? The only things I've seen it, they are money makers. They have the machine of money maker. $71 billion now they are asset.
One more question.
Thank you.
I see 1 minute.
Any other question? No, you have 15 minutes.
Nobody likes to hear the truth, it seems.
Councilor Di Giorgio, if you're going to ask the questions at the very beginning and stop with the preamble of 2 minutes. Any other questions? Councilor Karigiannis, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Raz, I want to thank you for being here. I want to read you a letter that I got from an Uber ex-driver, and I want your comments.
Yes, go ahead.
It's funny that our speaker is engaging
Councilor,
in-
I'm being
Thank
so
you.
distracted here.
I understand, sir. The Speaker of the Chamber, unfortunately, is not helping you.
It looks like our
So
life
here goes
doesn't
the letter,
matter for
because
anybody.
We only have another 2.5 minutes. I started when Uber first came to town. I signed up as a black car and a black SUV driver with them, and they charged us a 15% commission on on the fares they provided. Now they've increased the commission to 25% for Uber Black and 28% for SUV. First, at Toronto Pearson Airport, passengers paid the $15 prearranged pickup fee. Now Uber charges the driver. They're charged 25% commission on the fee as well. When the drivers pointed out to them that they were charging commission on airport fee to the drivers were not left with that much money for these fares. First, the answer was that they don't understand their accounting procedures, and one day, when I ended up at Uber's office and tried to explain that they were charging the drivers $18.75 instead of the $15, which initially customers were responsible to pay, I was told they could not do anything for me here at this office as is done at the head office. At the head office.
Yes.
When I emailed them at the head office, I did not get anywhere. Some of the drivers who had been forced out Uber without any explanation. You see where I'm going at this. There's no mechanism to resolve the dispute between the driver and the company, and Uber has jacked up the commission and started charging $15 to $18.75 airport fee without any notices. Now, I have the question, and I said to him, I just want to read it to him so he agrees. So let me finish, please. Now that they have corrected the airport fee, but when I asked them Uber should reimburse $3.75 per trip from airport to over a year, they refused. I've done hundreds of trips for them to the airport. They owe me and all of the drivers in thousands of dollars. What would you have to say about this, sir?
Sir, did you see any recommendation in this things regarding how much Uber is going to charge?
No.
Are you not surprised?
No, I'm not surprised.
You open the hands of the company, multi-company, to charge anything they want. What will stop them if they charge 50%? Council, let me tell you, I was fighting all along against these people that the shift rate is too high. Just imagine on a Friday night if one driver go out.
Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you. What would you want me to respond to this individual? Should I tell him that Uber X or Uber is
Councilor,
offshore millionaires trying to swindle the city? Would I be incorrect in that?
I agree with you, sir.
Okay, sir.
Where is the tax? He came in Brampton and he admitted all their members, they are not paying taxes.
Well,
they admitted that they are stealing 75% of the income from this city. They don't pay a single penny taxes.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
I don't think...
I did call Stephen Hosak, Sikandar Kashmiri.
Mr. Chair, this is Latif Gaur.
What's your name, sir?
Gaur. He skipped me, that's fine with me.
What number are you?
I'm 51.
51. Okay, just give me 1 second.
Sure.
I did call before Stephen Hosak and Sikandar Kashmiri. Are you here? If not, okay, we'll move to Latif Gaur.
Yes.
Please go ahead. Thank you. Good to have you here. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Council, Mr. Chair. My name is Latif Gaur, and I'm a TTL plate owner. I have a statement here. All TTL plate owners accepted plates because the city amended bylaws in 2014 to owner and operator system. We were told TTL is the future of taxi industry. 290 plates were issued after 15 long years. We waited 15 long years to get plates, and 100 plates followed by 290 plates. We were told that we will have equal rights. Anyone who buys a plate would have to convert to TTL. We all spent an average of $60,000 per vehicle to help city comply with Ontario Disability Act. Now the city is proposing to turn all ambassadors into standard plates. What about TTL? What's going to happen to them? In the report, it does not clearly say what will happen to TTL on if we were to sell it. It does not say clearly in the report. What happens when you sell TTL? With all the standard plates in the market, who is going to buy TTL? TTL would be worthless just like the old W plates. I'm sure everybody remembers the W plates. Worthless, garbage. City is trying to create two-tier system, just like Ambassador and Standard plates for the last 16 years, denying ambassadors equal rights. City is proposing to issue 1,000 TTL plates to drivers on waiting list. Who's going to accept TTL plates with two-tier system? We as TTL group will work hard to educate drivers on waiting list, not to accept plates or suffer like us. I wonder which genius came up with the idea that they're going to get 1,000 more suckers to invest $60 million to help city accomplish 25% accessibility quota by 2021. It does say in the report that they want to accomplish this by 2021. So good luck getting 1,000 suckers. The TTL plate owners were completely ignored in this report. The city is trying to please everybody by saying we'll give you a shot in the arm, then we'll shoot you in the head. Okay? The criminals are running business by breaking every bylaw in the book, and yet the taxi industry feels like we are on death row, and the city is taking its sweet time to execute us. We are law-abiding citizens, and we are warriors. Believe me, we are warriors. We will not be taken out without a fight. And now, I would like to make 3 points about PTC. Mr. DiGiorgio said he wants 3 legit points. So I'll give it to you, sir. Unmarked PTC vehicles means undetectable vehicles. A perfect excuse for MLS and police not to enforce bylaws.
Yes.
No minimum fare for PTC. The report says that. If you look in Edmonton, they have set a price at $325, just a little below taxi, which is $360 in Edmonton. No minimum fare for Uber means it's a deliberate attempt by the city to destroy taxi industry. That means PTC can start the rate as low as $1 and kill everybody like in New York. Today we have that situation in New York, okay? They can start anywhere they want just to kill us. And the city will allow that. Not a problem, okay? Same service. I'm going to repeat Mr. Rob Ford. Same service, same insurance. Commercial for taxi insurance, and commercial for Uber.
Thank you. Thank you. It's 12:30 with. Do we go that way? Okay. Is there will of the committee just to finish this deputant? Okay. All those in favor? Against? Okay. Carries. Questions?
Does he have another minute, Chair?
No.
I see.
He had 5 minutes and 5 minutes and 3 seconds. Okay. Now I saw Councilor Davis.
I'm sorry, I missed the beginning. Are you a driver?
I am a
plate
TTL
owner?
plate owner and a driver.
So you're a TTL plate owner?
Yes, ma'am.
When did you buy your plate?
No, I was received.
Okay,
I got the.
From the last.
Let me explain to councilors a little bit. TTL means people who got plates from the city and people who bought plates and they were converted to TTL. But we are all TTL.
Right, but some people, well, I won't get into, some people purchase TTLs, but that's another layer of complication.
Well, they haven't purchased TTLs because they're not qualified to sell them as yet, because they're on probation for 2 years.
Okay, so I just want to confirm, you support the recommendations from the 2014 reform?
Absolutely. That's why we got into this business. Otherwise, we would have walked away. We don't need this kind of expenses to know that we are not going to be treated fairly, and never mind TTL, the whole taxi industry will not survive.
Okay, so there should be regulated fares, regulated safety standards.
Absolutely.
All of those things that, and as far as brokerages or garages, we should be moving ahead with that provision to license garages and get rid of some of the worst practices bad practices in this sector.
If you ask me honestly, the city had 2 years to study. They should have done that back in 2014, if you ask me.
Well, the recommendations are here now to do that.
Yes, but they should have done it in 2014, if you ask me, but it's a good idea. They should go ahead and do it.
Thank you.
Councilor Di Giorgio. Oh, I'm sorry, it's Councilor Nunciara. You're next. I didn't see you.
I just have one question. It seems like all the deputants that we've heard for the past 2 days from the taxi industry is that they're not happy with the report, they're not happy with staff, they're not happy with the councilors, some of the councilors. So my question to you is, would you be happy if the city just did not regulate you at all and let you do what you want and let Uber do what they want, and we won't even have any part of regulating the taxi industry or Uber, and you do whatever you want and there's no rules? Would that make you happy?
No rules.
Because it doesn't seem like you're happy with anything.
Well, I would be happy if we're on the level playing field.
Well, why don't we just not have any rules for you or Uber?
Well,
wouldn't that make everybody happy and you just go out and do what you want?
taxi industry has
Yeah.
followed the rules for the past probably like 50 years,
But maybe-
whether we liked it or not.
But maybe the city doesn't need to be regulating the taxi industry or Uber.
Well,
I
in
mean,
that- in that
and
ca-
just have competition, just like we do any other business in the city.
Well, in that case, why should we regulate any industry? Why is it taxi industry only? Why should we regulate anybody else?
But that's what I'm saying, we shouldn't regulate you, so let you do what you want, this way you'll be happy.
Well, is this to accommodate Uber X or to make it easy for us?
No, it's to accommodate everyone.
No, I have a feeling that it's to accommodate Uber X.
Any other questions? That it? Thank you. Councilor Burnside, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So in terms of regulation, I asked this question earlier. Well, let me rephrase the question that I asked earlier. We regulate the cab industry, absolutely. We also regulate restaurants in terms of cleanliness and everything else. But we actually don't regulate the number of people that can come into the restaurant industry, the number of people who can compete. What makes the cab industry different in terms of regulating the number of people that can actually offer the service?
As far as I know, the city has always studied according to the increment of population, certain licenses were issued. So my question to everybody, including you, sir, what took city 15 years to issue mere 290 plates? If that were the case.
Oh, I think the job the city's done has been an absolute mess, but we're dealing with today. Unfortunately, I can't deal with yesterday. So the question still remains, and if you don't really have an answer, that's okay too. But why should we regulate the number of people who are able to enter the industry when we don't do it with any other industry?
To answer that question, you can allow as many as they want, as long as they're following rules and regulations. You have passed a bylaw on September 30th, and Uber is still operating, and I think this city council is pathetic, powerless, and the MLS is pathetic and powerless. They can't do nothing about Uber.
Okay, so as long as they follow the same rules and regulations. So then that brings me to my next question, which I asked a previous individual. If we were to level all the regulations well, all of them, so you can, take your pick, snow tires, whatever the case might be, are you then okay with Uber, UberX, whatever the case might be, also doing street pickups and cab stands?
No, absolutely not.
So, but I thought you wanted a level playing field.
Yes. What about as simple as insurance? When you are engaged in a commercial activity, okay, look at Calgary and Edmonton bylaws. It clearly says commercial insurance.
Sir, you don't have to scream. We can hear you, please. Okay, go ahead.
So what I'm saying is, if we made everything the same, all the regulations, insurance, vehicle checks, snow tires, whatever the case is, if we made it all the same, like the level playing field, then we would also have to make the other part of the playing field the same, which is street pickups and cab stands. Are you okay with that?
Okay. You know what? Why don't we issue unlimited plates to Uber and tell them to come into the taxi industry, do what we do, and then compete? Let's go. Let's go.
So
Issue 10,000 plates and let's go.
Okay.
Let's get it on.
So that is yes? Is that yes?
Yeah, it's absolute yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilor. Vice Chair Karygiannis.
Thank you. Sir, you were asked a couple of questions by a previous councilor that I found some of the questions to be questionable or misleading. I mean, we do have licenses for pets. Everybody has a little tag on the collar of their dog and their cats and everything else. And everybody else out there that has a business, a restaurant, they got licenses and the number of seats that the people that can put in. And every hot dog stand that we have out there has a license. And yet Uber does not have a license. And Uber for the past 3 years has been giving the city, according to some of the folks in here, the middle finger. I mean, even our mayor said that we got the middle finger from the city. Why do you think that we're powerless against Uber?
We're powerless against Uber because lazy people are running the show. That's what it is. Lazy and gutless people who can't stand up to Uber are running the show.
Do you feel that this report that's been written represents the industry?
It doesn't. It makes a mockery of the industry, and this report is a total waste of time. You know what? They might as well go back on 6-month vacation again and come up with a more stupid and ridiculous report.
In the consultations that were done, I'm not sure if you participated in this last winter, but was anything, if you had participated, any of these recommendations in there?
Councilor Karygiannis, please tend to be mindful in terms of your questions. You are just inciting and putting more fuel into it with the kind of questions that you are putting forward. That's impugning the other members of council, and I do take offense to your comments, Councilor. Please be mindful about it. I warned you twice yesterday. Believe me, I want you to stay here, please. You have another 50 seconds there. Allow them to. Please go ahead.
I hope you take the same stand to other councillors when they go down that same road. I do really hope you take the same stand, because if you don't, I will remind you of the stand that you're taking against me right now, sir. And I will point that out to you, and I'll also put it in writing. Sir, the last question that I have for you. Uber has been given a brokerage license. Have you seen any vehicles that have Uber, that are Uber cabs? Have you seen any vehicles, any cabs that have the Uber light on top?
No, sir, I haven't, but I'd like to know that for myself. What are the requirements for a brokerage? Whether they should hide behind, or they should have roof lights on the car, or a minimum requirements of car that should be affiliated with the brokerage? It's not clear to me, but I'd really like to know from the head of the licensing department.
Has any of your friends that you've talked to in the industry seen any of these Uber cabs that have the roof light Uber?
Not one taxi with the Uber roof light is in the city right now.
Have you spoken to any of your friends? Have they?
I have. I'm on the road all the time, so I know what's
But,
going on.
You know, there's more eyes on the road.
No, there's not one car that's affiliated officially under Uber brand.
Do you believe if they're real?
Well,
Like the brokerage, do you believe that they exist and they've got Uber cabs?
they got the brokerage license.
Last question was.
Sir, they got the brokerage license to dictate this proposal.
Thank
To make
you.
the city happy.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay. Councilor Di Giorgio. Point of order?
I think that we should have allowed the deputy in the respect to finish his answer as we.
He did answer his question. Councilor Di Giorgio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, in response to some of the comments that were made earlier and questions asked by some of the councilors, visiting councilors, I may add, they were questioning, why have regulations at all? Why don't we just make it a wide open free-for-all? And of course, regulations are put in place because the marketplace usually fails. If we leave things to a free-for-all, the wild, wild west, we get chaos. And so regulations are necessary. So that's a starting point. Regulations are necessary. You may not agree with the way regulations developed over time. We reached a point in time, 2014, where the regulations were not well received initially by the industry. However, everyone now understands that the industry needs to come together and accept the 2014 regulations. Would you agree with me?
Yes.
Proposed in 2014.
Yes, I would say we should all agree to 2014. I mean, I did. That's why I'm a TTL plate owner and operator.
Great, thank you. Now, the one thing that I neglected, I see Gail Suter up there. The one thing that I neglected to ask the question was new entrants into the industry. And I'm talking about going back 50 years, 100 years. Do most new entrants into the industry start as a driver?
They do, absolutely.
Okay. And if they start as a driver, there's the fundamental thing we focus on. We have no problem if new entrants into the industry want to drive, i.e., any new driver that wants to drive for Uber gets a plate. Forget about Uber. Uber doesn't drive. They're a broker. Let's focus on the drivers. If we issue a plate, the city issues a plate, not Uber. The city issues a plate to any new driver that wants to provide a transportation service. Do you have a fundamental problem with that?
No, I don't.
No. Do you have a problem with respect to the number of those kinds of plates that the city should issue? Because people talk about competition as being the magical answer to this industry. In other words, if we issue more and more and more plates, that'll solve the problem. Now, you and I both know that's not going to solve the problem.
That's right.
But that's where we're at. We're at the city looking at, my question is, I think you may have been around when I said the TPC license basically is equivalent to the issuance of 15,000 new plates. Only it isn't the city that issues them, but rather Uber. Would you agree?
Absolutely agree.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We recess until 2 o'clock, members of the public.
Deregulation बोल दिया
You really believe that everybody that wants a play is going to play? Which is deregulation. 50 years ago, people could believe No, we're not talking about Uber. He's not talking about Uber.
Members of the committee, will you please take your seats so we can start? Councilor Mamaliti, will you please take your seat so we can start, sir?
This guy first. Number
Okay.
38.
I'd like to call number 38, Hailel Gudas, if he's here, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman.
You got 5 minutes, sir.
I won't need 5 minutes, Mr. Chair. I prepared a paper here. I was going to address 2 items, but in view of what I'm hearing here, I just want to, and I find it odd that the executive director is not sitting here listening to all these deputations. But anyways.
Sir, may I ask you please to refrain from saying who's here, who's not here?
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
I just urge you, councilors, just kill the Uber issue. Okay, this is the main, this report is not good. I'm not going to go into the details, what's good and what's not good. Just kill Uber because, you know, the rest of the stuff is secondary. I mean, we can approve all the good things in this report, but if we leave Uber, it's immaterial. So just do the right thing and just kill Uber.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? The visiting councilor, Councilor Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You're aware that this committee cannot kill Uber at this committee?
I've been around the block sometimes, Councilor. I know exactly how it works.
Okay, so you know that they would have to make a recommendation to council, asking council to kill Uber.
Yeah,
So
that's what I meant is kill it at that committee. What's going to happen?
council, at council,
I'm sorry?
at council.
No, I said you pass the right motions today to amend this report in such a way that it will kill Uber. What City Council does on May the 3rd, Councilor, is not my control and not your control.
Okay, there's been a lot said about procedures, and I just want really for people to understand that this committee cannot kill it in terms of procedures. So that's fine, thank you.
Okay?
That's
all I can say to finish my answer to you, Councilor, just do the right thing. Vote to kill today, you know, and on May the 3rd. What the other councilors will do, you have no control. I mean, you may have some influence, and I urge you to use that influence, but, you know, I'm sorry to say, I think the mayor has more influence than you. Unfortunately, okay?
On that, we agree.
Yeah, okay? And we all know where the mayor stands. Okay? But if you do your thing, we appreciate that. Thank you.
Any other questions, visiting members? Councilor Mamaliti, please go ahead.
So we already know we're not supposed to be mentioning titles of people or whatever. And I don't think it's the mayor, quite frankly, that we need to be worried about here. I don't think it has been him, that it's been driven, I think, primarily by a group of councillors who are saying yes or no to different motions that come up here at committee. Would you agree to that?
Councilor Mamaliti, you've been around the block quite, a number of times. You know what's going on here better than me. I agree with you in principle, okay? What I said about the mayor is I'm concerned, we all know his position, so I'm concerned about his influence on other councillors. Okay. That's all I'm saying.
All right. So you know that we're making a decision today.
Yes.
That my position was to defer it back so that we can negotiate with the industry before council on a proper plan that everybody could agree with.
Yeah,
And that got
you
voted-
mean defer it back to the
Yeah,
staff?
right, that got defeated here. And now my position is we need to kill it here, recommend to kill it here.
Right.
So when other councillors try to tell you that other councillors might be looking at this in a procedural way that doesn't exist, my position is we need to recommend to kill it, okay? Do you get that? I'm
Yeah.
supposed to be asking you questions.
Yeah. No, I get that, I know. I
Okay.
mean, I was here
So
all
do
day
you get-
yesterday.
do you
I
get-
missed this morning session.
Okay, do you get, and if you don't get it, I'm about to hand out about 15 or 20 copies of what happened a few months ago. When Councillor Karygiannis and I created a whole list of motions, and those motions included cameras in Uber cars, all the standards that everybody's looking at doing today to up their costs, like the industry. There were a group of councillors that voted against that motion. I'll show you that today. So my question is, are you aware of that? And are you aware that the fact that there are councillors here today saying, how dare this happen?
I am fully aware of that, and if Councillor Davis remember, at that other meeting, I chased her outside screaming at her, okay, with all due respect, Councillor, okay? But you know what, I want to put that aside, and I fully hear you, and I know what took place. I just want you, and I've been watching both of you for years now, you are like, I don't know what, okay? And I don't know why, okay? After all, you're supposed to do things here, not only on that issue, on every issue, to the best of the citizens of this city. And I urge you again, okay, we have a common goal today, okay, which I believe you believe in, and I know you believed in.
And in closing, on this side of the equation, you've seen my face. I've been very clear in terms of where I am, and I have not changed it in any way. And the reason I bring this up is not because of the mayor, because you've heard his statements, but because of councillors who say things and then vote a different way. And do you know that this might come back to haunt you yet again from the same councillors on the day of council if you let them do it?
You know what, I've been doing it for many years, and I can expect anything from you guys, good and bad.
Thank you, Mr. Goodes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you for your deputation. Thank you. Prior to recess, we had another public speaker, Alan Berker.
Mr. Chair, Mr.
Alan
Martinez
Berker
has to
is
leave
here.
to see a doctor. Can he speak now and then?
Next line there.
We'll continue with the list now. Peter Mandronis, followed by Dimitrios Dodas, Michael Tranquada, Luis Angelopoulos, and George Escadas. And we'll go to Peter Mandronis.
Mr. Chairman, respected members of the committee, respected visiting councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak before you today. I'm primarily to thank each and every one of you for the hard work and dedication on this file. This group of people known as the taxi industry are definitely not perfect. Instead, they are hardworking but equally emotional and passionate people. Some of the passion comes from the deep sense of fear and hopelessness. We know that this committee has worked extremely hard on behalf of the industry, and we are very grateful for every effort you've done for us. It is not this committee that creates this fear, but rather the comments of others. This committee has kept us from being completely lost in the Pacific Ocean. We deeply appreciate all of you, and we thank you, thank you, thank you. I don't want to go to details. There are 50 prior deputies who they spoke about the newcomer and everybody else.
Thank you, Peter.
Back from 1960s and on, there is bylaws from the City of Toronto to govern the taxi cabs and limousines to provide safe and affordable ride to the citizens of Toronto. And that's what we are looking for. At the present time, there's about 7,000 taxi cabs and limousines who they serve the City of Toronto, the right in public. And I think there is more than enough to serve the right in public. And if there is a need for more, license to be issued, they should make a study and see if there is feasible to need more and utilize these existing licenses. And we are all for the safety of the right in public and the safety of the drivers. I'm the one who put the first camera in my cab that goes back in 2001, in March of 18, and there is a front page at the Star. The first camera was stolen in my cab. And we are all in favor to protect the right in public and the safety of our drivers. To discuss any other thing about, snow tires and all that, I can go back in the 70s. I always put snow tires for the safety of my cars and my drivers. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Peter. Any questions to the deputant? District members? Councilor Carijanes, please go ahead.
Thank you. I can't but ask my constituent a couple of questions. Mr. Madronis, thank you for coming, sir. I'm going to make it very quick. If we have to go down the path where the report suggests, would you support, or what are your feelings, or what are your thoughts on having a level playing field where we look after cameras in both entities, tires, commercial insurance, mechanical inspections twice a year, the age of the vehicle to be less than 4 years old, and mandatory knowledge of English for the drivers? Would you support such an approach?
I support the safety, but there is no need for somebody else to come into our industry.
Okay, but I mean, if push comes to shove and they have to be there, should they have the same things that
they
you
have to be equal, as identical as the taxi cab, because they do the same service.
I thank you, sir. Thank you very, very much. Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you, councilors. Thank you.
The next deputant is Dimitris Dodas.
Hi, good afternoon. How are you? Can you hear me?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. I'm a taxi driver, and I drove my father's taxi, Ambassador 372. I'm speaking for families of Ambassador owners who lost their plates due to illness, like my father. He lost his when he was paralyzed from a stroke. To get my job back, I need to pay $65,000. I'm asking the people in control of my city to support families similarly affected like me. There's 7,000 or more for hire vehicles, and which is more than enough to meet demand. If more are needed, issue more standard plates according to a proper issuing formula. Thank you.
Got it? Thank you very much. Well, to the point. Thank you, sir. Any questions? Thank you so much for your presentation. Michael Tranquada. Good afternoon, sir.
What's that?
Please go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Was a long wait, day and a half, but that's fine. I think it's worth it. I'm here to, first I should say who I am. I'm I'm Michael Tranquata. I own Taxi 1395, and I run the Independent Toronto Taxi Group, both the ICOC and Independent Toronto Taxi. And I insure approximately 400 taxis. They range from standard plates, ambassadors, limousines, and approximately 60 of your new TTLs. Now, I'm not sure how you're going to achieve a level playing field with Uber, because all the different licenses that you've issued, and you, sir, are the regulator, not Uber. You, City Council, you're the regulator. If Uber wants to be on a level playing field with us, which is only fair, they use the licensed taxis and limousines that you license, because you're the regulator. They're not the regulator. They're a private company. So you can't create a level playing field with a company that intends to pay attention to none of your rules, i.e., 7 times this year, Uber drivers have hit cars that I insure. What do? They all try to run. They jump in the car, tell the passenger to run, and they take off. That's criminal behavior. Our drivers go to the reporting center to report it, and the police throw their hands up. They say, we can't keep up with this. They're not only hitting you guys, but they're hitting members of the public as well and taking off because they know that they don't have commercial insurance. Now, I've sat here for a day and listened to a fella from a company that says he uses UberX all the time and he has 43 employees. Well, I'm here to tell you that I've seen directions on transportation from at least 10 Fortune 500 companies that have thousands of employees. And there is a clause in there that says clearly, when you are working for us 9 to 5, you use a licensed taxi or a licensed limousine and get a receipt. Why do they do that? And these are Fortune 500 companies. They're not dumb. They do that because there's a clause in insurance that when you're working for us, we have an employee insurance on you as one of our employees. And if you engage in any risky behavior while working for us, i.e. going bungee jumping on your lunch hour or hopping into an UberX car, that's risky behavior. And you void the company's insurance policy on you as an employee. So now Uber has shown no inclination whatsoever to get proper insurance. They had an insurance policy from Intact. You can check that with the Insurance Bureau. $7,600, one driver, one car. Did they show that policy to any of their drivers? No, sir, because they would never pay $7,600 a year. They won't even pay $500 that Aviva is offering them. Why? Because the only way they can offer you half price is to disregard insurance, disregard safety checks, and use 10-year-old Honda Civics. So they've shown no inclination to abide by any rules that you, the regulator, have developed over at least 70 years, because I've been a driver and owner for 45 years. So now I'm equal to the single mother who came in here 3 years ago and said she was a responsible mother. She's supporting 3 kids driving for Uber. Now, I'm not blaming the mother.
Please wrap up.
A lot of people are misinformed. Uber informs their drivers that they have $5 million worth of coverage, not for the cars, sir, for their company in case you sue them. Nothing to do with transportation.
Thank you, Mr. Tranquada. I'm sure that there's questions. Any questions? Yes. Councilor Mamalidi.
So, as promised, I have a number of motions I want to ask questions about of deputants, whether or not they're aware of what may or may not have happened in September of last year. But you'll recall there was a meeting of council in which we were supposed to have eliminated or killed the concept of Uber in the city. Do you remember that meeting?
Yes, I do. I was there.
Do you remember the motion that I tried to pass that reads as follows? The City Council requests the Director, Municipal Licensing and Standard to report back to the Licensing Standard Committee on a framework to regulate alternate ground transportation providers, to begin consulting on the appropriate regulation to ensure level playing field in the ground transportation industry. There are a number of points, one of them being A, energy efficient vehicles, to recommend on that. Age of vehicles, to recommend on that. All vehicles must be accessible, to recommend that in the bylaw. City regulated fares, no surge pricing, and criminal checks. Do you remember that particular motion when it was passed?
Yeah, I remember that.
Do you recall that it lost?
I do.
Do you know who voted for and against this particular
No,
motion?
and I sure would.
Would you like a copy of
I
this?
sure would like a copy, and we should distribute that to all of the...
And I'll be reading more motions out that were moved and lost, and you'll be surprised on the same people voted against it that are currently trying to be your friends.
Well, the report that you're giving us here, there's supposed to be consultation, and the group that I represent own between 900 and 1,000 taxis and limousines in Toronto. I never received one phone call before this report was written. So who are they consulting? Just Adelaide Street?
Any other questions, Councilor Mamalidi?
No, my point
No.
is to...
Thank you. Any other questions? If not, thank you, Mr. Tranquada.
Thank you.
The next deputant is Luis Angelopoulos. Luis Angelopoulos. George Esquiadas. George Esquiadas. Imtiaz Sai. Imtiaz.
Point of order,
Jamshid
Chair.
Pasowski.
Chair, point of order. I think you might have to get Councilor Mamalidi to come back in order for us to have quorum.
Thank you, Councilor.
I'm prepared to speak.
Members of the committee, please come to the chambers to maintain quorum. We have quorum now. Thank you. Jamshid Pasowski. Zulfikar Ali. Nick Schiavone. Nick Schiavone. Hello, sir.
Yeah, hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'd
Please,
just
go
like to state that I am not a taxi driver, plate holder, garage owner, or fleet operator. I'm just a small business operator in Toronto. I just want to go through some numbers with you. Uber claims to do about 45,000 rides a day. Now with 20,000 UberX vehicles, that's not even 2 a day, so that number is probably on the low side. If you multiply that by 365 days a year, you get approximately 16.5 million rides. That is a lot of rides. And if we just assume for a second that the average ticket of every ride is about $20, the number comes out to about 330 million. That is a lot of money. Uber's end of that, if I do it at 20%, is 65 million. If I do it at 30, it's much higher. Let's call it what is it? It's 100 million easy, just in the city of Toronto. We're not talking about Ottawa or Waterloo, we're just talking about Toronto. And if anybody thinks for 1 minute that this whole thing is happening, and it's not about the money, they're sadly mistaken, because it's only about the money. Now let's talk about that money. On a $100 transaction that occurs between an Uber driver and passenger, that $100 does not get processed here in Canada. That $100 gets processed in the Netherlands and gets sent to an Uber bank account in the Netherlands. Then about $70 to $80 comes back to pay the driver. I challenge all members of City Council to tell me and look me straight in the eye with a straight face and a clear conscience how that kind of business activity is beneficial to the City of Toronto. There's no way it is. Now, you guys want to legalize Uber. I get it. But in legalizing Uber, you guys are going to destroy an industry that is currently paying taxes. So you want to replace it with one that doesn't pay any taxes. So now common sense would dictate that a result of that is going to be budget shortfalls. So what are you guys going to have to do? If you guys get this wrong and there's budget shortfalls, you guys are going to have to do one of two things. You're going to have to cut taxes or raise property tax. You're going to have to cut services, or raise our property taxes. Plain and simple. So if you guys get this wrong, why don't you tell the public that maybe, just maybe, I'm going to have to raise your property taxes? Because then you're going to see how this argument changes completely. Now, I could see how many councillors could be deceived. You got our mayor on the world tour promoting to all these foreign companies to come and do business in Toronto, sure, so they can operate like Uber. You got our premier also endorses Uber and all this ride-sharing stuff, which, by the way, they don't share in anything. They don't share in any of the costs in our current infrastructure. That's all paid by taxpayers and small business guys like myself. Okay, let's be clear on that. So you got the mayor of the biggest city in Ontario.
Excuse me, sir, I'm going to stop you right there. I don't know if you were here when I started this meeting.
My bad. So you got the premier.
Please refrain from...
I didn't say that, I said the premier.
Okay. Please refrain from impugning the reputation of anyone.
I'm not trying to
the item. Please go ahead.
The point I'm trying to get at is they endorse it, and what they don't realize, which proves to me, they don't realize the negative impact that this type of business has on our economy. Last I checked, this province owed $300 billion. So it's clear to me that by their actions, that they have no way of ever planning on paying this. And you know, if that's the case, fine. I'll give you my correct spelling of my name. Give me a check for $1 billion too, because I want in on this stiff. It's not right, plain and simple. There's a lot of deception. There's a negative impact for what they're doing. You know, Uber is very good at dividing council. Council is divided. Not only here, other cities. Citizens are divided. And that's the whole smokescreen. It's all about getting everybody against each other so they can steal all our money and send it to the Netherlands. Now, let me be clear. I hear you guys loud and clear. By endorsing this type of business, that's fine. You're going to ruin these guys. You're not going to ruin me. I'm going to capitalize off it. I'm in the processing business. I can process transactions for any web-based or any app-based business, any retailer, hotel, you name it. I will tell them the blueprint, as the Panama Papers recently released by the Star show, is very simple to do. I will go tell a customer, I'll charge you 6%, and I'll save you from having to pay 35, 40% of corporate tax. I'm going to get a lineup of customers, a lineup. And it's all because City Council endorses that kind of behavior. And you guys have no clue the Pandora's box that you're opening. It's going to have a detrimental effect. And finally, real quick about safety, I just want to say, it's a joke they're even contemplating to not allow snow tires not have cameras. Everybody here's probably got cameras in front of their house. We got them in every taxi. The insurance industry, the biggest tight asses out there, they're willing to give a 5% rebate if I put snow tires on my car. So if you don't think they've done their homework, you guys are mistaken. This is a total sham. We already know which way it's going to go. But believe you, I will exploit it to my benefit and all the benefit of all the other business owners in this city, which will be detrimental to council.
Thank you,
And the
Mr.
taxpayers here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions? Is there any questions? No, I think we're okay. Thank you. Sarwali, followed by Judy Barr, Malkiyat Singh Lihar. Sarwali, Judy Barr,
Hi, everyone. My name is Judy Barr, and I'm speaking on behalf of my husband, Joel Barr, who is the owner-driver of Cab 937. He's actually made it here now that I'm speaking this afternoon, but he was late getting here today because he was providing what I'm going to describe as a taxi assist service, somewhat similar to the Uber Assist that Tracy Schmidt talked to us about yesterday. About the fact that it takes into account vulnerable persons and handles them with great care and great respect. And it's something that she's very proud of because apparently she's an accessible consultant, which obviously she's an expert then. In this case, Joel looks after people in our community, and this was a 90-year-old woman who has ambulatory issues and was going for to have a cancerous lump removed from her leg, and she has no family. So she, asked Joel to take her to the hospital and to please come into the hospital with her. She had no one, which is what he did. So, you can cast stones on both sides, and I just wanted to point out that certainly there are lots of drivers in the city that provide that kind of compassionate, now that we're calling it taxi assist, I didn't realize there was a term for it, but now we have one, so that's kind of cool, actually. I just want to say also that we certainly agree with everybody that's gone before us to make the comment that this report certainly does nothing to level the playing field. It's not fair. It's certainly not equitable, but really, I struggle with those terms that we're using to even describe this report, because those terms are so easily skewed semantically. Whose idea of what fair is and whose idea of what equitable is? What we have actually asked for, what the industry has actually asked for in this report was identical laws for ground transportation. So I hope that that's possibly something that if you say you're going to amend this and do amendments that we can work on. The other thing, I guess, too, what we're seeing more and more in the papers, and I'm reading more, are economists who are taking a really hard look at Uber's business model and weighing in on the fact that it is a misnomer that it is creating jobs. What it actually is doing, it's trading full-time jobs, middle-class jobs, for very haphazard occasional work. Setting up an industry or an economic climate where people cobble together a living out of 2 or 3 precarious jobs. And if we're not careful, according to a book I've been reading called Raw Deal, if we don't wake up, we're going to soon see the middle class disappear, actually, as it has started to do if this happens because of the full-time jobs being let go. The other thing I think is a concern, and the gentleman before me brought it up, is rewarding a large foreign-owned business who has come into this country and into this city and demanded to have rules and regulations that fit their business model. I worry, what kind of precedent are we setting for businesses in Canada and Toronto? I guess that anyone can come in, come up with a really cool concept like sharing, and be allowed to, who's to say others aren't going to come in and do exactly what Uber is doing? So I don't know how much of a dance with the devil you want to have, but sure enough, that is what's happening. You will be dancing with the devil, and if they agree to these terms this time around, you can be sure they're going to be back asking for more and more and more, which is what they tend to do. It's a very misleading spin, sharing. I'd like to share my sandwich with you means I give you half of it. Not, I'd like to share my sandwich with you here, that'll be $5. That's a really, obviously not the concept. So I guess, it's just a matter of, I hope, making realistic decisions that don't reward a Goliath of a monopoly. If the consumers want choice and they want to get rid of what they call the taxi monopoly, again, be careful of what you wish for, because soon enough you will have a monopoly, and soon enough you won't have choice except that monopoly, and soon enough you won't have fair pricing. I can't even get my head around the fact that we would actually condone a concept called surge pricing. I'm not sure in what other industry we would condone that. I don't know. All very confusing, all very frightening, and I don't know, just some thoughts.
Thank you, Ms. Barr.
You're welcome.
Any questions? Visiting members first. Vice Chair Karygiannis.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to the deputant. Are you surprised that Uber has come out and renounced this report and said they're not supporting it?
Am I surprised?
Yes.
I'm not surprised at anything that they say or do, to be very honest. What is it? Maybe not lax enough for them? They want less insurance, or they want to self-regulate more, possibly? I'm not sure what they might ask for.
Do you think that this could be a ploy on their behalf in order to force councillors to support it?
Again, I think it could be, any ploy, for sure.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Any other questions? Thank you, Ms. Barr. Malkiat Singh Lidhar. Malkiat Singh. No. Number 67, John Epimeo. Michael Zunari. Michael Zunari. Ishak Miriam. Bill Chances. Good afternoon, sir.
Hi. Hey,
you
guys.
have 10 minutes. Please go ahead.
Alrighty. My name is Bill Chances. I got a fleet insurance policy for taxi cabs. I'm involved in the industry. I just wanted to, with a clear mind, I want to explain to you guys that Uber doesn't want to compete with us. We have set of rules. They've been with Uber Taxi, or whatever you want to call Uber, to license cabs for a few years. They're making some ground, they're cutting it, but they don't want to compete. They want the easy way. They want special rules. We should not give them a single special rule. Why? Guys, we understand the method of grabbing a vehicle for hire, the cool word now, instead of taxi, okay? A vehicle, to order a vehicle has evolved. It's evolving, it's always evolved for decades. Before, you used to have a post, before many of us were alive, and there'd be a taxi stand with a lamppost, and on that post, if there's no vehicle there, taxi cab, you pick up the bloody phone, and someone answers, says, we'll be there in X amount of minutes. It evolved to people, then we evolved to people calling for a vehicle. Then we evolved to people using a cell phone to call for a vehicle, taxi. Then we evolved to web-based ordering. Now we have app. Nothing's changed. The method is evolving and will continue to evolve. What are we going to tell banks now? Oh, ING Direct, or sorry, Tangerine, formerly ING Direct, is going to go now and say, we want to change the banking laws because we do internet-based banking only. Does it make sense? We're moving to a cashless society too. We're evolving. You're not going to change, you know what I mean? None of this stuff makes sense. It's evolving. We need the same rules on safety, on everything. We should actually be raising the bar on safety, not lowering it. Anyways, let's see what else I got here. Green Initiative, okay. We have fuel-efficient cars. I have 2 kids. I want them to breathe clean air. Is that a lot to ask for? Like common sense stuff. You go on gas guzzlers, pickup trucks as taxis, friggin' Yaris's as limos. Did you guys read the report? What a joke. Uber wants it that way. Okay, I got an insurance policy. Let me talk about insurance. This thing that Viva got sucked into, this crap. 20 hours a week. Okay, guys. You order a guy on Saturday night, 2 a.m., an Uber X driver, he's happy, he's picking up drunk people, taking them home to the burbs. Okay? So he logs in, it's a 40-minute trip. You drop them off in Vaughan, let's say, a group of people. Okay, so they're logged in for 40 minutes. Okay, what's that driver going to do? He's going to log off and drive back downtown because that's where the fares are getting picked up mostly at that time. He's technically working an hour and 20 minutes, not 40. Okay? There's another thing where I actually got asked by an Uber X driver. He goes like this to me, oh, I'm Uber, cash fare. I kid you not, on Adelaide, I don't go out downtown too often anymore, and I got asked for a cash fare. What if some dummy went into that car and got into an accident? Will they be covered under accident benefits? No. There's no OCP, what is it, OPCF 6A. The main coverage that we need for taxi cabs 24/7. Okay? There's other people out there that will simply cancel an Uber X order, do a fare estimate, and then have that person come in the car. Instead of a $50 ride, you tell them, give me $45 cash. The customer's happy, the driver's happy. The driver gets to save that 25% commission, so it's a net benefit for him. And what if there's an accident there? The accident benefits of the passenger are not covered. Okay? You guys don't know this stuff? Think about it. Common sense. Where's Burnside? Anyway, oh, sorry, I'm personalizing. Bring on him too. TTC, yeah, you guys are going to be subsidizing them, raising our taxes. There's already a projected, the projection was had a shortfall of 30 million. What do you think it's going to be next year? And then the taxpayer, oh, we got to raise taxes. Okay? What's going to happen there? Oh, we're going to lower the standards of buses. Right? They're already like broken down. You don't see a broken down taxi. You see once a week I see a bus. Right? We got to increase our standards. Anyways, when there's a shortfall, and we'll due to ridership, and we have committed billions of dollars in infrastructure, well, and there's not people to use it, what's going to happen? We're going to eat it. All you guys too, your property taxes are going to go up. The subway, that's infrastructure. That keys, someone else's famous word. Anyways, what else do I have to say? Oh, I don't want to get into that. That's personal. No.
You are done, sir. You have your 5 minutes.
Oh, I'm done? Okay. Please ask.
Any questions?
Sorry, I'll be calmer on the question and answer. Thanks.
Okay.
Anyway.
Janet?
Thank you for coming, Bill, and
you're welcome.
I hope that everyone will try to be calmer. I understand why everyone is very passionate about this.
Your tone is actually helping me calm down.
Okay. So I know that you have some investment in the industry as a partial plate owner, I think.
Yeah.
You're a plate owner. And I know that you have managed plates and the 20...
Under my name, one, right? My dad has more, but managed.
And there is a there was a 2014 reform proposal
that wanted to wipe them out.
That would over time convert our industry to a one taxi license system.
Okay, yeah.
And regulating garages.
Regulating garages, that's good, yeah.
Right. So do you support those directions still?
Yeah, yeah,
That we should go forward with those?
okay.
Okay.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that.
And I guess fares, and otherwise you're saying we should have the same standards for safety?
We have the rules. Yeah, standards. We have standards. We should be raising the bar.
Okay.
I want my kids to be taking a cab, or even myself, I take cab, right? Oh, it's called vehicle for hire, it sounds cooler, you know? Okay, I want to be safe, man.
Okay. Thank you.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Any other questions? Councilor Mammalidi.
So, when other councilors use the words, do you mind regulating garages, and what about looking at licenses, and do you think that we should be safer with X, Y, and Z? Do you really know what that means?
Sorry, regulation? Do I know what regulation
When
means?
other councilors are trying to tell you in hidden language that they want to regulate garages, do you really know what that means or no?
Well,
you say yes to that, because you
Yes,
said yes.
but I may have an opposing way of how to
Well, this council's going to tell
regulate
you
a garage.
exactly what he thinks it means.
What would be the underlying factors? I suppose licensing garages, I support that, but, you know, there's different ways. Look, people are talking here today trying to regulate Uber, or is trying to say this stuff. Uber taxi, half the councilors don't even know, and you know, they have other agendas too. Like, I would like a regulation with fleets a certain way. That might be different from people. And of course, we're going to have a barrage, hundreds of people here coming
Well,
next.
I'd ask you to stay tuned for the council meeting, because I think you're going to find exactly what that means from the councilors who are using that language with you. I think all of you are in for a surprise in terms of what people who claim are your friends are actually going to do to you at council with this.
Oh, well, I'd like to know details. If you could, is it possible for you to ask a question too?
No, I wish I could.
Okay.
I wish I could.
Okay.
Do you want us to kill this report today, or do you want us to amend it?
The report's a joke. Giorgio, the report's a joke, buddy.
So
you gotta call a spade a spade.
So you.
How does staff come up with that? Look.
I'm not gonna. I'm gonna.
Come on. September she was crying with 30 people here. I was there. Raise your hand if you were there.
I'm going to cut you off there, and I'm going to say to you, I've made it very
I didn't see
clear
a
that,
name.
in my opinion, this is not staff-driven. In my opinion, this is politically driven, and sometimes when politicians make decisions,
just stick to the.
You know where I'm shitting my pants?
I'm trying to help you, Mr. Chairman.
No. It's, you know, it's. I think we all know where you're going with that. Please ask the question.
I'm trying to help you with this.
You know where I'm worried, guys? I'm worried if it goes to council, we're going to be seeing the same trading of votes that we saw in September.
Well, it is going to go to council, and I guess if I had a crystal ball in front of me, I would tell you that the vote today is going to be to kill this thing.
Oh,
or to recommend to kill it.
We're on life support.
That's going to go to council. Okay, that will go to council. I hope you know that. That's the process.
Thank you. That was the last question. Sahih Hossein. Next speaker, Sahih Hossein. Followed by Rita Smith, Mark Burr.
My name is Jaki Hussain. I'm the General Secretary, Bangladeshi Taxi Drivers Association. After 2 years of series of meeting and long fight, we got 2014 review, and we are in the process of execution in 2014 bylaws. And main goal was one tier system, one city, one license. By turn, all type of license going to one stream, that is TTL. And only defect, we always told that 100% accessibility is not realistic. That, although this report is nothing, but anyways, this report accepts that 20% accessibility is reality anyways. Yesterday, one of my friend speaker told that city impose laws, bylaws, and we always say yes. And 30th September, they reduced taxi fare, $1 per trip. It was told that the other, whatever the name, TNC or Uber, they will be regulated, but they are remain unregulated. They are doing illegal, but city told that you have to reduce your price $1. We said yes. No way. We always say yes because we are obliged to the law, but as a ship driver, we have been deprived that. Our income reduced, nobody shared that $1 fare per trip. Now, this report says again that all plates remain standards. The 495 or something TTL issued, they remain TTL, and new plates coming, they will be TTL. So those people are coming, we are imposing $70,000 burden of this on them. Other remaining standard. So what kind of level playing field is this? This is not fair. Although in the report it says that some sorts of what is called subsidy may be arranged, but no clear, there is no clarification what type of subsidy, what that is. My humble submission to the committee, to the council is that we want one city, one plate, whatever name it is. Standard, TTL, ride share, whatever name you call, one city, one plate, one system, but accessibility is a necessary for the province, for the city, and we have to accept that. But to go accessibility, there is the extra burden comes to the driver. That should be subsidized. And non-accessible vehicle drivers, they agree to put something or sacrifice something or to contribute something for those drivers. So city should have some package, certain package, defined package for accessible taxi drivers, not for the newcomers, not for existing TTLs, not for the standard, for everyone. The package should be there. Existing taxi, standard taxi, $30,000 it takes to go in the street, and for TTL it takes $70,000. So there is a difference of $40,000. So we have to think about that $40,000 overburden of the newcomers. If there is a package, so how this $40,000 money can come, from which source and how, then I think, I believe, it's my belief and it's reality, that lots of drivers, either they are TTL, either they are standard, either newcomer, whatever, they voluntarily go for accessible driving. It's my belief, if the package is defined. So finally, I want to say, whatever you decide, we don't go for, so one city, one plate.
Thank you, sir.
No two-tier system.
Thank you, sir. Outside councilors, Councilor Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Hussain, and you've raised a number of really important issues, particularly for the people who are on the waiting list. So the 880 people who are on the waiting list, and they have been waiting, many of them, for many years. Have you been waiting?
Yeah, I'm also waiting.
I understand that there is a charge to be on that waiting list, is that right?
No charge, but we have to submit some
Register?
report to continue on the report. Yearly basis, we have to submit our income and other things to continue the report.
Okay,
to
so you've
list.
regularly registered to be on that list?
Yeah, we have to update that, keep it updated.
Okay. And so what you're saying, I think you said it very well, I'm not even sure I need to
71.
repeat it, but what I heard you say, is this correct, that you want one plate, one form of
type of
taxi?
plate. One type
Whether
of
it's
taxi. Whatever name it is.
TTL, and that you support the reforms of 2014?
Of course, except 100% accessibility.
Except 100% accessibility, and we have to sort that out.
Yeah.
There's problems with the accessibility and sharing maybe that fairly.
Other than
With one idea that you had, which was to
package, something.
to a package for an incentive or a subsidy that will encourage people to
Anybody,
actually...
anybody. Anybody, not the newcomers,
Right.
existing drivers
Right.
also.
And do you support the recommendation to add new cars?
Sorry?
To add new plates?
Yeah, by turn, not at a time, but by turn.
Over time.
Over time, yeah.
Okay. I think that's it. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Mamaliti.
So you're aware that in September, we had a meeting, and at that meeting, we had the opportunity to kill and to send the message to Uber saying we don't want you in the city?
Yeah, I was in the meeting at that time.
You're aware that at that meeting, there was a motion that asked for this meeting and this report to come forward, even though there was a few of us that wanted to end it there?
Yeah.
You're aware that the motion to have this meeting and this report come forward won by 32 to 12. Are you aware of that?
32 to 12 votes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Since that meeting, many people who voted in favor, 32, have come out publicly and have had sympathy to the industry, pretending that they actually care. You're aware of that?
I'm not sure about that.
Okay, then if you're not sure about that, I have another 16 copies of this particular motion with the people who voted in favor
Yes.
of this meeting and this report, and perhaps you can ask them the question later on after the meeting's over.
I'll have to put your time on hold. I do have a point of order from Councilor Matlow.
Mr. Chair, a point of privilege. The member is saying that anyone who voted on one side of that specific item is now pretending to hold a position today. That is disrespectful of those members, and I ask for those comments to be withdrawn. And it's frankly counter to our procedural bylaws.
Well, you're not the chair, Councilor Matlow, and...
Sorry, I didn't recognize you. Councilor Mamaliti, I didn't recognize you. If you want to say something, please ask the chair to be recognized. Right, there was a point of privilege, and I'm listening to it, and I have an interruption from another councilor, and I asked the councilor if he wants to speak to it to get my signal. I thank you, Councilor Matlow, for that.
May I have your ruling? You know I'm right.
I might have to take 5 minutes to think about it. Look, you know what? It's a fair statement. This is a fact. It is a fact, and unless there is something in the facts, if there's wrong, I prefer to rule your way. And if you can prove to me in those facts that there's something wrong, then I'll accept your point of privilege.
Mr. Chair, are you suggesting that the onus is on those members to prove that they're not pretending? I mean, it is disrespectful to those members to say that they're pretending to hold a position that they hold.
Mr. Chairman, I may help.
Councilor Mamaliti.
If I have offended anybody by alluding to the fact that they may be hypocrites in terms of how they do their job, then I apologize. Apologize to those,
All
those dirty half dozen that I keep singling out as
Councilor Mamalidi,
hypocrites.
can I ask you, sir?
I apologize to.
Sir, can I ask you to use better words? Can I ask you please to use better words? Folks, we're all here, we want to listen, let's not grandstand, let's move on.
No, I'm not grandstanding.
Okay, let's get
I'm not
you back.
grandstanding at all,
Let's
Mr.
get back on track, please. All right, you are 123, please keep going.
Sorry, would you like a copy of this?
Yeah.
Okay.
Have you finished your questioning? Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Anybody else? Councilor DeGiorgio.
Mr. Chairman, I'm just, or Mr., just to, for clarification, when you talk about one city, one plate, what's that one plate?
One city, one type of plate.
Yeah, so which type of plate are you proposing? Standard plate, ambassador?
No, owner-operated system. That the most motive of 2014 review.
Okay, but
2014, what we passed in the 2014 review, that we will go by turn in owner-operated model, that is the same type of plate for everyone. It will take time, but we will go for one type.
okay, can you give us an estimation of, you're saying the time that was alluded to in the 2014 report, which was basically a sunset clause that essentially said that standard plates would die over time or expire?
At that time, it
That's
was
what you're
the
promoting.
sense that it will become TTL. Everybody is going to be TTL. Now the thinking is different. But whatever the thinking, my position is whatever you think, the system will be same. One type of taxi plate.
Okay. That's a totally different kind of small business. There is very little opportunity for growth. In a completely owner-operated vehicle, one man, one cab, one person, driving one cab, nothing else, that limits the opportunities available.
No, owner-operated model does not say that one man, one taxi. One man, he himself drives, but he can hire additional 2 or 3 drivers too.
Okay, but that's not an ambassador plate. An ambassador plate limited, but in any event.
TTL, what was the model TTL said?
Okay.
Done? Thank you. Can I have Rita Smith come down if she's making a deputation?
Thank you.
Nope, okay. Mark Bear? Mark? Nope. Makbul Alam? Go ahead, sir. You have 5 minutes, sir. Thank you.
কেমন আছেন আপনারা ভালো আছেন তো I believe everybody understand what I am saying today. No? How come? Because on recommendation said we don't need to speak English. Because if I said that language, maybe everybody understand with that. So this is the report. So how we go forward without our communication? So our mayor said always a level playing field. This is a level playing field in our report. We want a level playing field. They will pay $10 renewal fee, we will pay $290 renewal fee. This is a level playing field. They don't have insurance, we have insurance, this is a level playing field. And how could the safety, snow tire, most of them drive, speaker previously said, I don't want to remind everything, is a camera, snow tire, and insurance, and lots of things. I don't want to say lots of things about that. This is a many way we can say we don't have a level playing field is here, according to that report. So that's why we want exactly level playing field. So sorry to say, I didn't say my name yet. My name is Mahbubul Alam. I'm from Bangladeshi Taxi Driver Association. I'm the vice president of that association as a ship driver. So now I'm going to about the ship driver issue. So what is here about the ship driver issue? So what we got from 2014, so why are you losing here? Do you think about that? So 2014 we got one-tier system, now we're getting a two-tier system. So what is that? Another new 1,000 plate coming, it is making a two-tier system. TTL is now two-tier system. So why is a two-tier system? Bring it, everything is a one-tier system. We want one-tier system. We know that as accessibility as our community. We want to serve that, but we have to solve that, how we can serve this. So accessibility is now, we know that is how much is a car cost. My previous speaker, our secretary, Zakir Hussain, said already $70,000 is cost come on the road. So another standard car is a car come on the road is cost is $30,000. So how we can get in a $40,000? And another thing is an accessible car, and lots of accessible driver already said, they're sitting on the post and on the line, behind of him has a regular car and a 4-car sitting as a car, everybody coming to taking them, and nobody taking the accessible car, because car is higher, car is looks ugly, and lots of older people cannot get in. They're losing their business. So how could you gonna bring it another 1,000 new plate in a similarity like that and give them to burden? And I am also waiting list on one of them follow to giving to me that kind of plate. So how could I gonna survive? You giving me burden for $70,000. So we have to think about how we can solve this. So already Zakir Hussain said we can create some fund, we can give the subsidy. This is our association proposal. We want that, give some subsidy, give to voluntary, not a mandatory to give it to me the plate, you have to drive in a accessibility car. So this is you pressure me, you push me to drive in a only accessible car, you cannot drive in a sedan. This is not fair to us. So that's why we want equal right everybody. Equal right with the Uber, equal right with the taxi, equal right with the accessibility. Everybody should be equal. If Uber want to drive this city, they have to follow as a taxi, not a Uber X. Follow the taxi rule. They can drive. Uber already has a brokerage license. They can work with the taxi. So why should we come to another kind of plate? So this is my opinion. So we should be do equal right and equal way.
Thank you, sir. Any outside councilors? Councilor Davis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And again, thank you very much, Mr. Alam. You're a shift driver now. Are you on the wait list?
Yes, I'm on the waiting list.
So you are waiting for your chance. How long have you been driving a taxi?
More than 11 years. I'm waiting list more than 9 years.
And what you're facing is a very difficult decision to look at just a TTL option, I hear you saying. Is that right?
Yes.
And that we need to find a solution to the accessibility, the level of accessible taxis, and how we can incent and subsidize those licenses, those plates. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you think if we provided a subsidy, or the industry provided a subsidy, because Uber is doing a subsidy right now. I guess they have deeper pockets at this point, but they're providing a subsidy. So if there was a subsidy provided and some kind of incentive, and it was voluntary, you think that there would be sufficient number of drivers willing to take on one of those taxis?
I believe lots of drivers will be willingly to come to join this service.
Okay. And as for the other reforms, the 2014 reforms, you support those, I heard you say?
100% I support that, except accessibility.
Right, and the regulation of garages so that we make sure there are some decent working conditions for shift drivers who continue and to have decent cars on the road and all of that. You agree with that?
Yes.
And all the safety standards should apply to everyone?
Everyone, yes.
Right. Okay, and fares. Should we ensure that fares remain regulated in the city?
Fare has a regulator already with a taxi. I want everybody should be regulated at a fare.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Harjeet Kaur Sangera. Diana Neos. Dino Neos. Rat Roy. Hubert Leach. Javed Iqbal. Mohammed Hakim Zada. Peggy Abraham. You got 5 minutes, ma'am.
Can I see time here as it's? Okay. Oh, you've already started my timer and I haven't started to speak. Could you bring that back, please? Thank you. There's too much to say. In my accessible taxi driving course, I learned that.
Madam, I'll warn you 15 seconds before the end.
I appreciate
All right,
that.
so you got
Thank
15,
you.
you got 5 minutes, please go.
In my accessible taxi driving course, I learned that the City of Toronto's industry was begun by Thurston Blackmore, I think his name was. He came here from in the Underground Railway. He was an escaped slave, and he made a new life here. He heard that there was this business in Montreal that, well, he was a waiter, serving businessmen, and he fulfilled that niche in Toronto. And it's historically a time-honored tradition that the industry has been populated by recent immigrants. And my father started driving cab in the late 60s. My parents are Holocaust survivors. Their family were murdered. Their homes and all their worldly possessions and businesses were confiscated by a hostile, by the Nazis, and they came to Canada for a new life. It was the New World. Canada is a protectionist country. Up until recently, Canada protected its people, like, for example, in 2008 with the economic meltdown. We were not as hard hit here because there is a regulatory system that prevents predatory lending practices. That saved Canada from much worse meltdown than like what occurred in the States. And Uber, and I should tell you that I worked in New York corporate law firms for 25 years. They're corporate raiders. They seek what's vulnerable and use that to create a hostile takeover. Like John Tory, and I'm not saying to impugn him, but just to point out, he knows a lot about commercial law, right? His Tory LLP that's a big part of their practice, and in New York, commercial law is called antitrust. Tory's LLP would be familiar with that in New York, where it's antitrust, which is that you protect the public trust. That's what the law is supposed to do, and commercial law here is supposed to do that. And this idea that you sit down with people who want to exploit our system. Canada is a good country because it has a strong middle class. Do not dismantle that. The taxi industry is a way for immigrants to get into the middle class. My father had 3 children, I am one. He left us 3 plates, standard plates. He was instrumental in organizing the airport stickers, and we have one. For almost 50 years, our family's been in the industry. My mother died in July 2014. I never wanted her to transfer out of the business. We knew the business, you know, it was good for us. We believed in it with dignity, with the dignity of people, immigrants who came here to build a new life. And now I'm being told, and I took the driver's course in good faith because I support the industry. And by the way, there were a lot of people in my class, 22. That's a large number in any given session. And there's a lot of faith in the regulated industry. And that you seek to give this private enterprise, who by all accounts, you know, this is candy-coated nihilism, you know, which is a lot more deceptive than outright nihilism. A person came here saying how, as a tech businessman, he prefers Uber, and you know, the bottom line is so important. And when asked if he would still be so enthusiastic about Uber if their price was on par or more than the regulated industry, he said, well, probably. All of a sudden, it's a qualified response. Well, I'll tell you, taxi drivers are riding all over the world, but what's interesting is in the markets that are deciding to accept Uber, incorporated into their urban planning, which in Toronto was really good up until this happened. Now we've got congestion up the wazoo because we can't handle it. But anyway, let me go back to my point, which is that say again, please.
15 seconds to wrap up, please.
Okay, 15 seconds. I mean, oh, I know what I was going to say. The taxi, so it was a taxi, but now we're seeing in those places that the Uber people are protesting because they can't make a real livelihood there. And I want to close with.
Thank you, ma'am.
Please let me just close. I spent a minute.
If any councilors have questions, outside councilor, Janet Davis, please.
Is there anything else you'd like to close with?
Well, you know, Joni Mitchell, in 1969, wrote a song called Big Yellow Taxi. And she said, don't it always, and we all know it, right? I'm just nervous, which is why I'm not remembering. Don't it always seem to go that you don't know what you've got till it's gone? Till it's gone. You know what you've got. We need a healthy middle class. We need a bell curve. We need my parents who were devastated in World War II wanted to leave their kids something. You're telling me that I have to drive a cab at the standard that my father put his sweat equity in and material investment for so many years is now worth nothing because you've created open entry into this industry. Toronto had good urban planning.
Please avoid clapping, wave your hands. I thank you. I do not want to inject anybody out, okay? Thank you, folks. Go ahead, ma'am.
Toronto has good urban planning. We have bike lanes. We have a good TTC system, which is always expanding. We have a premium service of taxis and limousines. And I'm sorry, if you can't afford to do that, get on your bike, drive your car, or get on the TTC. They're all amazing. I took the TTC here today, you know, and I don't normally do that, but there's no parking around here. I didn't know how long I was going to be here. It was an affordable, smart, convenient option. So these spoiled brats who think, oh, and you know, that's the thing. If you ask people what they prefer, they are always going to say what's cheaper. It's not the right question. The right question is, what is in the public interest? What is a middle class that supports Toronto's economy? You know, we've got 25,000 Syrians coming. What are they going to do? How do you think they're going to start a life here? This is an industry that traditionally these people can carve out their life. So, you know, I just, there's so much to say. And if you don't get the point, I really have to wonder what the motive would be to include Uber in this discussion. There's a lot to discuss about the taxi industries. Things went awry around 1998 or 99. I'm not sure. I wasn't here exactly, although I was supportive of my mother. You know, but I hear some, you know, wind of what's going. Did you want to ask me a question?
Councilor Davis, any more questions? Okay.
I'm fine.
Anybody else?
Defer it, kill it, or make amendments.
Kill it. Kill the whole thing. It's the wrong
All right,
premise.
folks, this is the last time that I'm going to warn you. Anybody else claps, I'm going to have security.
It's the wrong
clear.
premise
Sorry,
for
ma'am,
the
hold on.
wrong reasons.
I've always,
I'm going to have security clear the, all right, please.
You know,
Thank you.
why, I mean,
I'll give you an extra 20 seconds.
okay, so you've answered that question. I was intrigued by a couple of your comments because I actually feel the same way. The taxi industry have become magnets to employ immigrants, people who have come into this country, and give them a solid job.
and also.
You made comments about a takeover, and I think you alluded to the fact that you felt that Uber was attacking immigrants in doing this. Was I accurate in assuming that? Is that a comment that you made?
It's not as simple, but that is one of their ploys. I mean, the same smelly people they refer to as being taxi drivers, they're the same people using the Uber app when push comes to shove. This is there's something about the tech industry that you should know. And that is that, and I want to read you a quote from Jaron Lanier. He originated virtual reality. He's known as the conscious of the tech industry. And he says, where is it? When you're in the tech industry, you're constantly hearing this rhetoric about how we're creating so much well-being and good in the world. When you actually look out there, you see that it's true for tiny spikes of people who are doing well. But overall, the middle classes are sinking. Overall, there are huge looming problems. I just can't accept that disconnect. And then he refers to a Panglossian approach, which is that this is the most perfect world, which is actually a very pessimistic idea. An optimistic idea is, how can we improve on what we've got here? And then, the bell curve. We got to preserve the bell curve. You can't flood the city with, all these random bandit cars. You want people to be able to have an investment in
Any further
property in
questions?
the industry too.
No.
That's a
Thank you,
dignified
ma'am.
middle class.
Ma'am, thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation. Can I have Conet Gedzahead? Did I say that right? Conet? All right, not here. Agiliki Hajis.
What number is it?
We're number 85. Anastasia Hajis. Osman Mohammed, number 86. Eva Aruzi. Mohammed Omar. Isa Elmi Barry Mohammed. Sir, you got 5 minutes starting now. I'll let you know 15 seconds before.
Just a quick question. Who is recording this? What we're
Sir?
saying here? Who is
Sir?
recording what we're saying?
Sir, you have 5 minutes. Please address the council.
My name is Mohammed Barry. I am here today to represent a group of stakeholders that have been left out of this taxi proposal in front of you today. We bought ambassador plates that were given to us by the city. The city convinced us that we have to convert these plates into TTLs because all the plates were going to be uniform at the end of the day. We bought the idea, we believe in them, that there was going to be uniformity in the industry. Now, the city staff is proposing that you throw away all those proposals, all the taxi reforms that happened in 2014, and bring about something totally different. But along the way, they are not addressing the issues that 2014 proposal created, people like me, and a lot of people who bought plates that were not included in this report. We bought these plates. Some of them cost me $125,000 to $250,000. A lot of guys here are talking about the price of the vehicles. We have that issue also. We are paying $70,000 for vehicles. At the same time, we have the burden of paying the loans that we took. Some of us took mortgages, second, third mortgages from our homes. Some of us use our children's education funds to actually buy this plate. We believed that there was going to be uniformity in the industry. Now, all of a sudden, you're changing everything. But yet still, you're not addressing my predicament, because you created my situation. I have this huge debt. I have to pay it. But then you're telling me I have to stock with a TTL. So how am I going to survive? You hear people talking about the vehicle, the vehicle, the vehicle. I have a mortgage for a plate that you told me all the plates were going to be TTLs. So how am I going to survive? How am I going to survive? So you have to fix this. You have to include me in the new system that you're creating for ambassadors. Ambassadors have been upgraded to regular taxi plates. That is where I belong. I don't belong with TTLs that were given from the taxi, from the driver's list. Those guys got free plates. I did not. I bought those plates because you told me so. I can buy them, and I can put a $70,000 vehicle on the road, and every taxi in this city is going to be the same. Now you're changing. So what? Change, but there's problem. That original idea created a huge problem. So you have to fix that problem. And that is me. I'm that problem. Okay? So now there's a solution. It's not going to cost the city anything. All you have to do is include me with the ambassadors, because that is where I belong. Okay? So what you do, there's Article 3, paragraph 15 and 16 that addresses the issue with the ambassadors and the regular plate. You put me there, you say all the guys that bought plate from 2014, February 2014 to the present can actually have the choice to reverse back to the way their plate used to be. That solves the problem. It costs the city nothing. I will try to pay the debt. So that way, I don't have to put a $70,000 vehicle on the road. So these guys, they're complaining about this price of the vehicle. I have that problem too. But then again, I have a huge burden to pay the loan. It's not me alone. You have a bunch of guys who are in the same predicament. So how are you going to solve the problem? You try to solve one problem, you create three more. It's like playing whack-a-mole. You hit one, 5 growth pops up. How are you going to fix that? Okay, so you have to include me. I exist because you made a mistake. So bring me in. Solve my problem. My children are suffering because of what you are doing. So fix my problem. Okay? Fix my problem. That's it.
All right. Thank you, sir. Outside Councilor Davis.
I'm a non-member. Thank you.
Sorry, non-member. Sorry. It's been a long day.
Yes. Thank you very much for coming. I don't think we've heard yet from a person in the same position that you are, and I appreciate the situation you're in. If we continued with the 2014 reforms, and everyone was going to become TTLs, and the sharing, and we shared the responsibility for the accessibility, and we figure that piece out, and we provide some kind of incentive or some kind of subsidy for the TTL plates. Would that address your concerns?
Listen, let me tell you something, Councilor. I will address it. But let me tell you something.
I'm sorry?
It will address it. But let me tell you something. Okay. The thing about choice, there's something in my language that says, you will say this tastes good, this tastes bad, is because there are two options. When everything is the same, we are all equal. Okay? Right. Now, I have this burden with this vehicle, and you're giving, upgrading ambassadors. I'm an ambassador. So these ambassadors are going to be regular plates. So I support, listen, the 2014 recommendations is perfect. That's why we bought it, because we trusted you. We said, okay, everyone's going to be saying, I'm tired of paying the monkey on my shoulder. I was paying garages a lot of money. I had to pay this stuff up. Okay, so what is going to happen now? Ambassadors can sell their plates. They don't have to put, the buyer doesn't have to put a regular TTL on the road, $70,000. They can put a sedan. So now, how am I going to sell my own vehicle? So what I have a white elephant. No one's going to buy it.
I understand that. I understand that.
You know, so this
So
is
the
it.
proposal to go back to pre-1998 or pre-2014 is what is before us.
Well,
This has rolled back the clock, and I agree with you absolutely. And do you that there should be one plate?
One plate,
Yes.
or else you bring me in with the ambassadors, because that's what I bought.
Right. And if, speaking of volunteer, there are several TTL drivers who've suggested that, one, we sit down and look at options, and I think that's in the report, but secondly, that we look at a voluntary participation as an accessible driver. And that there be an incentive and a
Councilor, that's
subsidy
your
to
last
do
question.
that. Would you support that?
But how does that address my situation? There's those
you
guys,
would be
they have a
subsidized.
vehicle.
Last question.
You would be subsidized.
Thank you.
Well, subsidy. So when it comes to subsidy, I don't like to be subsidized. That's why I bought my stuff. As long as it is realistic, you understand?
Sir.
I can get my money out.
I agree.
It is good.
Thank you.
Subsidies is good.
Sir?
Yes, sir.
Please. Any members of committee? Questions? Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
You can ask me a question. Please do.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Can I have Kuldeep Singh? Lisa Labute? Mohammed Ijaz Bhatt? Jahangir Sartaj? Sorry, sir, your name?
Muhammad Ijaz Bhatt.
Bhatt?
Yes.
Okay, sir, go ahead, please.
Starting with the name of God, Allah Almighty. He know everything, what is we are thinking in our heart and what is we are thinking in our mind. My name is already, I told you, my name is Muhammad Ijaz Bhatt, and I am only one person here with my colleagues, representative the both side of taxi and limousine industries. I'm the president of Limousine Driver Association, and I'm General Secretary of I-Taxi Worker Association of Toronto. I believe you, I share you. My all friends already tell you many things about the taxi industry. For the proof, limousines also, the shoulder with shoulder, my friends, I am telling that. This recommendations, maybe one toffee for taxi, 2 toffees for the limousine, and a big lunch box with all fully loaded sweets for the UberX. You, the great people of Councilor of this Toronto, you this 30th of September, you issue a law. Uber is illegal services. Must apply for the brokerage license. Yes, they accept it, but who will implement it? Nobody. If we have you create the laws, who will respect the law if you will not do it?
Lens first.
We need the same system. If Uber have a brokerage license like Back Taxi, like Diamond, like others, must have a legal license taxis full loaded with all security things, with lights, with meters, with camera, including whatever we are doing. Then they are our competitive. We are not worried about the competitions. If the UberX drivers have a commercial license, If they have a commercial insurance, if they have a commercial plate, give it to them all things and let fight with us. This is the right thing. This recommendations only give it to the room, to the UberX. 4 years ago, when Uber start business for this city, he used us. I am also one of the person who start with a black car. When he get customers, when he famous, he kicked us and start after 1.5 years ago, UberX. X is always bad. Triple X, 1X, 2X, this is the same X. We have to listen carefully thinking. This industry, 11,000 legal licensed drivers of taxis and limousine, not only drivers, 11,000 families. Look around, sir. You are lawmakers. We are your shoulders. If Uber X you want to legalize, legalized with the same pattern, with the same rules, equal opportunity, equal laws, and equal things. I give you 2 examples for short, for maybe some people like or not. For my childhood, I like a police officer, but I can't do like. So I go to the Eaton Center and buy the uniform and wear it. Is it you accept me as police officer?
Uber police officer.
This is the same thinking. God create this climate for us, the environment good. More vehicle, more population. Everybody telling that environmental protection, ozone already break. We have to do something which is positive, not negative. God create a woman, a born baby, not men. This is thinking men born a baby in future. Thank you all.
Thank you. Questions?
But I have a few minutes. One thing I have.
No.
Councilor Davis has a
Okay
question for
then,
you.
sorry.
Everybody else is held to the.
Okay, thank you.
What is it about this industry that everyone yells so loud? I know you are. You're hungry. Okay, I'm sorry. That
Because
was
councillors, there
was a
are
rhetoric-
doctor, engineers,
Excuse me?
PhD people driving this industry.
I understand.
That is why.
It was a
I'm
rhetorical.
electrical engineer.
It was a
Work for the electrical industry 18 years to provide powerhouse.
Sir,
Sorry for this.
the Councilor Davis wants to ask you questions. Please let us those
Sorry for
questions.
Chair.
Councilor
I
Davis,
apologize,
I'm
sir.
going to restart your time there.
Thank you.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. There are recommendations in here about the limousine business. This is assuming that, and this is the assumption behind this report, that Uber gets open entry, so limousine should have open entry.
I think 1,500 plus limousines are enough for this industry.
Okay.
That is the trick used in it to give it to the room for the Uber, for the pattern of limousine. That is why that wording is there.
Right. So, are you familiar with other jurisdictions and how they regulate limousines, like in New York or Chicago?
Yes.
Or
They use over there, actually, like the old cars limousine, they issuing a sticker. But that is fully loaded with commercial insurance. Commercial insurance, ma'am,
Right.
difference between commercial and private insurance is that if I'm driving a limousine commercial, if I have with my family with me, is not covered.
Right.
My personal vehicle, my personal family, not covered to the customer. So why we don't understand that?
Okay, so the other,
Money involved in commercial.
no, exactly. Uber is not ride sharing, and we all know that. So it's a commercial enterprise.
Of course.
So are there any other recommendations? I think one was to allow taxi drivers and limousine drivers to have the same license, driver's license.
This is optional only. Like in New York, something get from the New York also. Because New York have that if you have a taxi license, you can drive open. You can drive taxi or limousine. But if you have a limousine license in New York, you never drive taxi. So maybe they look that side.
Okay, I'll have to ask someone else to hear their side of that. So
Okay.
I haven't asked that question
Okay.
up until now. Thank you very much.
But any other question? I'm ready to, because I'm warm up now.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to call on two speakers that they actually asked that they wanted. One of them was going to speak yesterday, and he couldn't, and that's Alan Burke, and I understand that he's here right now. Alan Burke, followed by also Mohammed Hakim Sada. Please state your name.
My name is Mohammed Hakimzada.
Thank you.
And thank you to all the councilors, and for your respect, I want from everybody attention to get at least silent for 1 minute and stand up for Rob Ford, that he did a good job for our city, and that's what, if you guys can.
Point of order?
Point of order.
I don't think that's appropriate from the deputant. We've done it in council, and I think if this is going to be something that's going to be called, it's going to be called by you. And I just want please to let the deputant know that he's here to only make deputations on this and nothing else.
Thank you for your point. This is something that City Council, we have already done. We have paid our respects, and we have done it in these council chambers. At this point, we are doing deputations, and
Thank you very much.
And please go ahead with your.
My respect and my sympathies with their family and for the whole things that he did.
I'll start your time now.
Thank you. I have no agenda from myself, and I have nothing from in this industry for myself, except for the public and the drivers. I am here not to waste the public time and the taxi drivers' time and the councilor times. I'm in the industry. I represent ABC Ambassador Taxi and Airport Taxi, limousine and services. And I have seen so many things that happen in this council meeting. People have friends, people have gathering with their allies and supporting each other. They have meetings and behind doors, like the brokerages and all these things. For me, I am coming there to tell you what the problem is for the industry. The problem in the industry is that there has to be one setup rule for Uber and taxi industry. And whatever that the taxi drivers that we are in right now, they have meter, radio, I heard that things a lot. They need only 2-3 things to have in the car: insurance and ownership and safety certificate. Whatever that safety certificate could be from Ontario Police or could be from Ministry of Finance or from anywhere, it's valid because it's run from the government. That they can be done, because if they are illegal, then they should be dealt with. I have no agenda against any people. I respect all the people that's supposed to come and tell the truth to the people, not use their own agenda for their own people. So for me to say that what we have right now ahead of us, there is rules and regulation. We want to reduce it, not we will make it extra. So right now, we have lots of cameras, pictures, and everything. It's like your council job. You have lots of things in your table right now. You don't have all your belonging right here beside you. We are the same thing, taxi for 12 hours in our office. That is our office. We will rather have only one picture. Not sorry about that. One camera, and safety, the safety of the customer. That's all we need. Also, if you want to put the rules and regulation right now for the Uber, what they recommended, they want to make it easier so you can meet them halfway. And I put in the taxi newspaper, there is, on the page 8, and if you go to the taxi news, I recommended for the cab drivers that they can make an app. One app is necessity for this city, that whether you kick Uber out, another will come in. So you cannot go away from that. People are demanding for a new technology. People are young people, not old like me. They are new people in this city. They want new brand, new technology. We have to go with it. And we have not abandoned them. And if those technology has already been the application, the city can do it. The city, they charge money right now, $1,100 or $800 for changing our license. They can charge us, we will pay. They can charge us for Uber instead of that we paying them for renewal of our license. They can charge us $500 for Uber kind of a similar application. And that will bring the fight against the competition ended. And they will not get benefited. And the city can take that over. Or the city can go up and they can lease them out that app. Or they can go work with Uber, or they can work with Beck Taxi, or Royal Taxi, or My Taxi, or any company. At least one app, because we are trying to service the customer within 5 minutes. So if we have about 10 companies, all of them different area, like in Scarborough, my company is running in Scarborough. So I cannot go to the West End and Kipling area. So that company will serve only the Scarborough area. It is long waiting. So why Uber is successful? Because they got more, they have quick service. When they have a quick service, they are the winner. And they use less money, less.
Thank you. Any questions? Please, members of the audience, please. Excuse me, sir. Councilor Davis has a question for you.
If we want fairness in the industry, why wouldn't we, would you agree that we should allow taxis to pick up at the airport?
Say it again?
Would we allow taxis to pick up at the airport?
We would allow it, but they are not allowing because they want their permit. We have to buy a ticket there.
Do you think that would be fair?
That will be not fair because they got the plate there and the airport. So they have different airport plate.
I understand that.
We have to make it level field. If they allow us, we will allow them. But now they are coming in and do business here. We don't do business there.
That's it. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councilman Malidi.
You said that Uber is successful, and that's why they're successful.
Yeah, the success is about, I'm not talking about the success that they are, doing not the proper inspection and all this thing. I just give them a sense of humor that they are running the legal business, but they can be certified.
So you're agreeing. You've also said that they're running an illegal business.
Yes.
Okay. So
I'm not in their side. I'm supporting what they are doing. They can make it better.
you're supporting an illegal business.
I just said they can
You're
make
not
it
on their
better.
side. And by making it better would be to do what?
To do to get a license like what we got
So
license.
they do have a license.
Okay.
And they're still not wanting to cooperate with the City of Toronto.
They can be regulated. We can call a meetings. We can consult all the industry together, all of us, and we can sit down with them. It's better than one competition, than three competition is better.
Would you agree that one of the reasons you may be stating that they're successful is because they've been able to run an illegal system in the City of Toronto and other cities around the world?
They are, but there's none of them are perfect.
So if I decided to put on a mask,
yeah,
and go into a bank and rob it,
yeah,
and run away with $1 million, and nobody would do anything to me, the police would say there's nothing I can do about it. My hands are cuffed. The sheriff in town would say there's nothing we could do. The politicians would say there's nothing they can do. I would consider myself successful too, and I would say that I'm running a pretty successful company.
But why the public like them that they are thieves? Because they save the money with them. That's what we have to do. We have to cut the cost. Like we put so many cameras, so many items in the car. We want to meet them halfway.
So would you agree that and I understand that argument. We still have 1/3 of our population are seniors over the age of 55,
Yeah.
roughly, almost 60. It's 1/3 of our population.
Yeah.
I'd venture to say that many of them don't use Uber, that in fact it's the kids that seem to be using Uber nowadays. Would you agree with that?
But my children are using, even though I have a cab company, they are using the Uber.
Right. So
Thank you. That was your last question. Thanks, sir. We'll move to the next speaker. You. Questions from Councilor Janis.
Sir, sir? Hello?
Yeah.
This side, over here. Over here, right, whoa, here. Here.
Okay, go ahead.
Sir, I've been advised by many people in the audience that you drive for Uber.
I don't drive for Uber.
Are they misleading me?
Take a look
Sir, I've been advised by many people in the audience that you drive for Uber.
I never drive for
Are
Uber.
they misleading me?
I'm not misleading you.
No, are they misleading me?
They misleading you.
They are, eh?
Yes, they lie to you.
Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate it. Have a good day.
I never done any connection to the Uber. I never drove for Uber.
Councilor Di Giorgio, you're next.
Okay, I have my own business, so I cannot finish my
You
own
have
business.
another question, sir.
Hold on. There have been a number of claims made, and I myself have made a lot of claims. For example, I've stated in the past that the fleet operators are the backbone of the industry, but more important, we made it very clear today that all new entrants or all entrants into the industry start out as drivers. So would you agree with the statement that drivers are the lifeblood of the industry?
They are, but what is happening today, I'm happy that the whole industry is together because they had meeting together, and I was kicked out of the back office because I was trying to go there and have a meeting with them to convince them that I have better way that we can solve the problem. I was trying to report that I give you in the newspaper. I'd rather waste your time. I could have come and assist them. They didn't. They took me out. They said, go away.
All right, my second question is that if I take you back to the 2014
Yes.
reforms, one of the underlying objectives that everyone agreed with was that we were trying to eliminate middlemen, or commonly known as parasites.
Yes.
Okay. Now, the 2016 report, rather than eliminate parasites, seems to introduce a huge giant parasite.
I agree with you. We try to take parasites, but the parasites are already here. They are not going to leave you alone.
So you don't see Uber as a giant parasite?
I know that Uber, if we use the Uber formula, when adopt to it, we can cut out all the corners and we can save more money for the drivers.
Okay, so you don't see Uber as a giant parasite. You see those Uber as a generator of new income for those drivers that were currently in the industry.
Yeah, but we have to regulate, we have to watch them. They during the hard time, during the snow time, they increase their prices. So that should be cut out exactly like the same level field like a taxi driver. They have to check out. They should have a number. They should have in each cab, any car, they should be marked there. At least we have marked that we see they are not supposed to be shadow.
Okay, but just to conclude, is it your belief or your understanding?
Yes.
That UberX coming into the marketplace has helped the income of drivers?
They reduce the income because they take away the business because we don't provide the same service by the city or from the cab companies. Well, not one company. Each cab company has different app. That's why the customer are boiling because they wait for the ride for almost 30 minutes to half an hour. That the Beck taxi shows up or my taxi shows up.
Okay.
That's the problem.
Okay, thank you.
If you have one app, that will be the best things. And one color, one app, that will be the best things for.
Thank you, sir. We are done with the questions. The next deputant,
Okay.
Jahangir Sartaj.
It's Alan Burke.
Okay, just hold on for a second.
Point of order, Chair.
Alan Berg, number 36, yes. And
Chair, how many times do we call people before we allow them to speak?
that's not the point of order, sir. Is a councillor. Yes, sir. You are allowed to speak. You asked for permission yesterday because you had an appointment with the doctor. Please go ahead.
Actually, I had an emergency with
Yes.
one of my clients in Burlington.
Please
Anyway,
go ahead.
I'm president of the East Beach Community Association. And I think I have been watching some of the debate by the web, and I think I can bring some of the resident consumer perspective. And I'm also a small business owner, and I take exception when a company like Uber breaks all the rules. And, I, for my own business, have to carry my liability insurance. I remit my HST, I do my WSIB, et cetera, et cetera. And clearly, you get a company like Uber who thumbs their nose at regulation. I think from a bigger picture, I think the province of Ontario should look at this, but I'm going to focus obviously on today what I think of the City of Toronto report. First of all, I extensively read Tracy Cook's staff report. I think she did an excellent job. And I also think that part of the taxi industry, if you want to compete, one of the things I think you need to do, for example, is advertise the benefits of people using a limousine or a taxi, and the fact that I don't even think that all of the public knows that Beck Taxi has an online smartphone app that you could use to have a cab from the Beck dispatch service. Anyway, I first of all would like to commend the fact that staff is recommending that the government of Ontario change the Highway Traffic Act to give them some more enforcement tools if people don't follow the rules. I strongly support that. Item 23, dealing with low-emission hybrids, I don't think it should be scrapped. And recently, the province of Ontario, about a month ago, increased the subsidy for electric vehicles, so I think we should look at that. And when you consider that one of the largest operating costs of a cab is fuel, and hybrid vehicles are very efficient in low-speed driving, particularly in the inner city, I don't think we should scrap the hybrid and electric cars under item 23. Item 26, scrapping snow tires. I think that is not a good idea. I personally was almost in an accident last week on the QEW in the HOV lane near Trafalgar Road, and I think I would have not been standing here today to talk to you if I didn't have snow tires because I had to do an emergency maneuver out of the HOV lane to stop getting hit by a guy who was out of control and went 7 lanes across the highway spinning a 360 while he was doing it. I strongly support item 28, that liability insurance. I do not support the staff recommendation under item 30 to drop CPR and first aid training. Our population is aging, and I think it might be nice that if somebody is having a heart attack, that the limousine or the taxi driver or the Uber driver or whoever might have some first aid and our CPR training. So I don't think we should scrap those requirements. I definitely support inspection of the vehicles, although I'm leaning that maybe the city keep doing it because I have some concerns about some garages and the quality of the safety inspection certificates they issue. I think I support the criminal background checks for the PTCs, which is item 56. One thing I wouldn't mind a little more explanation on, but I missed the staff presentation. In items 94 and 95, we're talking about licensing fees. We're saying the initial fee for a cab is going to be $500, but for a guy like an Uber driver, it's only going to be $290. I don't understand why there's that distinction. I think it should be the same across the board. It's a fee to apply and a fee for the yearly thing, and I don't see why a taxi guy should pay more on his initial versus somebody driving for Uber. And suffice it to say that I think, that obviously a service like Uber is here to stay, and I work in telecommunications, so I understand the platform they use. And I would say to the industry, many of who are here today, guys, you need to market and also explain to the general public what are some of the benefits of using a limousine and a regular cab, because I don't think most of the general public understands. And also, for example, one of the things that concerns me, not that long ago in the city of Toronto, a female who was in an Uber cab was sexually assaulted. And I understand the Uber probably quietly dealt with it and probably paid a settlement because they didn't want the negative publicity. But those are why we have some of the regulatory requirements we have. And I think it's important that the City of Toronto ensure a level playing field for all applicants in the vehicle transportation business, whether they're a taxi, whether they're a limousine, or whether they're an Uber-like service. The city has to ensure a level playing field. It's not the city's role to guarantee anyone a certain income or what have you, but ensure that all the applicants have the same level playing field, the same rules, and that good public policy not be thrown out. And also, I would clearly say, I don't have a lot of faith that Uber is going to even follow the rules that may ultimately get approved, well recommended by this committee and approved by City Council. And I also understand, based on the mayor's press conference yesterday, that clearly the city would move for enforcement if the rules aren't followed. And I welcome any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Berg. Thank you for your presentation. Any questions? Thanks so much.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know if you'd entertain this at all, but given the time, and I know that a couple of members have got to go.
I believe that I have a point of order from you, right?
If that's what you want to call it.
Please.
I would suggest that we perhaps not go as far as I thought we should earlier, based on the timing. We should go home today and not come back on Tuesday.
So allow me just to clarify for the public.
Today.
Okay. What's, to your point then, please go ahead and I'll explain.
Well, I'm changing my mind in terms of how long we speak. I think based on what we've heard, most of us have made up our mind. I think 5 minutes is sufficient and not the 10 minutes. And I also think that the 3 minutes to ask staff questions is sufficient.
One round.
One round. Yeah.
So for the members of the public and members of council, what's before us is that at the beginning of the meeting, what was approved is that members of council, including visiting members and members of the committee, will be allowed to speak up to 5 minutes with 3 rounds of questions per councillor, and also the speaking times for members of council overall that will be up to 10 minutes with 1 round of speaking per councillor. So what's before us right now from Councilor Mamoliti is that members of council will be allowed to speak up to 5 minutes with 1 round of questions to staff of 3 minutes. 3 minutes. So that's before us, and that's in order.
Motion to reconsider previous.
Yeah. So in view of what's before us, I'm going to need a majority of members of the committee to reconsider what was already passed by the committee earlier. All those in favor? Unanimous. Okay. So the speaking time is 5 minutes with one round of questions of 3 minutes to staff. Thank you. We'll continue with the list of deputants. And according to my list, I have about another 6 or 7. Okay. I'm going just to go through the whole list right now, and I will ask people to come to the mic.
Just a second.
Jahangir Sartaj, followed by Frank Nast, Joseph Nassar, Kashif Chandri, Haley Stewart, Kaldeep Badwal, Felix Alodi Jimmy Jai. I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing that one. That's number 101. So we'll start with Jahangir Sartaj. Not here? Frank Nast.
Hi there.
Hello, sir. Please go
My
ahead.
name's Frank Nast, and I've just been overhauled. I guess not too many people watch television there. I've seen a few of my, I've seen a few advertisements from Uber on my devices, and it paints a glorious picture of people in employ with perfect complexions, flawless motor vehicles, and just, happy customers. Well, I just drove up Bay Street on my way here. I was here yesterday for 12 hours. Today I just showed up an hour ago. And there was a vehicle traveling southbound on Bay trying to make a left-hand turn where you can't do it. And it was a car that needed a wash, and I blocked the vehicle, and it successfully made a U-turn, not a left-hand turn, and picked somebody up the street who got in the right rear. So we all identified that as a Uber car, okay? So that's Uber for you. Anyway, so here I am here now, and I just wanted to point out, yesterday, one of the deputants was mentioning about the cameras, and council or the committee was talking about the cameras, okay? Well, back several decades ago, when drivers were being killed at random or all the time, there was a program put forth to get the cameras, and the industry was resistant. However, it did pass into being, and as well, at that time we had an opportunity to go either GPS or camera. Well, cameras won over, okay, and they are a useful device, and as the previous deputant mentioned, they are purpose-built for the industry. They have a separate hard drive, which is discreetly located in the vehicle, no access for the driver or anyone else. And in fact, the access to the data in that camera is available only available to the Metro Toronto Police if one of 5 protocols is met, such as assault, robbery, etc. I don't remember the other 3, okay? But those cameras were put into the taxis to protect the driver. And now we're asking questions about cameras in Uber. Well, guess what? The tone is that the cameras in Uber are to protect the customer from the potential sexual assaults by the driver, okay, which is a complete 180 degrees, a total inverse of the situation that was offered for the taxi drivers, in which are still in effect, okay? So what it means is that an entrenched taxi driver who's been driving for 10, 20, 30, or 40 years like myself, by the way, I don't have spousal privilege, I don't have a plate, I don't have any interest in a plate, I don't know anybody who has a plate. I was on the driver's list. I'm Ambassador 5'3". If I say Ambassador quickly enough and I slur my speech, it comes out as Bastard 5'3". So I'll just call myself Alpha 5'3", like the military alphabet, okay? Anyway, so I'm a driver. I'm not an owner. I'm not an operator. I'm a driver. I sit behind the wheel. I do this job 5 to 9 days a week. My 40 years of participation has actually equated more like 60 years, but I still got another 10 or 20 years to go, okay? There you go. Now, other people have mentioned, or the public is aware of these sexual assaults that have perhaps taken place in Uber. Uber prides itself on being an opportunity employer of part-time individuals, okay? Wonderful. Well, as we all know, there are Uber operators there who may be driving 24 hours a day, okay? But anyway, let's take a look at the part-time scenario. You've got a millennial who wants to work part-time. Well, he was clubbing every Friday and Saturday night, and he wasn't scoring, okay? Well, he said, okay, I'll make some money instead of wasting my time. And now he picks up 3 lovely young ladies, heels, skirts, okay, and drives him up to the 905, okay? Well, then we find out that he's been charged with sexual assault, okay? Well, the Uber platform, the technology is spectacular. It's something that I thought that the taxi industry was going to acquire, and instead, Uber went on its own, okay? So there you go about that. Now, I just want to point out a couple things about the sharing economy. The device I'm using here, which, by the way, when it's in a car, is called a meter, when it's using the app from Uber, okay? So we're talking about vehicles for hire here, okay? But anyway, this device here, the technology is going to kill me, but maybe it might save my life, okay? Anyway, the sharing economy, which is also known as collaborative consumption, is a hybrid market model, which refers to peer-to-peer based sharing of access to goods and services. The concept is not new, although it only goes back to about the year 2000, 2002, okay? Now, there was some criticism and controversies being offered by Wikipedia here, okay? The Harvard Business Review argues that the sharing economy is a misnomer and that the correct word for this activity is access economy. When sharing is market mediated, it's no longer, oh my goodness, rather consumers are paying to access someone else's goods or services. Oh my goodness, is time up? Does it go so fast? Okay, the so-called sharing economy is supposed to offer...
Thank you, Mr. Nast. We are done.
My apologies.
Yeah. Any questions?
Don't do this often.
Thank you for your presentation.
Okay, that was great. Thank you.
And, okay, let me go over the next ones. Joseph Nassar. Joseph Nassar. Kashif Chaudhry. Yes, sir. If you can please, what's your last name?
The name is initial J for Joseph, the last name Nazar, N-A-Z-A-R.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
I think everybody spoke about the same issue, so I'm not just going to waste the time for everybody. We all understand what's going on, and I hope you people will make the right decision. There is the life of thousands of people on hold because of few people. We cannot allow those gangster coming out of the U.S. coming and conducting a business in this beautiful city of Toronto with no respect to any law and order. They think it's the Wild West to come and conduct business. Since when do you think, really, the American will come and create a job for us here? This is the great city. We should not allow those people to come up here. And that's basically it. I hope you guys will make the right decision and get over with it.
Thank you, sir. What a wonderful presentation. Very short to the point. Thank you. Next one, Kashif Chaudhry, followed by Haley Stewart. Next will be Kuldeep Budwal, and the last one, Felix Olamejim.
I just need a minute to set up my papers.
Take your time, ma'am.
And could I ask, I don't know if this can be accommodated, but I have a submission I'm going to give on behalf of my father, just a paper to give to the clerk, to give to whomever, but
that's fine.
There's 2 pages I'd like to orient you to. Is there a way that I can take a minute to submit my father's information, maybe in the form of the questions after my 5-minute submission? So in total, it would be my 5 minutes plus another minute.
No, ma'am. Is the maximum time that you have is 5 minutes. You can speak in point form if you want within those 5 minutes, and also you can make a submission, and that will be distributed to all the members of the
I
committee.
thought we still had an extra 3 minutes if someone asks us a question.
If members of the committee wish to ask any questions, you will have an opportunity to do so.
Okay.
Now is the speaking time, and I'll start your time right
please don't
now.
start. I had emailed in advance a month ago to get on the list. I came yesterday and I wasn't on the list.
Are you ready to speak?
And I had, no, because I haven't set up my papers, but the point I'm getting to is that I had asked for accommodation because I have arthritis, and you're not able to accommodate the USB, so I have to fiddle with papers, so I need a bit of deference on your
Ma'am,
behalf.
you are going to be accommodated. Please
Thank
take
you,
your
sir.
time. We'll wait.
Thanks. I'm really going as fast as I can, even though it might not look like it. I'm going to be using this overhead thing. This wasn't...
Please, are you ready now?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. So I'm starting your time. There we go.
Just to mention, there's kind of a pie chart here. Typically, service providers, POS, meter, camera, all of those things tend to take a chunk out of the driver. In all the times of the reviews, cancer, 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 cancer. It's not a direct cause. I'm just saying that in the industry we talk about borders and boundaries and barriers to entry, and there's barriers in people's lives. My father's submission I'll just include. He had suggested in the 2014 report, he's written in before he died a year ago yesterday, he suggested more taxi stands at medical buildings. He thought that 100% accessible cabs was too many. If we do form a task force for input on transportation, I suggest we get input with, from specialists and consultants relating to senior citizens. In the initial taxi review, I had put in my input that we should have a technology fair back in 2012. I thought there would be a natural evolution between the taxi fair, which is technology fair, which is interactive, and the taxi advisory committee. I thought with some momentum we could get into some of the ultra VRS and safety issues and technology issues. So I think that's why we're a little stalled now, because we lost some momentum. $10 per Uber driver is not proportional. When I called 311 and asked about accessible on-demand service, they told me to call Wheel-Trans. I think if someone here updates 311, we can fill some of our wheelchair-accessible taxis and help some of these folks without any legislative changes. If we become a business partner with Uber, will conflicts of interest have to be declared if someone has invested in Google? The streets belong to the public, but if you use them for commerce, there should be some regulation. This here is a picture of Toronto when we had less smog. This is a picture of Beijing, where for 4 hours a day an artist over 1 month collected enough particulate matter to build a brick. This is what the particulate matter looks like. I have a joke, but I'm not going to make it. The principles of law, these are them, and I'll give you guys a copy. Some consistency, the rules are expressed clearly and apply universally. Part of traffic law enforcement is part of transportation management. The 3 levels of government, municipal, provincial, and federal. Municipal is closest to the people, but we need to find a way to work together. Some of the infrastructure we can't see, that includes our environment. John Peckman is talking about the informal sector. It's very seductive, but we have laws. We tend to be stronger in enforcing them at a federal level. We need a paradigm change. Can we get a copy of the legislation at 850 Coxwell instead of having to look at it under clerk supervision? Some of the rules you refer to, I can't find. In other jurisdictions like the City of Dallas, they show their people what to look for, a sticker in the window or a roof light, and who can do what. And they're willing to enforce it by towing and impounding. I have a bunch of questions for you guys to consider, not to answer now, that are part of my proposal. Unfortunately, my first proposal was lost. This is not the best organized, but it's in there. In the adult entertainment area, in our Toronto legislation, it says whether or not he or she is licensed under this chapter. And I tried to understand our legislation as to whether we can enforce mobile licensing against a non-licensed holder, and I don't understand it.
Please wrap up.
Oh, sorry, I didn't know I was finished. Okay, you guys will be getting this so you can look at the rest. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any questions to the deputant? Seeing none, thanks so much for your presentation. Kaldeep Badwal, please come forward. Oh, he's not here. And the last speaker on the list, Felix Ola Mejid. Felix, if I mispronounce your last name, please forgive me.
Yes, perfect correction is Felix Oladimeji.
Thank you.
You start my time? Oh, no, come on. That's not right. Anyway, for the record, the name is Felix Oladimeji. I am an ambassador owner. I'm going to start my presentation by, if you allow me to get a quote from Shakespeare, which says, I come to bury Caesar, not to praise him. I come to bury Uber, and not to negotiate with them. Why? I got into cab industry, 1977. 1982, I was advised by this same committee, it might not be by the same councilor, I should go and put my name on a waiting list to get my own taxi plate. This is the original waiting list ID that the city issued to me. I was on this waiting list for 16 years. Finally, after 16 years, the city awarded me a fake license called ambassador, because this waiting list is for standard plate. But eventually I got shafted, I got ambassador plate. In between, I got my ambassador plate 1999. What I'm supposed to do by then is get myself a driver. From this same council, you tie my hands up, you tie my leg up. You say I can't have a driver for the next 15 years. I operated this by myself for 15 years. I got into this industry when I was a strapping young man. Now I'm an older guy. And now at my old age, it's a standardized idea in Canada. If you commit an offense, you serve the penalty. Uber came into our industry. They committed the offense by stealing a fare, by proceeding illegally. What are they supposed to be done? What is supposed to be done? This council is supposed to call them through the licensing commission, give them what their punishment is. After they serve the punishment, then they can come and line up to become a cab driver, to become a whatever driver. But this council didn't do that. This council acted as if we are in the third world country, in which anything goes. Uber came into the country without calling me, without calling this dignified gentleman. But they called somebody. You won't allow me to mention the name. Pardon me? If I can what?
We can hear you. There is no need to scream.
Oh, you can hear me?
Yes.
Thank Lord that you can hear me now. After that, what happened? The city that have been paying my dues to for the past 32 years out of my 36 years in this industry, the same council is negotiating with an enemy called Uber. And now the council have even the gut to call us here to come and make a deal with somebody that broke the law. They're supposed to come and make a deal with us. That's right. That's right. Gentlemen, they're supposed to come here and make a deal with us. Not for you by virtue of your post. I want to remind the council something. It is we that voted you in here. It is we that voted you in here. If that is the case, you're supposed to listen to us. The same thing goes for licensing commission. Before you say I don't write a trip sheet, boom, $100. How many dollars you going to write for Uber? That is not complying with anything. And a leader have the gut to get this stupid report and read it on television. My daughter asked me this morning, say, Daddy, where are you going? I say, I'm going to City Hall. He said, to go do what? I say, I'm going to negotiate with somebody called Uber. He said, who are Uber? I say, Uber is a ghost. And the ghost starts from this chamber. The leader of the ghost is in here.
Yes, it is.
The leader of the ghost is in here.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Kick me out.
If that is the case, I'm a Canadian citizen. So this gentleman.
I'm stopping your time there, sir.
Why? I'm 401. I'm 401. I'm 401.
He didn't say any bad word.
I'm 401. I still have a whole minute.
This is
Chairman.
my friend. Not. Don't like to listen. He has 1 minute. He's wrong. He did it wrong. He didn't anything wrong.
Mr. Chairman, you interrupted me, so bear with my time.
He has a
So
right.
just hold on.
1 minute. That's all I'm asking for. Why the taxi driver, when he speaks, is wrong, my brother. We have a councilor right there. He have no respect for taxi driver. When taxi driver start to talk, when the taxi driver start to talk,
Adjourn for 5 minutes. Members of council out.
and he start walking around, has no respect for no one. When he
Are we ready to resume? Sir, you have 1 more minute. Please go ahead. Whenever you are ready. Please, let's be respectful. And I'd like to remind the audience, you've been so good so far. There is no need to, we're just about to finish. Let's do the right thing. Okay. There is no need to scream, sir. Please go ahead. I'm going to start your time. You have 1 more minute.
Okay. So back to my argument. The councillors in here, who gave us the permission, who laid the ground rule from 1977 that I joined taxi industry, and more than 3-4 times, you guys, you've manipulated the whole this thing. Please, let's be back to what we are having originally, and let there be no Uber. Whoever collects anything from Uber should return it back to Uber. And let's pay our dues, pay our license, and the way we used to do things, and run this city hall in a civilized manner. Not for any alien to be coming from out of the country. As far as I'm concerned, who is Uber? Uber are money launderers. Besides the fact that they ghost, they're money launderers. And who knows, some of them can even be in this chamber. Some of the Uber money launderers can be in this chamber. We won't know until later on. But the way you guys are acting, you...
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Questions? Thank you, sir. Okay, okay, sir, we are done. Thank you. Please escort him out. That's lack of respect for the chambers. Okay, now let's get back to business. And now we have questions to staff. Visiting members. Visiting members. Questions to staff. 3 minutes.
I want to ask a question about this issue of open, that has to get to the nub of the matter, which is the competitive open entry model, and that is being proposed in this report. It assumes that a certain sector of the taxi industry will continue to have hails and picking up at stands and so on. What portion of the business do you believe will remain for taxis in the City of Toronto? And could you tell us about any of the research that has been done around the question of supply of taxi licenses?
So through you, Mr. Chair, it seems like a two-part question, Councillor Davis. Our information from the industry over the years we've been doing these reviews is anywhere from 50 to 70% of the work that a taxi cab driver does is through hail or cab stand. We don't have data that actually supports that, so we're relying on the industry's feedback. So, 50 to 70% of the 65,000 estimated trips per day that we reported out on 2014. The issue of supply, I mean, certainly the taxi cab licenses in the City of Toronto, as they have been in many jurisdictions around the world, most jurisdictions have been on a restricted basis, primarily due to the nature of the industry and that hail and cab stand circling type of way they procure rides.
I'm wondering what is, after having conducted further reviews, what do you envision will be the result of an open-ended market in terms of who is driving taxis in the city or vehicles for hire in the City of Toronto?
So through you, Mr. Chair, it's a great question, Councillor Davis, and jurisdictions across North America are also endeavoring to understand this.
So do you know?
We don't know what the future holds.
Okay, thank you. I did want to ask about, of course, the number one issue for almost every submission I heard today, and that had to do with safety. And even those who supported an alternative model of vehicles for hire or Uber or Lyft or whatever you want to call them, they called to preserve the safety elements that we have in our current system. Why would you recommend removing the safety features in the car, the cameras and the lights? Or why would you not, sorry, let me back up. Why would you not require Uber to have the same thing?
So through you, Mr. Chair, When conducting this review, we looked at the nature of the industries, being taxi cabs and what the Ubers of the world do, and limousines. In the City of Toronto, as in many jurisdictions around the world, we've had taxi cabs and limousines for decades. We have never employed cameras or other emergency type equipment in limousines, and I think they best articulate that difference between the risk in a very anonymous-based, randomized taxi cab engagement with a booked type of engagement, which we've seen in limousines.
Thank you.
Are there any other
No, that was your last question, Councilor. Now, any other questions? Councilor Di Giorgio, you have 3 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What is it that happened in 2014 after we had come up with reforms that addressed the issues of the day, and that is to get rid of middlemen in the industry? What is it that happened that all of a sudden competition policy became the main issue of the day? Because competition policy was dictated by the city in the sense that the city did an analysis of the marketplace. We analyzed how many vehicles were needed to determine a certain service level in the industry, and then we issued licenses to make sure that that service level prevailed. What is it that all of a sudden competition came out of nowhere? We were in a regulated system. All of a sudden, regulations are anti-innovation. They're anti-competition. We have to do something.
Your question.
So my question is, when did we identify that competition policy needed a change? We needed to do a 180-degree reversal of how we determined competition in the marketplace.
So through you, Mr. Chair, I would suggest Councilor Di Giorgio on September 30th of 2015, when we were directed to undertake this review, it spoke to a framework that equitably regulates all ground transportation providers, and it also spoke to lessening regulatory burden and enhancing competitiveness on taxis, as well as updating and modernizing limousines. So certainly the direction we had in the review that led to the results in 2014 was a very different context and a very different direction. It was dealing with inequities within the taxi cab industry at that time. So you've very aptly identified that the report that's before you today deals with the issues of today and the context that we have to deal with.
So in the context of lessening regulations, the regulations that apply to the existing industry, we set out to lessen the regulation, relax the regulations that applied to the existing industry. Did we not? That was really the intent.
So through you, Mr. Chair, I think it's important, Councillor Di Giorgio, to differentiate between lessening regulation and lessening regulatory burden. Certainly the focus of the city has always been and will continue to be public safety and consumer protection. This report has taken a lens of moving from a very prescriptive way that we have been licensing the taxi cab industry and giving them more flexibility so they can run their own business in a context of a competitive market.
So let me just, because I'll run out of time soon. Regulatory burden, you've introduced this thing. Small business people that wanted to enter the cab industry had this regulatory burden of either putting in 25 years of driving a vehicle or purchasing a plate in the market. That was the regulatory burden. How did we alleviate that burden?
Thank you, Councilor. Please go ahead.
I'm not sure what the question is. Through you, Mr. Chair, Councillor, when we looked through this bylaw, we looked at what is it that the city is doing, what is the city's role in the regulating of the taxi industry in particular, where is there opportunity to give the business decisions back into the hands of the taxi cab industry. So some of those recommendations relate around the recommended changes on the standard plate and ambassador plate. So some of that, as well as the training. So understanding that there's a competitive market in this context and a 17-day barrier to entry for someone to become a taxi cab driver, when we consider the taxi cab industry in its entirety, we felt that the industry would be best suited to support their drivers, provide that training, and we're trying to give them the best effort to operate in a competitive market that they've never faced before.
Thank you. Any other questions? Any other questions? Seeing none, So there is no more questions. Thank you. We'll go to speakers now.
I know that I asked you earlier to be put on the list, and it's my understanding that Councilor de Beermaker was just after me. I'm going to ask you to switch us if you can, if that's okay with the committee. I'm going to be supporting Councilor de Beermaker's efforts in recommending to kill this thing, and so I'd like to speak after that.
Yeah, I do have a list of speakers, and that was, okay. Councilor de Beermaker first, Councilor is, I'm getting to that, and then it will be followed within the members of the committee, is Councilor Di Giorgio, Frank Di Giorgio, he asked me before, Councilor Mamolidi next, Councilor Carijanes, and Councilor Malo, are you speaking or no? And then Palacio, and now we'll go to visiting members of council to begin with. And we have Councilor Davis, 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I want to first start by thanking everyone who came down here over these last 2 days and who have come down here on many occasions as we have dealt with the taxi industry. I know that your emotions have been very high, your messages have been heard. And I know that for many of you, what we are about to consider by Toronto Council will determine whether or not you will continue to be a driver or to be an ambassador driver or be a garage or fleet operator or whatever role you have in the industry. Because Uber is what they self-describe as a disruptor. That is their model. They come into an industry and they disrupt it. And they come in and they use a variety of techniques that are predatory. And Uber depends on a workforce of part-time workers, just-in-time workers, ready to work because they will always know that they can get a lower rate from somebody who's desperate. And unfortunately, Uber also believes in a deregulated or a self-regulated model, and that's what they presented to us, to our staff. I saw the leaked version. They wrote their own bylaw. Not that it's reflected here, I have to say. There are many changes in here than what Uber presented. But the basic elements of the Uber model strip away the safety features in our regulated system, strip away the licensing, strip away the inspections, strip away the requirements for training. All of that is what Uber wants and Uber is desperate to get. And in fact, I note that they didn't come today or yesterday to speak, but they did send their official submission. And guess what? Even on the table for them is virtually what they ask for. They want more. They aren't going to accept the Ministry of Transportation safety. They want their own 24-check inspection. They don't want to pay the fees that we're asking. They don't want to provide the data that we asked for in that report. They don't want to provide some of the basic things that we have asked for, even in this wide open the door to them report. And so for that reason, and for many others, if I were on this committee, I would have moved a motion to receive. And I'm sorry if there are members who may play politics here around this table. And I hope you will reject that, because I want to apologize for you. This day is not about the politics in this circle. It's about what's happening out there and what is going to happen to everybody who is invested in this industry. And I do have to say as well that I don't know if that motion to receive, and the reason I will support it is because I think there's so many things that are wrong in this report. It purports to be a level playing field. It is not, and you've all listed the reasons it's not. It purports to say that we're protecting the public interest, that we're protecting consumers, and that we're providing for greater safety. I don't believe it does that. And I also believe that the many, many people who have worked hard in the industry expect that anyone who comes into it will operate with the same kinds of regulations. And I'm not prepared to lower the safety regulations. I'm not prepared to accept taking cameras out of cars. I'm not prepared to let cars go on that are older than 7 years. That's what Uber wants too. So I don't know whether or not a motion to receive will carry at council, because it wasn't going to carry the last time. And we may end up having to make amendments the best we can to put as many constraints that protect the public safety, protect the people who drive vehicles in the City of Toronto, and make sure that if Uber is not prepared to accept those things, that maybe they'll just have to walk away.
Thank you,
as has
Councilor
happened
Davis.
in other jurisdictions across North America and
next,
in Europe.
next
Thank you very
speaker.
much.
Please, no applause. Thank you. The first speak, and any other visiting members? If not, we'll bring into committee. Councilor DeBermaker, you are the first speaker.
Before I speak, I just want to confirm with you and the clerk, I was going to move a motion to delete certain recommendations, and the clerks have advised me that I shouldn't do that in the form of a motion, that instead I should be asking to vote on specific recommendations and then vote against them. That's the correct procedure? So, okay, great.
Can you refer from number to number? Is that what you have?
Yes.
Okay, so if you can just
Well,
go
if they
through
can put that on the screen.
Okay, great. Because what I was going to suggest is after we do all the speeches, at the request of the clerk, I will recess this meeting for 5 minutes, so they'll have enough time to organize all the motions, and that's for the clerk. So for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman.
After all the speeches.
Mr. Chairman, I don't fully understand why motions are not allowed on the floor here. There's no real other way of documenting outside of perhaps a vote on whether we like a clause or we don't. I don't understand why the intent of someone's particular vote isn't allowed, and that's what motions do. They give you the intent of why you're voting against something. So I don't understand why a motion in this particular regard is not warranted. What you're suggesting is that we have a report, quite frankly, that none of us like, and that we're not allowed to move a motion to do away with some of the clauses, or recommend to do away from some of the clauses.
Thank you, Councilor Mamoli.
I'd appreciate an explanation before we proceed. I'm not challenging the chair, because what will happen is
Councilor Mamoli, at this point, we didn't have the benefit of seeing what's before us in terms of recommendations, so it will be difficult to speculate on speculations, and that's exactly what I'm listening from you. I would like to see, and that's what I'm saying, once the speeches are done, we will recess for 5 minutes to give an opportunity to the clerk.
I challenge the chair.
To organize all the recommendations so you can see it, because it's only fair for all the members of council.
I really do want to help, and I'm asking for an explanation from the clerk for a reason, okay? Now, Councillor Karygiannis, the worst thing we can do at this particular time is bring forward an argument that says what we did is procedurally wrong and then bring that to council. I would like to know from the clerk what it is, the logic for no motions, what that means.
Clerk, you mind?
I don't quite understand the questions. Sorry, Councillor.
Well, Councillor DeBermaker has been told that he cannot put a motion forward with getting rid of recommendations. that in fact the only way to do it is for us to vote on those particular items. I hold a different view. The reason for motions is for us to be able to properly explain why we're voting for something. And you cannot track it in the minutes as to why we voted. You can only simply look at how you voted on a topic. So I would want to challenge if I could, because I'd like an opportunity to put some language down on why I'm voting a particular way.
Councillor, at the moment the staff report is before you. It has not been moved. Nobody has moved those recommendations, so you cannot move to delete a recommendation from something that hasn't been moved yet.
So technically, if someone were to move the recommendations, then you can move the motions to eliminate.
What you would have to do is amend the person's motion to delete their recommendation. You would amend the other member's motion to do so.
So if someone chooses not to introduce the report, then what are we debating?
Then you can have other motions. You can decide what you want to debate. You could move receipt, you could move referral, you could move anything. It depends on what the members move.
Is that
So
clear,
a motion
Councilor
to
Malini?
receive would be in order.
Correct. Not a motion to receive. A motion that council receive is in order, but not a motion to receive because the report contains recommendations and that's forbidden under the procedural bylaw.
There is, Vice Chair, there is no points of clarification.
The staff said that we can move to receive, but there was a motion for it to be sent back. So if we had a motion to be sent back, that means that we have to be received it in order for the motion to be sent back, or what we did.
When the time
was-
comes, Councilor, for you to speak, you can move whatever you have in mind, and at that point, I will rule, because I don't know what you have in mind.
Point of
If
order,
it's in order, I will allow you to proceed. If not, and then you can challenge the chair.
Point of order, Chair, if I may.
Your point of order?
My point of order is that we had a vote earlier about sending it back to staff, and we took that vote. And that vote, in order to be taken, must have meant that the report was before us, or that vote did not count.
Claire?
The motion to receive, as defined in the procedural bylaw, means that the committee took no action. You cannot take an action and vote to defer, which is actually what happened yesterday. It was a motion to defer. It wasn't a motion to refer back.
So how can you defer something if it's not in front of you?
It is in front of you.
So therefore, we received it. So therefore, we can start. We don't have to receive it, because if it's in front of us, then we did all that discussion because it was in front of us. I mean, somebody, pinch me, or else I think I'm dreaming.
Councillor, the actual definition of a motion to receive is to receive for information and take no action on the item.
Clerk, if I may continue. You said that this thing is in front of us, so automatically the report's in front of us. But we cannot move a motion to amend unless someone introduces what's in front of us already. You get why we're so confused?
I think the confusion is caused by the fact that at City Council, for example, all of the recommendations of committees are deemed moved. At committee, nothing is deemed moved until a member moves it. So until a member moves the report or moves the recommendations contained in the report, you can't do anything with it.
Okay, Chair?
I'm happy the way the clerk suggested to do it.
You want me to move to receive it?
I'm happy.
Councilor, I didn't recognize you. You don't have the floor. At this point, Councilor de Vermeeke has the floor. Please be respectful.
Yes, and I had a point of order. I'm very happy the way the clerk has advised me to move it. So, Mr. Chair, I guess to start my speaking time, and if the clerks could put up, I have two, I will call them relatively smaller or more minor amendments. One is just about people being 21 years of age or older. having a valid driver's license, having at least 1 year driving history in the, as a motion. That's actually one of the same criteria as Lyft uses, which is a company. The other one, which was recommended by one of the deputants on the accessibility stakeholder committee, if we could just have that one up to show people. Those are two motions that I think should be put into the report. The more substantive motion, and I'm wondering if the clerks can do as they advised me, putting that memo, I guess it is because it's not formally a motion. I am moving the staff recommendations in this report, but I am asking that we vote on and have a recorded vote on a number of motions that I will be voting against. And those motions, very quickly, are 1, 4, 7, 10, 11, 14, 15, 23, 25, 26, 29 to 31, 40 to 44, 47 to 49, 51 to 82, 87, 88, 90 to 96, and 98. So, Mr. Chair and colleagues and people who have come here to speak, this is a very large report of 103 recommendations. It took me an hour just to read the recommendations the first time round. I, like many of you, have spent hours and hours going through the report, trying to understand it, trying to put this Rubik's Cube together, and I think I have. And what I'm trying to do with this report is take those motions in the report that I think are good for the city and do what we outline on page 1, improve public safety, consumer protection, and the well-being of our city. So I have kept those recommendations. I'm not stopping this report. I'm not killing the whole report. I'm not referring it back. What I'm doing is saying these recommendations need to go to City Council, and my advice as a member of the Licensing Committee is these recommendations that allow this new category of license and company to be created and to operate and to have unhindered open entry is wrong. And therefore we should vote against this set of recommendations. And Mr. Chair, when I looked at this report, we've heard it probably actually 100 times today, that this report is supposed to do three things. So protect public safety, protect consumers, and make sure we have a livable and vibrant city. I don't support the report the way it's been put forward to us because it is a complete abandonment of even the simplest of public safety measures. I haven't talked to any person, nobody from Uber, nobody from Lyft. I've talked to them all. I've invited Uber into my office and Lyft and anybody actually who wanted to come and talk to me. I think we probably made appointments with anybody who called my office, and if we didn't, my apologies. But I think we've talked to every stakeholder who's had an interest in coming and talking about this report and this industry. Not one of them, not even Uber, said we don't want snow tires. So how can I, as a City of Toronto elected official with a mandate to protect the public, say, you know what, despite everybody accepting snow tires, despite people at deputations before us today saying, you know what, since I put on snow tires, we've had a 50% reduction in accidents. This is a wonderful motion that you put forward. So that, for example, is an abandonment of a very simple safety measure. The fact that there's going to be no security cameras in a car. We forget why we put them there. People died. People were being attacked, both the drivers and passengers. And we're going to walk away from that and say, you'll have 5 or 10 or 15,000 new vehicles on the road if we adopt these recommendations, but not one of those new vehicles will have a security camera in it. We will put those drivers at risk and we will put those passengers at risk. And when there is a conflict or an allegation, there is no video footage to demonstrate to the police and to the world what exactly happened. I sat on the TTC when we introduced cameras in buses and subways and stations, and there was a controversy. A decade ago, people were very nervous about putting a camera on a bus that could film you as you walked into a bus and sat down. Now, could you imagine if we said tomorrow we're just going to take out all of the cameras out of all of the TTC stations and buses? People would be furious. This report abandons public safety. It doesn't require drivers to take CPR courses. It doesn't require people to speak English. The motions that I've put forward and asked to be voted on separately will fix the report by deleting those deregulation motions. This report removes the limit on the number of taxis that can come into our city. That is wrong. From a traffic and transportation perspective, I don't want another 10,000 vehicles in downtown Toronto. We have people, and the city is launching a campaign to clear the roads of congestion, but at the same time we're going to invite 5 or 10 or 15,000 or 20,000 more vehicles into downtown Toronto to clog the streets and spew fumes into the air. It is simply wrong. Members of council, members of committee, we had people here today, and some people said, you know what, I like the flex hours and the flex work. Uber came in and told me what a great thing flex work is. And I said, oh yes, we have flex work in Scarborough. We call it a part-time job. So part-time jobs are great for some people, but they're not great if you want to have a career as a driver, if you want to take care of your family, pay your mortgage, pay your bills. That is what we should do. So I cannot support a report that says one of our mandates as council is to make sure we have a vibrant and livable city. But what we're recommending in the report is a migration away from a profession with amazing people who go to school, who get trained, who help us, who care for us, who pay for their taxes, who pay their HST. They do all those wonderful things. And we have a report before us today that says, you know what? We are going to help one multi-billion-dollar company become the sole plate owner in the whole city of Toronto. We'll let them wipe all of you out. You will all be wiped out. Driver, shift worker, ambassador, plate owner, garage, doesn't matter. You'll all be wiped out. There'll be one giant left, and it's going to be called Uber. And for the nice deputants who came and said, well, Uber, I like working for them because of the flex hours, and I make a decent wage. My submission to them is you just wait till Uber becomes the sole monopoly and the sole plate owner in the city of Toronto. They will slash your wages till you have no wages left. I will not support a report that impoverishes people. We have a poverty reduction strategy. We should not be supporting a report that encourages the creation of poverty in this city. We should not be supporting a multi-billion-dollar multinational that will suck money right out of this city the second you press that Uber button. So, Mr. Chair, I know there are many recommendations. I, again, have asked clerk, and I've taken their advice, that as we adopt the recommendations, we take these ones out, vote on them, have a recorded vote on each one of them, so that I and whoever else can vote against them and safeguard this city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. We have questions. Questions, and Councilor Mamulidi.
A, B, and C here.
Yeah, I have
Yes.
a question of
Yes.
Councilor
3 minutes.
Bearmaker.
Oh, not that one. Yeah, sorry, not that one. I did
3 minutes.
just the first.
Okay, I'll restart. Hold on for a second.
Councilor de Bearmaker, what effectively you're doing is pretty much doing away with everything that people have had some concerns about today. I would prefer that it was in a motion as opposed to a vote.
So would I.
And I think now that you've introduced the staff report, you can actually move a motion that says take them out. And I would ask you to do that.
Well, Councillor,
Because then it becomes a recommendation to council of removing something from it instead of just a vote against. And that's, and for the purposes of the minutes and the purposes of history, I would suggest that you do that. And I hope you can.
Well, Councillor, I have been satisfied with the clerk's advice that these will still be recommendations to council. Whatever we vote on today, whatever version we vote on today, does go to council as a recommendation from this committee to council.
No. No, in fact, all it's going to show is your vote against these
Councilor
clauses.
Mamulidi, Councilor
And
answered
I
the
ask
question.
that you talk to the clerk and ask for permission perhaps of the chair to move them as motions instead.
I will happy
Will
to
you
talk
try?
offline
Okay.
to the
I
clerk
may
again.
suggest that
Secondly,
if you
you've
want to make a
removed
friendly
two
amendment,
parts of
that's-
this I do have some concerns to it. 14, City Council delete the requirement, minimum owner-operator hours for Ambassador Taxi Cab, Toronto Taxi Cab, wheelchair accessible taxi cab owners.
Yes.
I'm going to add that back in with my own motion, because I think that needs to be in 15 as well. City Council delete the requirements that a Toronto taxi cab license be issued upon the sale of a standard or ambassador taxi cab. I'd like to add that back in. Would you be willing to add them back in? as friendly amendments?
Well, through you, Mr. Chair, I do not think they would be friendly. Number 14 deletes the requirement that you have an owner-operated model. I support the owner-operated model as per the 2014 reforms. Number 15 deletes the requirement that a TTL be issued upon the sale of a standard or ambassador taxi cab. If we delete, by deleting that, we allow the ambassadors to become standard plates, and I think that's the right course of action.
So it's best if I just move a motion that adds them back in.
You're certainly free to do
Every time I
that.
stand up to speak, I got to hear heckles
But
from
I
Councillor
believe, through you,
Davis.
Mr. Chair, that
Every single time.
that when the Councillor Mamalidi, the number 14 and 15 that you see before you, our staff today are recommending deletion
Yes.
of something that Council has already approved and has been, if not universally accepted, but has been accepted by most people. So I look at number 14 and number 15. Some people may not like them, but that's what Council voted on. That's what Council supported, and that's what I think we should support today.
Thank you, Councillor.
Given what we're hearing today, shouldn't we
Last
just
question.
add it back in? We heard it. We heard these submissions today as well, and yesterday. Shouldn't we just add them back in?
Sorry.
Okay, I'll move the motion. The clerk knows anyway. I'm going to move a motion to add it back in. Thank you.
Any other questions to the mover? If not, we'll go to speakers. We went through that, Councillor, you weren't here. I asked twice. And we have Councillor Franti Giorgio, next speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to preface my comments by saying that I think that between now and this moving forward to council, there will need to be some changes that address the procedural problems that we're having today, because I'm not fully comfortable with what we're doing. That being said, I have a number of motions that I'm proposing that will have the effect of amending the recommendations, and between now and council, I have to determine which recommendations my motions will impact. So if I can have my motions up, I've got 5 motions, and I'll speak to them as I move through my comments. The first one basically says that the city continue to regulate the industry, that the city continue to control licenses for anyone or any vehicle that is out there to provide transportation. That's essentially what I'm recommending in number 1. Whether this is duplicative or not, I'm not quite sure. Secondly, on a going forward basis, that anyone that we allow to provide transportation services must apply for a license from the city, and I'm suggesting, I'm throwing a number up in the air, we're talking about new licenses from here on forward for someone that is going to drive a cab or a limousine or any private vehicle, that the license fee be fixed at $700 and the renewal fee at $350. Now, I want to say that the reforms that we started in 2014 were very clear that the intent of those reforms was to force the existing industry to find efficiencies by eliminating middlemen, by doing whatever needed to be done so that we could improve the income of drivers. Drivers, we recognize, were the lifeblood of the industry, and that was what the intent of the reforms and recommendations of 2014 were. But the marketplace changed overnight, dramatically. When the reforms of 2014 were introduced, Uber was around, but Uber was not seen as an enemy or not seen as a real intruder into the marketplace. UberX, on the other hand, was identified by the industry as a real intruder into the marketplace. And that's what the 2016 recommendations are all about. It's like, what do we do? How do we protect the interests of the public, the interests of the stakeholders in the industry that made investments in the industry, against an invader who presumably is bringing in all sorts of innovation, but we know that all they're bringing into the industry is unlimited competition. Now, when I say unlimited competition, the competition policy was previously defined by the city. And what I'm saying in number 3 is that the city do what they've done in the past, and that is determine the appropriate number of new vehicles, new additional licenses that are required in the marketplace to ensure that citizens receive access to safe, affordable, and improved door-to-door service. That the city has the obligation and the power to do that, not Uber. I also am suggesting in number 4 that the city deem surge pricing to be an illegal activity in the taxi cab, limousine, and private vehicle for hire transportation industry. The city will determine the price. The city will determine the fare. The city will determine the total number of cars that we need in the industry. If the city determines that we need 10,000 vehicles out there, then so be it. And people can apply. Number 5, please. Can you scroll that up for me, please? Jesus, I'm sure I'm getting a lot of attention here.
Speak to it, Councilor. You can speak to it in the meantime. I'll freeze the time.
Yeah, so number 5 basically says that with respect to private vehicles for hire, only vehicle owners may provide transportation for passengers. In other words, all future licenses will be issued to vehicle owners. That $700 fee will be to vehicle owners. So the proposed recommendations that are before us do 2 things. They foster more competition, and they basically reduce the barrier to entry. And what I'm saying is that's a very, very dramatic overnight change. And if we want to foster competition, then let's do it in a sequential, thoughtful, market planning way, and not let's just open the floodgates and let's let this new private company come in and determine what is going to happen in the marketplace. That is totally unacceptable for me.
Thank you.
Regulations are there for a purpose. They typically are introduced when the marketplace fails, and what we're doing is reversing, and we're saying, let's eliminate the
Thank you.
the regulation, because we don't believe the marketplace will fail.
Next speaker, Councilor.
Question of Councilor
Sure.
Giorgio.
Question, there we go. Councilor Mamalidi, the floor is yours.
Can I read?
Yeah, please.
Can I get that up there?
Sure, you can.
I'm trying to understand.
The intent.
Trying to understand the intent of his motion, and I need it up here before my time starts, please.
Jesus Christ, here. I don't have one in front of me, but.
So,
ready?
your first one is to continue regulating taxi cab limousines and private vehicle for hire.
Right. So by saying anybody that wants to drive has to get a license from the city.
So do you want Uber regulated?
What I'm saying, well, what I'm saying is, if there is a decision out there by the city, by the way, because the city determines the amount of competition that we want in the marketplace, and if the city decides that we need more competition, then let the city tell me how many more cars we need out there. And this says the city will issue the appropriate number of licenses to induce the amount of competition we want.
So you want to reduce the insurance rates as well to $350?
No, those aren't insurance rates. That's just any new licenses that are issued will have to pay $700. For example, if it's a new ambassador plate, it'll be any new licenses issued.
Just strictly new licenses?
New licenses, yeah. So in my scenario, all current Uber drivers, if they wanted to continue to drive, would have to get one of those licenses from the city.
Can I just ask a question?
Sure.
Wouldn't these motions be better placed depending on what happens at council instead of today? Like, wouldn't we just want to do away with what we need to do away with today?
You may be right.
as a
It's
committee?
just that I find myself stuck in this procedural mess that we find ourselves in. And I thought to myself, let me throw the motions out and then see where it fits in the context of the procedure.
I'll tell you why I'm asking you this. You're almost forcing us that want to support this to vote against it because of procedurally, I don't want to be anywhere near any of this. I want to kill this thing today. So by doing this, I might, by voting in favor of it, I just might be jeopardizing my position.
Okay, well, then we can, as I understand, and you may be right. As I understand it, Councilor de Beermaker put the recommendations on the floor as they are, and then he made some amendments. What we would have to do to kill it, in your estimation, is not only vote against the amendments, but vote against the motion by Councilor de Beermaker to adopt the recommendations. That's how we kill it. And you would vote against all of my motions as well. That's okay. If you want to kill it, that's what we would do. I'm not disagreeing with you necessarily, but I do believe that, you know, if the public is saying there's not enough competition, wait times are too high as they exist, the only way to reduce the wait times and have the city reduce the wait times is to put more vehicles on the road. But I'm not suggesting we put 15,000 on the road.
No, I get what you're doing. I just think it's better placed at council in the final debate. I think
it could very well
based on what I think is going to happen today. That's why I can't vote in favor of this today because I hope that we end up killing the darn thing today, or at least recommend the council to do it.
Okay, so what I'm saying is this, okay? What we could do, so just between you and me, and what we could do is support this.
Never between you and me.
What we could do is support this.
Councilor
Mr. Chairman, I'll finish
we're in
up.
public. Just please speak clearly and ambiguously so we can all hear. Your time is up. Thank you.
No, hang on. I just want to finish. We could adopt these, and then when the final motion on the floor is adopt the recommendations as amended, we could all vote against that.
Thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions to the mover? If not, thank you, Councilor Di Giorgio. We're moving now to the next speaker, Councilor Mamoliti. The floor is yours.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to move 3 motions. The first 2 motions because Councilor de Beermaker didn't move his motions to eliminate, and I'm going to do that. Okay, so all the numbers that he was suggesting, except 14 and 15, I'm moving removal of. Okay? The second is that City Council direct that all taxi cabs and PTC vehicles be painted the same color and direct the Executive Director Municipal Licensing and Standard to select a series of color options, conduct a public vote, and select the final color in accordance with the results, and that Recommendation 77 in the report from the Executive Director of Municipal Standards be amended accordingly. So all the taxi cabs, the ride share, I have to add the ride share to this motion, vehicles, and PTC. So somewhere there was a break. So ride share is included in this. And the reason I'm doing this is because every single taxi, ride share, PTC vehicle in the city should be one color. And that's my belief, and that will start a whole new trend in the city. One of the things that I believe, sorry?
You're accepting the PTC, is it?
No, just the color. I have to. I have no choice, right? I have no choice. If this is going to go through, I have no choice. So don't interrupt me. The fact of the matter is, if you're going to be serious, and this is where I come down on my friends in the industry, because I've been very close to them, as everyone knows, because I've tried to help them. I've also been very critical of the industry because I think you're divided 4 or 5 ways amongst yourselves. And the only real way to come together and be a force at City Hall or anywhere else is for you to be together on everything. And you need to be seen together, because right now even the cabs and the rest of it is not seen together. It's all different colors, different schemes, and everybody sees you different. So all the brokers, license holders, the plate holders, anyone that has anything to do with taxis, the colors need to be the same. And I believe in that, and I think now's the appropriate time to do that. Aside from that, my motion, Mr. Chairman, again, is to remove all the clauses that were already mentioned by Councilor DeBeermaker. Now, given a little bit of a lashing from me to the industry, I also need to apologize to the industry on behalf of City Hall, because I think City Hall over these years have made your head spin. I think that we, no matter what council we belong to, did things just for the sake of doing them, just picking on an industry that didn't deserve to be picked on. And in doing that, we said to them, we're not, safety is a factor. We need to recognize the fact that safety is a factor. Spend all this money to your cabs, or you're not going to get your licenses. You're not going to be endorsed by City Hall. Cost them a fortune. We said to them, this is how much you're going to pay for a plate. This is how much it's going to be. And at one point, I believe they're as high as $300,000 a plate. 360, somebody said. Do I have 400? At the end of the day, it was City Hall that turned out that cost. It was them that forced the value of those particular plates. And it wasn't until there was some backlash that City Hall changed its mind yet again. And what was it, 1998? We decided that we were going to try to make everybody and appease everybody that couldn't afford those plates. And you'll recall the debates from Councillor Moscow and everyone else, Councillor Denzelman and Wong, that brought forward a new scheme, which was a different type of vehicle. And that was supposed to bring down the rates of the plates, and it did. And when that happened, everybody that owned the plates said, well, what about, look, we played by the rules here, and you changed them yet again. And so what should have happened here as well is that we should have had a very serious conversation about whether we want the plates or not. And if we were to pay them out or not. Because that's coming, folks. That debate is coming, and when that comes, this group is going to be divided again. So this would have been the appropriate time to move these recommendations, not later. And that's why I don't like the report, because we're not dealing with it in its entirety the way it should be. And that's why I can't support it.
Thank you, Councilor Mamaliri. Any questions to the mover? If not, we need quorum, please. Members of the committee, come back to the chambers. We have to be on the seats. Councilor De Giorgio, can we ring the bells, please? Great. Councilor Karijanis, you are next.
Thank you, Chair. I have a whole bunch of motions that if the clerk can put up, I'll appreciate it. You hold my time until the motions go up, Chair? Okay. Motion A. It's put up there in order to reflect that we need a level playing field, but if we make any changes as we go, this will be redundant. Can I have motion B, please? Motion B. This is that all vehicles that are for hire should have snow tires. Motion C states that everybody should be able to communicate in English. Motion D, that means that all the cars that, if we decide to go with PTC, should have a camera installed. Motion E defines the camera. Motion F, that we levy a 10 cents ride per ride to cars that are driving people around in order for us to be able to assist people that want to buy accessible vehicles. Motion G. any owner of the cab, limousine, or private vehicle for hire providing transportation of passengers be licensed under the vehicle for hire bylaw, and the drivers of any taxi cab, limousine, or private vehicle for hire providing transportation of passengers be licensed under. And motion I, the City Council reestablish the Taxi Advisory Committee. Chair, when we moved in this council last
I will
year...
stop your time just for 1 second, and I'm going to ask the clerk if those recommendations can be circulated to the members. I would like to, even before... Okay, great. Thank you. No, but before we vote, it was difficult just to read the whole thing while the council was introducing it.
Well,
Please,
Chair,
please go ahead.
Chair, with all due respect, I mean, I did circulate this motion to yourself and to other council members.
I never seen it. Please go ahead.
Okay, well, that tells me that you didn't receive what I sent you on the weekend, but I mean, it was circulated. But anyways, it's neither here nor there. We had two exercises since I've been in this council, what to do with Uber. The exercise was before, and we had hearings all last summer, and some of us were able to go to those hearings. And then there was an exercise that came in after October. And when I requested the possibility of attending those hearings and be there to listen to what the industry had to say and staff had to say, I received a love memo from the city solicitor, and I will just read you one line. I would strongly recommend that you do not attend the consultation meetings. Why? What did we have to hide? What is there that stops an elected member of council to participate at meetings and to listen what the industry has to say? What is there that states out that I, as an elected official, cannot participate, cannot be at, and cannot listen to? And here I have the city solicitor putting it out in writing, underlining it. I felt that maybe I was in another country, maybe I was in another city, and maybe I couldn't read right. Let's not be misled here. Although I got motion A recommendations, I do not support Uber. I do not support their practices, and I don't support the way that they are approaching things. I can tell you that they're misleading us and not disobeying any rules and regulations, federal, provincial, municipal. They didn't pay taxes. And when the question was put to them, well, you know, they went about it the other way. However, I moved the motion last summer in July that we should have a level playing field. The mayor of the city seconded that motion. And the only way to have a level playing field must be that if we're going to have a private transportation company, they should adhere to all the rules and regulations that you have. Boy, was I shocked and appalled when I heard from the mayor traveling that this report to him meant that this is a level playing field.
I'm not moving.
Maybe you haven't been in politics long enough. The mayor was elected a couple of years in the provincial legislature, and he did fine work, and then he's here. And I ended up being 25 years in federal politics. Federal, I mean, level playing fields means everybody the same. You don't do this, tie my back behind my hands and tie my feet and say, now you got a level playing field. You can drive. With what? One hand? In order to drive and take you home, that must be that you arrive home safe. That must be that my wife and my daughters and my son-in-laws, and if I have any grandchildren tomorrow, if they get in a private transportation company or a cab, will arrive home safe. You remove all these things, they won't arrive home safe. I know my time is up, but we will have more engagement, and I'll tell you, I'll be damned the day that I'll support Uber.
Thank you, Councilor Kajanis. Any questions to the mover on
Nope.
the recommendations?
Straightforward.
If not, I think we're done with speaks. I'm going to speak. First and foremost, I want to thank the audience. I want to thank you all for taking the time, 2 days, actually, literally, almost 19 hours of sitting in these chambers. And I want to thank you for being well behaved, very passionate. Your message came across very effectively. and I want to thank you for that. I would like to move the balance of the report. And as you may recall, when City Council, going back in September, instructed city staff to bring forward one bylaw that's fair, equitable to all, a bylaw that promotes consumer protection and safety, a bylaw that embraces innovation and technology, and that ensures financial viability and sustainability to the taxi industry. That was overall what City Council asked in that report. In my opinion, the recommendations didn't go far enough. It doesn't create the balanced approach, the level playing field between the taxi industry and UberX, where both parties could compete and prosper at the same time. In essence, the recommended framework within this report that's before us creates a two-tier system. A taxi industry that will continue to be regulated and run by the city, and the proposed PTCs or private transportation companies under UberX that will be self-regulated. In my opinion, that's pure and simple. Some of the sticking points that we heard throughout the deputations had to do mainly with background and criminal checks that should apply to all, vehicle inspections that must apply to all, the disparity on the application fees that should be equalized. We have some recommendations in terms of winter tires, the importance of the English language. But as chair of the committee, let me tell you, I'm not going to make recommendations. I'm not going to make recommendations on a fly. Between now and the upcoming City Council, I will bring forward recommendations to Council that are fair, supportable, that will create a real balance that's equitable. I have 15 recommendations that I was going to move, and as chair of the committee, I was going to be the first speaker. I did speak to some members of the industry, city staff, and other people that I was supposed to speak to, but it was too premature. I'm doing it in a very responsible way. Ladies and gentlemen, the proposed bylaw must be clear, it has to be fair, unambiguous, and enforceable. On the consumer side, we heard, and that's one of the reasons that this application is so likable out there. On the consumer side, the city as a regulator must ensure that the health and safety of the riding public is not compromised in any way. It must ensure that consumers enjoy a safe, accessible, reliable, and affordable ride, pure and simple. On the taxi industry, on that side, the city must ensure fairness, equity, a level playing field, a system that's competitive, and also ensures financial sustainability to the industry. The industry is a vital component of the city's transportation network. We all know that. Overall, now on the technology side, the bylaw, and let's not kid ourselves, needs to be modernized. It must ensure, at the same time, consumer protection and safety for all the riding public. The bylaw has to be transparent, enforceable, affordable, and accessible. One of the recommendations of my colleagues, Councilor De Veramaker, recommendation number 9, that deals with the working group. That's, of course, a recommendation that I will also support. The city on that has a duty to ensure that disabled citizens have access to a reliable vehicle for hire service on demand, a service that's equivalent to what's available to the rest of society. Personally, I would like to see a healthy ground transportation industry that's financially sustainable, that embraces at the same time modern technology, as many of you already have, that's affordable, and that puts people first. Very important. What's before us, in terms of the report, I believe that the excessive fare structure created an over-regulated system on the industry, and this must end once and for all, without sacrificing public safety. And the same goes to the current Wild West environment that's been hunting this great city of Toronto. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Councilor.
In deliberations with the clerk, my motion on the colors, I thought I had to add PTC, but I don't, so it doesn't belong there. Okay, it's just taxi cabs and rideshare. And the clerk's just needs to understand that this has been changed in order.
Is that an amendment that that should? It's a revised one. Yeah. Okay, we are done with the speakers now. We are going to recess for 5 minutes at the request of the clerk. They are organizing all the recommendations, so we'll vote on it. We'll resume in 5 minutes. Thank you. Are we getting ready? Do you need more time? Members of the public will be resuming this meeting within the next 2 or 3 minutes. The clerk is they're still working on it, sorting out all the recommendations. Hello, everyone. I'm calling this meeting to order. Members of the committee, please take a seat. First and foremost, I want just to apologize for the delay. And this one happens when recommendations are put on the fly. Sometimes it becomes confusing. Having said that, I'm going to ask the clerk to advise the committee how we are going to be voting, the order of the motions, how that's going to be done.
Oh, there it is. Okay. The order of the motions in which we're going to be voting are Councillor De Beermaker's motion A, Councillor De Beermaker's motion B, Councillor Mamalides' motion A, Councillor De Giorgio's motion A, Councillor Kirigiannis's motion A, parts 1 to 8, Councillor Kirigiannis's motion B, C, D, E, F, G, and H, Councillor Mamalides' motion B, and then Councillor De Beermaker's adopt item as amended. Oh, that's, no, that's.
Okay. If we can display those motions as we move along, please.
Yes.
That would be helpful.
No, but I want to withdraw mine. Parts of them. Well, I'm withdrawing. Could I, Mr. Chairman, could I inquire from the clerk whether I can draw parts 2 and to 5, if I can withdraw those parts and leave it just 1?
Okay, we have a motion from Councilor De Giorgio to withdraw parts of
My motion.
his...
There were 5 parts. I want to withdraw 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, is...
The first one's
Okay, all those in favor in allowing that?
Beermaker A.
Against?
I can reintroduce them at another point.
Okay, so that's gone.
Thank you.
Okay. Are we ready? It'll be recorded votes, probably. Sorry.
Okay.
My call. Councillor De Beermaker, motion A.
All those in favor? Councilor De Giorgio, Mamolidi, De Beermaker, Palacio, Malo, Kirigiannis. Unanimous.
Councillor De Beermaker, motion B. Motion B, Councillor De Beermaker. Councillor De Beermaker, motion B.
Is all those in favor? Against? Carries. Next.
Councillor Mamalidi, motion A.
Recorded vote on this one. All those in favor? Councilor Mamolidi against? He loses. Next.
Mr. Chair, recorded vote was requested on Councillor Mamalidi's motion A.
All those in favor? Councilor Mamolidi. Against? Councilor De Giorgio, De Beermaker, Palacio, Malo, Kirigiannis. He fails.
The next motion is Councillor De Giorgio's motion A, revised.
All those in favor? Against? Next. It carries.
Next motion is Councillor Karagiannis's motion A, parts 1 to 8.
All those in favor?
What one?
Mr. Chairman, could you parse it out?
Sure.
No, but I.
Which one?
Do you want everyone? Or
Yes,
any
I'll be with you in a
specific?
minute.
No, as a package, I'm withdrawing it. As a package, I'm withdrawing it.
Okay, we have a request from the Councilor Janis. He wants to withdraw his motion on its entirety. To allow him to withdraw, all those in favor? Against? Thank you, it's gone. Next,
Councillor Karagiannis, motion B. Yep.
that's the tax advisory.
Yeah, okay. Those in favour, those cancel.
All those in favor?
You must have 3 snow tires.
Against? Carries.
Councillor Karagiannis, motion C.
All those in favor? Against? Carries.
Councillor Karagiannis, motion D. Yeah. Councillor Mamalidi has requested a recorded vote on all
All those in
motions.
favor on this motion? All those in favor? Councilor Di Giorgio, Mamolidi, De Bramaker, Carigianis. Against? Malum Palacio.
Councillor Karagiannis, motion E.
That's the camera system. And all those in favor? Recorded vote. All those in favor? Councilors Di Giorgio, Mamolidi, De Bramaker, Carigianis. Against? Malum Palacio.
Councillor Karagiannis, motion F.
Although is recorded vote. All those in favor? Councilors in favor? Is De Bramaker, Palacio, Malo, Carigianis. Against? Mamolidi. Councilor Di Giorgio, how did you vote? In favor? Okay, so it's just Councilor Mamolidi against.
Councillor Karagiannis' motion G is redundant as Councillor Di Giorgio's motion A carried.
Thank you.
Councillor Karagiannis, motion H. Aye. Sorry. Aye. Sorry, aye. I thought we'd changed it. Okay, we'll
All those in favor?
we're going to get it.
Against? Unanimous. It carries. Next.
Councillor Mamalidi, motion B, as amended by the previous decisions. Hold on, I'm going to record them. So there's a 20.
I have a point of order, Mr. Chair.
Okay, I have a point of order from Councilor De Vermeeke. Your point is?
If I could see the motion on the screen again, when I had talked to Councilor Mammoliti, to be specific, it was 23A, because there's a B and C on the next page that I didn't see, so when I originally put the motion forward that Councilor Mammoliti's now moved or taken care of, so I just want to clarify, it's supposed to read only 23A. And then, Mr. Chair, great. 14, recommendations 14 to 19, I just want to make sure procedurally that I don't miss my opportunity. I'd like those separated out so I can vote on those. Is that correct? So if I vote on this, I can still vote against recommendations 14 to 19?
That's in order, Councilor De Vermeeke.
Okay, thank you.
I will allow that. Yes, Councilor Malo.
Point of order, a query. Are we sure that none of those items are redundant? For example, 31, as an example, was already approved. So would it not be a duplication?
I'm going to explain that.
And I'm going to ask the clerk to clarify that, please.
Okay. Recommendations 26 were amended, 31 was amended, and 53 was amended. However, the motion to adopt those recommendations as amended with their exception still stands. So it would be with the following exceptions: 26 as amended, 31 as amended, 53 as amended. They can still be deleted.
Wait.
Are we okay?
Mr. Chair, I'm going to follow
Yes.
up on Councillor Matlow's point of order.
Matt Lowe.
Matt Lowe, sorry, I've said Matt Lowe's. I'm not quite sure for number 26, if I can see the motion on the screen. So number 26, I'm looking at the staff recommendations. The staff recommendation reads, City Council delete the requirement that snow tires be installed. Councillor Karygiannis's motion says that snow tires should be installed.
So that's redundant.
So now if I support the motion on the screen now, am I now deleting snow tires?
26 is redundant. It's redundant.
26 will be amended.
I just want clarification. I don't want to now, after all this too long days of council, suddenly have us accidentally vote against putting on snow tires.
Yeah, it's redundant.
Just 1 second, the clerk's checking on that.
And I'd ask the same of recommendation 31 and 53 as well, just to make sure
31
I
and 53,
understand.
if you can please check those recommendations as well.
53? 53 is not on there.
Oh, sorry.
No.
So
31 's
26
on.
and 31 only.
I think what she said was save and accept. Save and accept.
Mammoliti's saying he's not deleting it. Is he or is he not?
In the meantime,
Does he want
Councilor De Vermeeke, that on your point of order, you want recommendations 14 to 19 to be voted separately? Is that what you mean? Okay, good.
Okay. Recommendation 26 is redundant. The exception is redundant because the adoption of 26 did in fact do what this does.
Recommendation number 31 as well?
And recommendation 31 and 53 are similarly redundant.
Okay.
There is no 53 in my motion.
Yeah, it is. It was
51, yes it is.
So I'm just
51,
asking
282, yes,
the
you're right.
clerks, through you, Mr. Chair, to make sure that when we vote on this, should we then delete 26 and 31 off the screen? Okay, great. Thank you. I just want to make sure.
Thank you.
Way to go.
So are we ready now?
Okay.
Councilor De Vermeeke,
Sorry, Mr. Chair, on a point of order, I think Councillor Mammoliti's motion says adopt effectively all the recommendations except those. So I would ask that we vote for this. I think procedurally, if the clerks can clarify, that we should, I had asked earlier if we could vote have a recorded vote on motions 14, recommendations 14 to 19.
That's fair. Okay. That's in order. Yeah.
But it says staff report be adopted, and adopting it would be
So the item has to be amended.
Not to confuse matters even more, but when this debate had taken place, if you recall, the clerk had asked that someone move the report, right? So,
I think they're
so in an
I think we're okay,
effort
Councilor.
to clarify where I stand on my motion, is that this is what I support, right? Okay.
14 to 19, we can vote on now.
And you are referring to motions 14 to 19, to be specific.
The recommendations.
And those have to do with the standards.
Adopts
Right,
14
doesn't
Correct.
include those
Okay.
in this
Adopts
motion.
14 to 19.
Yes, on those ones, okay. Okay. So what we're going to do is take a separate vote, recorded vote on recommendations 14 to 19 in the staff report.
Great. So
That's
we're
after
going to,
we vote for my motion, right?
and you want that recorded vote?
Which one? Yeah, I would prefer, with all due respect, it is my motion, and I would prefer to vote on my motion, and if somebody wants to vote separately on something that's already in the report, then we should be doing that separately. I don't want to confuse things even more. This is my motion, I moved it, it's in front of us, and we should vote for it, or against it.
Put that motion.
Mr. Chair, if I could give some advice to the committee here. The first operative part of this recommendation is the recommendations in the staff report be adopted. That's what Councillor Mamley has moved here. So the issue is that Councillor Mamley, or Councillor de Bearmaker wishes to have a separate vote on recommendations 14 to 19. So that should be voted on first.
Exactly.
So that the committee makes its decision on that, and then Councillor Mamley's would be as amended.
That's fair. So we'll go to Councillor.
Recorded
Vermeer
vote
first.
on that, then, please.
Yeah, that's,
His amendment.
just to be clear, so we are voting now on recommendations 14 to 19 that deals with the
Which are already in the report.
with the standard, so we're going to be voting on that right now.
And Mr. Chair, on a point of order, I'm just wondering, because we are voting on 103 recommendations, if it's possible that staff put up recommendation 14 and 19, or page 8.
We're doing that right
Okay, great, just so that we know exactly what we're voting on, which is the 2014 reforms that council had approved. I'm just going to keep supporting what council had done. I'll ask for a recorded vote.
Recorded vote.
Recorded vote requested on recommendations 14 to 19 of the staff report.
We'll start with 14. All those,
The whole thing.
you want to, the whole thing? Okay, 14 to 19. Okay, all those in favor of that motion?
Which motion?
14 to 19.
Recommendations 14 to 19 in the staff report.
You're in the report.
No.
It's-
This is amended. You're amending 14 to 19.
No, the first piece of Councillor Mamaliti's motion was asking for the staff report to be adopted with the following exceptions. This is just taking the vote on a portion of that first portion of his motion, which is recommendations 14 to 19.
So we should be supporting it.
Which is already in the report, right?
That's correct.
Yes.
You should support it, and I should support it.
So all those in favor, that was recorded vote, right? To adopt
14.
recommendations 14 to 19. Recorded vote, Councilor.
Point of privilege.
Point of privilege. Councilor Mamoliti.
This is already in the report.
Yeah.
The report's been moved, right?
He's just.
Nobody's asked to take it out, right?
I asked to take it out. I'm voting against.
Okay.
He just
Then,
wants-
then the issue is that Councillor de Bearmaker wants to vote against
That's right.
14 to 19. Right.
Right. That's all.
Yes.
That's all he wants to do.
And anybody else that wants to vote against it.
Yes.
That's right.
I-
So we are
I'm voting
voting now
against those
on
to
recommendations
uphold the
14 to
2014
19.
council reforms.
All those in favor of that motion, recorded vote, Councilor Di Giorgio.
motion?
Mamoli, 14.
But it's already in the report. What are you moving?
You're adopting 14 and
Adopt.
19.
Right, you're just adopting what's already there, right?
Right. Yes.
Yes.
Okay, all right, yes.
Councilor Di Giorgio, Mamoliti, Palacio, Malo, Carigianes, against the Vermaker. Thank you.
Now,
Now, we are going to vote on Councilor Mamoliti's as amended.
Recorded vote, please.
Recorded vote. Councilor Di Giorgio.
I just want to see it on screen, Mr. Chair, just if you could give me a second so I could see it on screen, on the screen.
B, sorry, Emmanuel B, right.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
His recorded vote. All those in favor? Against?
Recorded vote, please.
Recorded vote. Councilors Di Giorgio, Mamoliti, De Vermaker, Palacio, Carigianes, against Councilor Malo.
That's it. We're done.
And that's it, right? Thank you, everyone.
Wow.
Thank you very much for saying that.
No, we just did.
Okay.
Motion to adjourn?
See my family.
Motion to adjourn. Councilor Mamoliti, all those in favor, against? Thank you.
Oh, God. Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, like, the viewing was from 6 onwards.
Yeah.
So, I mean, this is like the second wife. I'm missing this movie.
No, I hear you. Again, my condolences, Jimmy.
And you're the one that lost.